Focus Conference is 10 years today. Congratulations to us all. When corporate leaders and HR practitioners need to step up and ride on the storm, it is now.
What worked for us as HR practitioners yesterday may therefore not work for us today.
Sure about balancing is understanding the various dynamics.
There is also a generation that wants responsibility.
Coming out of the universities, not knowing what to expect, because nothing has prepared them for the practical world of work.
I urge us all to continue to explore new and interesting ways of improving upon our employee engagement and well-being initiatives.
When there's inefficiency, for instance, in an organization might mean you have 3 offices when you could have 1.
So whilst it's easy to manage 100 people in a private organization, through performance and everything, it's not that easy to manage the same 100 people in a public service organization.
So it all boils down to accountability, and we not holding people accountable for the things that they have to do.
It's my great honor to declare the Ghana HR report duly launched.
Every day be my birthday, it be we did it. Oh baby, you know me outside.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by expressing my personal appreciation and that on behalf of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID. I'll tell you what that bank is. Some of you may not be aware of that bank. I want to thank the founder and the group CEO of Lelane Services, Dr. Mrs. Helen Hagan, and then the organizers of this program for inviting us to share a few thoughts with you on this very important occasion. Let me break protocol a little. It is not part of my speech, but I think that I want to honor somebody from our own perspective as a bank. And that is the founder and the group CEO of Lelane. Put hands together for this distinguished lady. She actually is not aware that I'm going to say this, but the Bible even says that give honor to those who deserve honor. I've known her for about 20-something years. And if some of you who know her pedigree, how she started Lelane, right at Sakomono. And now Lelane has saved many lives, not only in Ghana but beyond. As an international financial institution where I work, we deal with specialized and high-profile HR entities in the sub-region, in all the 15 member countries of ECOWAS. And I'm glad to inform you that Lelane is part of our service providers. So that tells you the level of achievement that they have made. And so on this occasion, please permit me to express my admiration to you and your husband and the entire team for the remarkable, impact you have made on humanity. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, colleague, keynote speakers, I've just seen Dr. Stella Ajenibuati. You are welcome. Let me start this keynote address with a retelling of one of the Shakespeare's love stories. This story is about the balcony scene. Some of you might have read it in the play Romeo and Juliet. Romeo appears in the scene to recite and paint one of the most memorable imageries ever told, believing that such professing of love would elicit Juliet's unconditional love. This is not different from what we gather here and listening from far would normally do as HR professionals to attract talents. As we do sometimes We love to tell new talents that we are the employer of choice to elicit the attention. So Romeo goes or begins, lady, by yonder blessed moon, I vow that tips with silver all these fruit treetops. Romeo is vowing by the moon of his love to Juliet. What do you think Juliet would do in these circumstances? By the conventional wisdom, we will all expect Juliet to be so happy looking at the silver beauty of the moon. And what we all expect from our workforce. But alas, no. Juliet immediately shouts at Romeo, oh, swear not by the moon, that inconstant moon, that monthly changes in a second orbit, lest that Allah proves likewise variable. The moon? You've got to be kidding, Juliet thought. The moon changes shape every night. You can't swear by something so unreliable. Basically, that was what Juliet was telling Romeo. She was not interested in love vowed by the moon. But why couldn't Romeo see this? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my HR practitioners, the world we are in today defies any stable rules or standards. Things are no longer that simple. What we promise and use as an employer of choice cars, yes pass, may no longer be attractive to the coming workforce. Years ago, HR practitioners were assured that their workforce would rush through traffic, come to the office, sit behind a desk, and work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. If an employee joined the organization for the first time, they were expected to work for between 3 months to 6 months to be confirmed before they could take part of their vacation. Today, they come to work for the first time. After working for a month, they want days off. Unlike those when we could bully them, now any attempt to do that, and you are certain that you will not see them again. Infanti, a company advocating for everywhere force studied over 4,500 office workers and about 1,600 IT professionals in more than 3 continents and found a very disturbing statistics. 71% of the respondents indicated that they would choose to work from anywhere over a job promotion or increase in compensation. In that same survey, almost that is about 87%, said they do not want to work from the office full time, with another 45% indicating that they will be happy never to work at the office again. This notwithstanding, a study by Microsoft shows that many employers led by HR want employees to come to the office on full time, as if coming to office makes employees more productive. On the contrary, studies after COVID-19 has shown that employees working remotely or hybrid are more productive and better able to manage their mental health. The Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, CIPD, in a report in 2021, found that 41% of the employers surveyed said home or hybrid working had increased productivity and efficiency, up from 33% a year earlier. In 1985, two economists and university professors, Warren Bennis and Badnanus, in their book, quote, Leaders, the Strategies for Taking Charge, unquote, talk about the phenomena of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. 5 years later, in early 1990s, the U.S. Army War College, in trying to deal with the collapse of USSR, found itself in the word of VOCA, an acronym that became a buzzword for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Colleagues, we are in a VOCA world now. The world we are in is changing like the moon. Today is a full bright. The next moment, part of the surface is dark. Another time, you cannot see it at all. That is how this world is. It is very volatile. The uncertainties are unbelievable. COVID-19 resurgence, Ukraine-Russia war, rising inflation, cedi depreciation, you name it. And all these, the explanations have become so complicated. On the same issue, there can be many explanations that at a point we find it difficult to know which one to believe or not. To make matters worse, things keep becoming ambiguous. It becomes very difficult to understand issues. That is the world we are in. And for us as HR professionals, mastering this VOCA world and learning how to outsmart it and thrive it as a skill set we should have in abundance, for it will determine how we survive and deal with the future of work. Let me speak a little about the VOCA world. The future of work, above all else, is flexible and ambiguous. The world has become too unpredictable to only be prepared for one possible future. Employees are increasingly demanding more flexibility around where, when, and how they work. Additionally, companies themselves are having to learn more to become flexible, agile, and resilient. VOCA, a trend and managerial acronym for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, is a phenomenon in business environments that present roadblocks to most companies' service towards their objectives. In extreme cases, corporate continuity can be at stake. Some effects of VOCA include acts of terrorism, cybersecurity, threats, natural disasters, technological glitches, and many more. Let me attempt to explain the VOCA. The first issue I mentioned is volatility. The word volatile is from a Latin root, volare, meaning to fly, or creatures that fly. It also means evaporating rapidly. So when we say the world in which we are now is volatile, etymologically, it means this world is behaving like flying creatures, evaporating rapidly. We all know how difficult it is to catch flying things, not to talk about things that are evaporating rapidly. Years ago, HR professionals were assured of work for life. They talk about retention strategies. Today, you may need to talk about evaporating strategies, because as you are thinking of how to deal with the coming workforce, before you are aware, they are gone. You may want to check LinkedIn, which has now become Generation Z's preferred professional platform. According to some statistics, 40% of LinkedIn users reportedly change their employment status every 4 years. New studies featured in Fast Company indicates that millennials and then Gen Z are currently proven to be the driving force behind the Great Resignation. These days, some of the Gen Z workforce have rich parents. They can therefore choose to stay at home, and their parents will look after them. Their world is volatile, and as HR, we need to know how to deal with this world. Number two, uncertainty. The word uncertain is from two words, un, which means not, and certain, which translates as assured, settled, resolved beyond doubt. When you join the two words, you have a situation of doubt, not fully confident, unsettled, dependent on chance. That is the world in which we live now. It is very difficult to predict. What worked for us as HR practitioners yesterday may therefore not work for us today. Number three, complexity. This world has become more complex than ever. The world originally meant to weave, braid, twine, intricate, not easily analyzed. The new workforce is complicated. Contrary to what we have been teaching our workforce on how useful teamwork is, what Heli Fayol referred to as esprit de corps, that is together in French, esprit de corps, that is teamwork in English, as one of his 14 principles of management, the coming workforce prefer the opposite. They want their own space and they work for their own passion. They easily will leave if the job does not align with their purpose. They love self-manage. They are all, quote, do-it-yourself generation. If they need something, they search Google or YouTube. When given a choice between reading and watching, they will most likely choose watching. In the night, when we are asleep, that is when their world starts. Playing games, watching Netflix, and working across continents. They do not want us to follow them on any of their social media platforms. They are experts at smarting us. By the time you are about watching their messages, they are automatically deleted. Their space at computing is a super fast. March against us digitally, they will leave us behind. They laugh at our world, and we behave as if we understand them. But we don't. We are blind to their world. Should we be concerned? If only we want to be the ones to manage and lead them. Now hear this, ladies and gentlemen. Studies show that there are more than 2 billion people in Generation Z globally. They were born between 1997 and 2009 and represent about 30% of the total global population. They formed the first digital generation to grow up without any memory of a time before the internet. There is a prediction that by 2025, the Gen Z will make up about 27% of the workforce, and that number will continue to increase. Are we ready? The last issue I'll talk about, ambiguity. Now to the word ambiguity, it appears that the word itself was created to make it more ambiguous. The word ambiguity comes from 2 Latin words, ambi, which means both, and agere, which is also to drive. Literally, the word means both to drive. Imagine a word where 2 people have to drive a vehicle together. When one is trying to accelerate, the other would want to step on the brakes. But that is basically the world we are managing as HR professionals. You will never have a consensus, more so with the workforce about to enter the market, whose stock in trade is to ask why most questions are asked. Now, the future of work. Anytime the phrase future of work is mentioned, many of us think about remote and hybrid work. The phenomenon is, however, bigger. The future of work includes changes in how technological, generational, and social shift will influence how work will get done in coming decades. The future of work also deals with what styles of leadership and culture will be effective in organizations, how customers are to be served, how talents will be sourced and managed, what is required to retool and reskill current resourcing to match with new jobs, etc. Boston Consulting Group, BCG, is a consulting group in the US. Specifically, I think they are in Boston, Boston. In 2022, that is 2022, surveyed executives from about 350 companies. More than 1/3 of them in the C-suite, across major industries and 47 countries. Together, these companies employ more than 6 million people. They surveyed asked for the perspective of leaders in these organizations about the importance of the dimensions of future of work and how these companies are progressing. BCG found that it is still early days in these companies on how prepared they are relative to the future of work. For each dimension, just about 20% or less think of themselves as leaders in their industry. One surprising finding from the survey is that companies are focusing more on office-based workers and less on what BCG called the desk workers. who make up more than 75% of the global workforce. These deskless workers in factories, shops, hotels, restaurants, and hospitals, in most cases, are unable to work from home, unlike their office-based workers who are able to work from home. The insight from the study, which should be of interest to HR professionals, is that many of these deskless workers who work at the front lines during the COVID-19 may still be left out of any future of work benefits, including improvement in mental health, a key outcome of hybrid and remote working. Now let's look at the old workforce. According to McKinsey, the world of work faces epochal transition, and by 2030, as many as 375 million workers, representing about 14% of the global workforce, may need to change jobs due to digitalization, automation, and advances in artificial intelligence, which are disrupting the world of work. The kinds of skills companies need are rapidly shifting, with significant implications for all skill set. Earlier in time, the rate of change in skill set was not that significant. As such, old workers could retire and new entrants join the workforce. Now, we are not sure if such stable transitions will play out. The volatilities, uncertainties, complexities, and ambiguities we are observing in the post-COVID-19 recovery era would appear not to have patience for smooth transitions. Are my HR colleagues ready for this disruptive, technological, digital generational shift? Are we prepared for the needed retraining and retooling? Do we have the tools to retrain, retool such huge number of staff? If not, what are the options? Are organizations having the patience for us? Are our cost-income ratios, which may be higher with the existing model, acceptable to our shareholders and investors? Is the HR of today capable of steering us through this transition? Your CEOs say addressing potential skills gaps related to automation are within their top 10 priority areas, according to the recent McKinsey report. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end my keynote address by making very cogent 10 recommendations. 1, physician, heal yourself. For HR practice, physician, heal yourself. My first advice is to all of us as HR practitioners, is that timeless counsel. And what I mean is that the goal is physician, heal yourself. Ask yourself if you yourself understand the changes that are disrupting the way work is done in recent time. Do you understand the emerging VUCA world in the workplace? If not, be the first to retool or to rescue yourself. Number 2, shift the specialist mindset. Shift it. The specialist mindset. I've seen many HR professionals who will tell you all they want to do is to be in HR. If you recall, when I was appointed a judge in 1996, we used to have we used to call them personnel. I don't know whether it's personnel. At the time I was appointed a judge in Ghana here in 1996, I was asked to go by the judge to go and see the personnel manager. That word is now totally missing. In the VUCA world, HR people must talk in their own business people. Like the business people. The best way to influence organization is to be knowledgeable in the business. I would recommend HR professionals to first be business people. Number 3, embrace digital. Embrace digital. If you are not on all the social media platforms, ensure that by the close of today, you sign on to all of them, including Snapchat, LinkedIn, Instagram, and so forth and so forth. The next point, be present in the informal sector. Be present in the informal sector. A bigger number of the coming workforce will be in the informal sector, where HR has been missing for many years. Your name is HR managers, not HR managers for the formal sector. Look for ways to make your expertise felt in the informal sector. They need you. The next point, listen to them more. Listen to them more. The best way to understand the coming workforce is to listen to them more, engage them. The next point, last, offer them internships or mentorship to prepare them. And here I want to commend Dr. Mrs. Hagen again for the mentorship programs and all over the world. For your information, he's known not only in Ghana, but beyond the shores of Ghana. I'm speaking as an international public servant. He's known all over. It's because of mentorship. And that is what we need. To understand the coming workforce, let us offer them internships. Let it not be a favor. Let there be a structure that allows the coming workforce spend time in our organizations. Elsewhere, they have co-ops which allow students to learn and work at the same time. We need to have that for our coming workforce. That way, by the time they are ready to work, they are already equipped. In conclusion, colleagues and friends, the future of work, although destructive, is also exciting. For those of us here, it provides us with a real opportunity to guide our children to how work will be done in the coming years. We have the experience and expertise to make this transition successful. I'm sure one day, posterity will look back at us and be kind to us for doing such a beautiful and great job in a world that was full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. I know we are very capable. And for that, I want to say a big thank you. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clement Redu, who is a people-centered leader with experience in managing projects, recruiting, customer service, and change management in delivery and development. He's very adept at workshop facilitation and human capital development training. He's currently the CEO of Bexworth Consulting. With a round of applause, shall we invite Mr. Clement Redu to join us? Thank you. So we do have our panel very ably seated. So we'll launch straight into our panel discussion. Remember, like I said earlier, this is a very interactive session, and we want each and every one of us to participate very actively. Thank you. We'll start off with the lady. Now, we had very great insights on employee engagement and how that would help us to mitigate these times. Now, for a lot of organizations, especially organizations as big as yours, where there are probably a few hundreds or probably a few thousands of employees, I mean, what engagement strategy do you think would work best?
Yes, you're definitely right about the economic conditions and everything that we're dealing with. I think before I answer, I would try to maybe understand what we mean by employee engagement, right? So if we are defining employee engagement as an employee's emotional connection, the level of an employee's emotional connection to an organization, right? So that is something that is built over time, and it is also something that is the organization has to put in some kind of social capital, some kind of investment into the individual, so that the individual feels attached to the company because of a number of reasons. Now, the manager plays a very important role. There's manager fit, there's culture fit with the organization, the team that they work with, what the organization itself is giving the employee, and also the job fit as well. Now, when all of these factors are in place, then the employee feels engaged in the organization. Every organization, having talked about these basic factors, every organization is very different. Now, when it comes to Vodafone, we have an all-hands approach to employee engagement, and it's not something that is just left with, the human resources department. The leadership team have to set out the vision for the organization that employees have to buy into, and saying that, okay, in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years, 5 years, this is where we're going as an organization, and communicate that frequently. Senior leadership have to do that, and then get input from employees as well. Then, of course, you have to hire the best people and give them the training that they need to succeed in the roles that you've put them into. And if it's not a good job fit, Are you going to put them somewhere else? What are some of the things that you can do, interventions that you can do? Recognition is a huge part of it as well for us at Vodafone. And we don't want to leave things at the end of the year, right? And have conversations with employees and say, oh, you did very well, you're a top performer, you're top talent, and so you're rewarded. We have systems in place where even peers can go into the system and send a thank you note to somebody else in a different function saying, hey, thank you so much for working with me on this project. And then it CCs their manager, it CCs the other employees' manager as well. And then managers as well can go in and give in cash rewards to employees in the system for something that an employee has done. And we also recognize that recognition, when done on the spot, is more effective than when you wait so many months, etc., to do it. So on the spot recognition, we advocate that quite a bit as well. Feedback to employees is something, again, that we do. And then ultimately, if you're providing all these, but then you're not providing the tools that employees need to work, then there's a huge gap, right? So, I mean, since COVID started, we have implemented a hybrid working model for our employees. And so when our employees are working remote, so we have we have 3 days working in the office and then 2 days working remote. So when employees are working remote, do we have the tools that they need to work? And so since then, we have put in place so many different things. We've moved more digital with our employee requests. Now all employee requests are 100% digital. So there's no, of course, there's always your HRBP if you want to sit down and have a conversation. But employee requests, employee systems are all very digital. So you interact with Toby. Toby can set up your leave for you in the system if you want to, tell you how much leave days you have and all of that. So making all these available to employees, making their work easy, and ensuring at the end of the day that we're providing a whole employee experience for the person who comes in, ensures that then we're a best class of employer.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Hannah. Talking about this kind of engagement and the relationships, etc., Gideon, one of the key elements is trust. I mean, I remember I was having a conversation with you in your office some time back, and you spoke about how you hadn't seen some of the guys who work for you for a month and more, simply because you believe they will do what they have to do, where they have to do it, when they have to do it, to the right level they have to do it to. For a lot of organizations as well, they are unable to situate this trust. Is it because systems are not put in place properly, or they just do not want to adapt to the times?
It may be a combination of both. For us, we don't want to invest so much in coming up with tools to measure. So we just behave as if there's no box. So for us is to invest in trust. Now, what we did quickly in 2018 when we started, we all read a book in our company, The Speed of Trust. So we all understand what it means to trust people. So there's collective accountability. That's what we do. So before COVID, we've always had flexible work hours. And instead of thinking about how do we measure, how do we know whether they are sitting on the mango tree, or how do we know, we just told ourselves, we don't care what they do. We don't care whether they are sitting under a mango tree. We don't care whether they're doing another job. What we care about is that what they have to do, they do them. So it makes it easy for us. And we also deliberately do a lot of things. So for instance, we deliberately tell our people that, you know what, we have our mission, we secure your future. We want to ensure that when our customers experience a setback, that they actually get back on their feet. That's all we do in our company. So for each of the roles, you must make sure that you do your part to ensure that that mission is accomplished. And so in doing that, we don't really need very specific things because it's very tough. People have varying needs. People have varying things that will motivate them. So we thrive on trust. We let people know that when you do what you ought to do, our customer will be happy. So like she mentioned about employee engagement and also employee experience. That is very, very big for us. We thrive on, that emotional connection and that mental connection which drives employee engagement. Once we get that right, we trust that our employees will do what is right. Sometimes you have one or two of those people who would misbehave, and then they tend to want to tempt the organization to change the strategy. But what we try to do is that, so I'll give you an example. Recently, I think it was 2 months ago, this thing about work from home, work from the office, we don't have a formula. You can work anywhere. That's how we work in our company. But then we found that about 2 or 3 people could hardly reach them during a particular 1 or 2 weeks period, and people were complaining. And so we invited everybody, because that's how we work, like a family unit. So it was a town hall, and say, guys, people are misusing this. We don't want to be tempted to, come up with a rule. We don't like rules in our company. We just like principles. So if you tempt us, we'll come up with a rule. And everybody like, no. So who are these people? Let's not talk about who they are, but let's talk about what the issue is. What's the issue? We couldn't reach them because we work interdependently. So we need the input of this person to get to this person to get to this person. So because we couldn't reach them, it's now causing a lot of frustrations among the team. So what do? And then we started getting suggestions. Then rules came out in the end. The rule was that if anyone in any department behaves like that anymore, then the whole department, not the whole company, but the whole department will have to come to the office in person every day for 3 months. And many of the people don't want that, because for the last 4 years we've been used to flexible work hours. People are used to, working from anywhere. So that would be a real punishment. So that collective accountability, that trust is what we thrive on. And since then, things have been normal. We've not been having those kind of questions or frustrations or issues anymore. So back to your question, I think we invest more in trust, much more than tools to measure what people do each day. We don't micromanage. We don't try to tell people what to do, because we train our people very well. And then we also get in touch with their emotions. We try to understand what people really want to be happy. And it's different. Some people want more money. Some people actually don't want more money. They want more freedom. Some other people don't want that freedom. They actually want to work in the office. Some people want some tools. Some people just want you to be in touch with their families. Some people like you to love their families, their spouses, their children. Funny enough. And we do many of these things and just get them connected. Once they are connected, once they are empowered, once they are trained, we just leave them to do their work. And that has really worked for us so far.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Thank you. So, Clement, coming to you. Now, Gideon raised a lot of very pertinent points, very salient points with regards to trust and micromanagement. For a lot of people who are classical HR people, or who have been practicing for the last 30, 40 odd years, a lot of these principles will seem quite absurd, for lack of a better word, simply because they would feel that humanity hasn't adapted to more or less conforming to a lot of these things. I mean, from your side as a consultant, do you think it's about humanity not adapting, or the fact that the processes have not adapted to suit humanity?
Well, thank you very much again. Thank you for this. Forgive my voice. It's interesting, this whole discussion on employee engagement, to listen to the question about trust, about adaptability. But in many cases, I still have the sense that we're talking a top-bottom approach, where we're talking about where leadership is saying, we'll do this, we'll do that, they'll be happy, hybrid work, we're going to put this in place. I'm sure that if we ask any employee here who is not a manager here, the feedback will be entirely different from what we are saying. It's enough to put a 5-day work and say it's a hybrid work, so let them go home. But let me give you a case as scenario before I continue. So I have this friend who commutes 3 different stops to work and starts from Michelle Camp to become a sales manager in a factory in Achimota. He leaves home at 6 and gets to work at 8:30. And if it rains, he probably will be beaten before he gets to work. And as he opens the gate, he sees the director driving with a car under a garage and walks up and says, "Oh, why are you late?" So there's a disconnect there. Now, the second scenario is many years ago when I finished national service. Because of commuting, our organization will provide transport at designated places to pick us. Now, if we ask our employees between a hybrid work and between giving us transport to work by providing a bus to pick us at designated places that we can come to work early and even cost share in our salary, many employees will say, yes, this is what we will want. So it seems to me, whilst we have a crisis, things have gone very expensive, transportation is so high, people are commuting long distances to work, salaries haven't gone up high necessarily. Managers and leadership are offering hybrid work, and this without necessarily looking at what is making the employee happy. And I think that until we start to address some of these little bits, we still have a long way. For some of it, we ask ourselves, in the crisis that we are in, who should take the biggest hit? Should it be the employee or the employer? And over the years, companies who have been established 10, 15 years, are they just beginning to lose profit in the last 2 years? Such that, for instance, you cannot co-share a bus to get employees out of these crises. So these are long-term questions we need to ask because COVID is not going. And we cannot keep on using that as a reason to say we have to cut short. Whilst you cut it, directors are still having the same benefits. There are some employees today here who only have 200 Ghana cedis a whole year for health. And yet, what's the cost of going to the local chemist to buy just medication? A lot of the gentlemen here will complain of cholesterol, diabetes, everything, and stress, mental health. What are the practical things we're giving to support them in a crisis? Or are we jumping to say COVID-19, we're losing what? So, whilst the director has not lost the use of that big car, whilst the director has not lost the use of the accommodation and benefits, what about the line employee who has to take the same and still struggle to work? This is the disconnect when talking about employee engagement. We cannot fix it if we don't fix those things, and employees will not become engaged. In many places, there's a discussion about, thank you. In many places, there's still an ongoing discussion whether we should still work 8 to 5, 40 hours, or 10 to 4. We still have, even in the crisis, many employers asking the employees to come to work every day without making an assessment whether that is relevant. You know, the second point is, if you don't know your people, you get nowhere. If I get up in the morning and I tell my wife, oh, what a day, another day to work, it means I'm disconnected. Even if I have a laptop and I'm working at home and say, I don't really feel like working today, it doesn't matter whether it is virtual or on-site. You are disengaged from your organization. If you're working with one company, you know, 10 years ago, you couldn't be holding 2 different mobile numbers if you worked with one mobile teleco. Today is open. You can work with one teleco and have 3 numbers. No one really bothers. You can work with, for instance, Coca-Cola and be drinking Pepsi at home. You know, you're not a brand ambassador anymore. You don't care. You go to work, you get paid, and you come home. These are the things we need to. Another thing we do that disconnects people at the workplace, even in the crisis we are hiring processes. You have somebody working because the MD brought the person, he's paid in dollars, given a car. The next person is sitting there, has worked 10 years, has nothing, says, you see, they brought this new guy here. Immediately, you perform performance assessment and the person is there. So I think we have challenges. And unless, the keynote speaker addressed it, even in communication, in one place when they shared what the organizational goals were, they broke all the organization members into teams. And each team took one theme and developed it. And they saw to the end process of it. But while sometimes we look at line managers, the bottom line are always the ones that suffer. From the gate man to the entry point salesperson, these are the people that go out and say, I don't like working for this company. And how do we fix that? How do we ensure that the total engagement from the person who say, Master, thank you for coming today. And Master, no, me, I work for Coca-Cola, I don't drink Pepsi. This for me is the things that we have to continue to think about. Wellness and mental health is becoming huge. Mothers have children, and men being as we are, we don't care. We get up in the morning, wear our shirts, and we go to work. Your same partner who has to get up and feed, dress 3 children and take them to daycare or take them to school gets lead to work. At the office, is the line manager identifying this and say, maybe we need to change your role? Rather than threatening to say, if you come late again, I'll write you up. She has a problem. Have you listened to her? Are you trying to solve or reskill her to say, I know you live in Kaswa, and you come to work at Tema. By the time she comes to Tema, she's tired and sleeping at work. Her performance will be low. So how do you retool and reskill somebody like that in the same organization without a threat? That, you're performing low. If you do that, we'll hire somebody. These days there are no jobs. I don't care whether I live in Pokwase. It's not my choice to tell you to go and live in Pokwase. These are the issues. Accommodation, transportation, health. If we're able to provide these at a minimum to employees, let the employers take the hit. We've been working for 10, 20 years. 2 years, yes. COVID crisis, yes. But that shouldn't mean that everything goes to the drip and they suffer whilst we keep our own benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So it's all about the employee. Now, Hannah, in these times when employees are taking the hit, ideally, one school of thought has proposed that the solution to this is what we call the gig economy, where we have a lot of people trying to do a lot of multiple things. Now, this school of thought says it's a huge challenge to a lot of HRs. And for some HRs as well, it's a very beautiful problem as well, considering the fact that they're able to manage it. I mean, from your perspective, is this a solution? If it is, how would HRs play a key role in making sure that certain lines are not crossed? If it's not, why not?
You mentioned the gig economy, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. It is something that is alive and well. It's not going to go away anytime soon. You have people now with multiple jobs, doing different things. I believe it was Gideon who mentioned, sorry, I think we all have some kind of, basically, you have to define the employee's role, their job, what it is, and the expectations that you have. Once the person is delivering that, then what do you care what they're doing the rest of their time or where they're spending the rest of their time? Your focus is the productivity that you're expecting from that employee when they're with you. The gig economy is where, we have people who have, the world is set up in such a way now that you can volunteer your services to different organizations, especially online. There's AWS services, there is, different online services where, let's say you're a screenwriter, right, in your spare time, that you can go online, you can find something where you write, screenplays for people. And you can do that in the weekends. You can do that on your off time. You can do design work for other people, and a lot of this stuff is done online as well. And so, as harsh as our economic climate is, it is something that we should expect, that more and more our employees have double, sometimes triple things going on. As long as what it is that we're expecting of them, that they're providing when they come into the organization, and that you're providing a platform as well where they can be not only productive, but then you're spurring that productivity on. Because it's not just a give and give and give. You as an employer have a responsibility. And sometimes, you know, we feel like, oh, well, he's getting paid, right? So he should show up and be engaged and be happy and be excited. There are people who don't have jobs. Yes, there are people who don't have jobs, but then there's also, you know, your employee, somebody's waiting to grab that employee from you, that employee that you've spent so much time to train and to really get to the place that you want them to be. So their financial well-being is important, their emotional well-being, their physical, their mental well-being is all very important, and it's something that organizations have to spend time on, time and money on, because once that happens, once the employee is engaged, then you begin to see it with how they interact with customers. And I think Clement was talking about, you know, the security guard at the front. If the security guard who then becomes a part of your company, right? Because they're the first line of customers who are coming in. If you haven't had the time and you don't even know that person's name, you know, every time you're coming, just somebody who's there and, you know, you just brush by the person. What experience is that person going to give to your customer who's coming in? So we have to think about all that. And yes, the gig economy is very real, and we have to understand that. People, in the times that we live in, this is how it is.
Just let me add to that, please. Sometimes the baby boomers in the workforce, sometimes when they hear some of these things, the gig economy and all that, like, what? So you mean you just allow people to do whatever they want to do and all that? It's true. But what we did in our own organization just to help to create a balance, what we did is we took every employee through a training on personal financial planning. Now, that training did two things for us. One, it equipped people with a lot of knowledge to plan their finances. Because we live in a critical time where we can't keep increasing salaries with every increase in inflation or anything, but we need to help them to manage their own monies and need to teach them some other things that they need to do to augment salary. And in doing that, we also taught them how to balance work with what they're doing. It was very powerful because after then, I've seen many people do a lot of things. And because of the trust that we have, we don't suspect anybody. People openly really advertise what they do in the company. And nobody, because they're doing what they're doing, nobody, berates them. So I'll give you an example. One of my ex-school members sells wines. And so all the wines I buy in my house, I buy from her.
I think I should be visiting your office more often.
There's one lady, one of our agents that sells perfumes. And, people will advertise all of these things through WhatsApp. And so I order my perfumes from her. The things that I use for Zoom, for my Zoom online meetings, I found that one of my colleagues sell those kind of things, and I ordered from them. So you have people across the company who do all of these things. But because we have collective accountability, because we have trust, because we have taught them how to do those things and not allow those things to interfere with work, the balance is there. So the man is happy, I'm happy. But guess what? There's another selfish reason I did that as well. The selfish reason is people get to understand business management. I'm the CEO, so before, when we started in 2018, it was very difficult to explain certain things. So I remember my first town hall when I was explaining to them that, this year we will not be able to pay 13th month. It was a tough town hall. Because everyone expected 13th month, and we just started the company May of 2018, and we were in December. Everyone was expecting, and I explained to them why we would not. It was a tough town hall. But after then, I soon realized what to do. Everyone got the training of P&L. So everybody understands P&L. In our company, both our junior staff, everyone understands how we make money and how we spend money. And our revenues, our expenses, our profitability is in dashboards across our company. So people know. So even sometimes when I say, okay, let's do this, or when senior management say, we are going to do this, you get some people who are in junior management challenge us to say, are we sure if we do this, we will meet? It helps. That's number one, that P&L knowledge. But the second thing is that because people are running their own businesses, they understand it. When they have some employees, they have people there that are coming to tell them that they should increase their salaries, and they're like, where do you want me to get the money from? So if they are saying that, it becomes easier for me to have conversations with them when they are coming up with those kind of discussions as well. So it's a win-win situation for all of us, because what it does is that we are all now business managers, and so it's easier to explain certain things to people. And for HR, that's one thing that we advocate, to train, let the HR people understand the business. I think a lot of people have talked about that. For us, our HR people understand our business, and so they understand when to come for what. Sometimes are just bad times. So when you understand that this period, this is happening, and so we cannot afford this, they won't bring it up. And it's not only not bringing it up, it's about being knowledgeable enough to explain to everyone why it is not the right time. Because there are two things. You may not bring it up, but on the corridors and in the meetings with other people, you can say, don't mind them. We wanted to do this, wanted to do that, but they don't allow. So it becomes like them and us. But for our HR people, they understand the business that, okay, we can't afford this. Or actually we can. If we want to be able to do this, all we need to do is just to bring in X amount more revenue. And so when we do that, then they come. Then we bargain to say, okay, if we can do this, are you saying we can get this? And then we commit. That way, that's democratizing decisions, that town halls, that listening to people, that engagement that we've been talking about, talking to people, asking questions, that has really helped us. And what I'm saying may sound eccentric, but it has really worked for us. In the 4 years we've been in existence, we actually were a number 20 company when we started, but in 3 years, in terms of ranking, we had moved from number 20 when we started to a number 9 company in 3 years. And we have won several awards from different awarding bodies. I think we've won about 15 awards in 3 years. So it's not, what I'm saying is not like what happens somewhere else. It's happening here in Ghana. And it is happening because we are listening to our employees, and we are trying as much as possible to implement the things that we all agree to do, as long as there is trust, once again, and the collective accountability. That's what we thrive on.
Oh, that's wonderful. And as well as that as well, I believe you'd derive a lot of benefits. You get free expertise from some of your staff on the basis of that. For example, I know somebody who works for your team who is also a lawyer. So that's free legal advice when you need it, definitely. So Clement, when it comes to situations like these, empowerment becomes a very key cog. It becomes a very key element in the conversation, simply because we are in an economic crisis. Things are tough. You want to mitigate a lot of these challenges, but then again, you have to empower your staff. You have to ensure that they are up to scratch when it comes to making sure that they perform their tasks and they perform them admirably and creditably. At this point, at what level of priority should our empowerment be? Should you spend more on training? Should you just have conversations? I mean, what level should we keep that at?
Well, I think that my panelists have agreed that it's, first of all, it starts with communication. I mean, I think that the business must understand where they are and where they want to go to within the crisis. So we could have been here, but unfortunately we cannot be here. The keynote speaker talked about key performance indicators. So rather than say we're going to do 100%, we're going to do 35, 45%. What does it take to do the 35%? Let's all share ideas. You know, we need to cut this, we need to cut that. What does it mean? Are you cutting benefits? Are you cutting usage? But I think the important thing is the trust that everybody from the organization is not left out of this conversation, and that the conversation is open to everybody and they all agree. So, you know, we cut down trips, we cut down this, we cut down that. But at the same time, because we're in a crisis, let the employees who are suffering at least don't cut those down. Like I'm saying, we know that transportation is high. What do? We know that we could. Some people need to go for training and skills. How best do we do this, or do we hold on to that? You know, maybe these are skills that we had planned for. Because of this, we don't have that yet. Do we lay off? No, we may not need to lay off. Let's not lay off. We're in a crisis. What are they going to do if you lay them off? They're just increasing the jobless market. Rather, maybe if we reskill and retool, we can benefit from them. So I think that everything that we do, we should have the trust and the communication. But it's also important that we become leaders by example. You know, we cannot be expecting so much from our bottom line whilst we continue to enjoy whatever top benefits that we have. If we communicate, if we show them we have a purpose, then I think that we will get that engagement and people will be proud. And I think that the gig economy thing you're talking about, young people today are restless. Don't hire somebody and expect the person to stay for 10 years. We did that, it will not happen again. I don't think that the statistics show beyond that. People who finish university today are entrepreneurs themselves even whilst in the university. They are selling online, they are selling on WhatsApp, every little thing they are selling. So don't be overambitious that I'm going to hire this person and I'm going to keep that person for the 5-10 years. If that is your purpose, then be clear with the career path for that person. Let that person understand where he's going to go every step. Again, if they're entrepreneurs, but be careful also that you don't let them become so free that it affects your business. This is very important, that you think that, oh, they can do anything they want as long as they're giving you results. You are the first person who is paying them. You know, you must get your limits, but you cannot keep them in a cage. That's what I'm saying. That you cannot hide these young people. They may not get jobs, but they have friends. They're networking. You know, they don't have the time. The other important thing we should note, that whilst we, the old school, would respect our MDs, our managers, because of age, younger people don't feel that anymore. They are not disrespectful, but they think that there should be more engagement between top and bottom. They want to be able to walk to the CEO's office and talk to the CEO, rather than you say, oh, I'm going to give an appointment. We would have waited, oh, I want to see come next week. The gig people don't have the time for that. He feels there's something pressing on him, and he needs to speak to the CEO because his line manager doesn't give him that opportunity. And if you stop him, he says, okay, I resign. So let's engage our younger folks. But we still have workers today who are suffering from the crisis. Let's fix the crisis for our workers. That it makes it easier for them to come to work. We can all sacrifice in the 2 years. Companies go out and take leases for buses and pull your workers to work. If they don't have to come to work 5 days in a week, let them come 4 days. Don't cut their salaries. Because they can work 10 days times 4, 40 hours. It's the same thing if they don't come to work on Friday. So let's work around these things and make things easier during the crisis. And when we come out of the crisis, if we ever do, we can start to re-strategize again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Reminds me of the very first time I went to Gideon's office. They asked me if I had an appointment. I said no. I just want to see him. And I got to see him. A round of applause for me as well. Okay, so Hannah, you're going to make a point.
I was just going to add to his point that the future of work is really flexibility, and there's nothing that we can do about it. I mean, if you're the manager who's saying, I need to see you there, I need to see you, otherwise you're not working, then it's trouble for you. I mean, if you look at the Fortune 100 best companies to work with, right, that's an elite list that all companies around the world want to be on. Now, if you look at the top, even 10 companies on that list, and the features there's so many features that they have in common, right? And this, to be on that list, you have to, 70% of the ranking is from employees. So they do, the company that does it does an anonymous survey, right? And sent it to the employees, and 70% of the count is from that. And so employees from these companies are saying that trust, and Gideon refers to that a lot, trust in leadership is so important. Trust in leadership. And the second thing they talk about as well that is common among these is flexibility, right? Especially now, people want flexibility to work. People have been used to, when COVID came, and yes, some people were even working, flexible.
To resolving the problem, then they should come to the doctors, because the doctors will tell them exactly what they want to do. But from my experience, they don't believe that there's a problem, and they will not commit to resolving them. So I don't know who will help them. Maybe you will be able to help.
The public sector has its own characteristics, and we cannot hide away from that. First of all, it's heavily unionized. And this goes a long way to your collective bargaining agreement to what the performance is. So it will take us a whole day, a whole week to try to look at the public sector. Whilst it is easy just to say layoffs, as he said, efficiency. Because we all know that for a job of one person, there are 10 people. But I don't think that discussion is there now. Public sector has issues with internal generated funding alone. The law gives you in some organizations the ability to raise your own internal revenue. How well that is being done and utilized is again another question. The public sector has a strong unionized platform in which in every attempt that you try to reform or review, you have to go through that collective thing from the TUC. Against the private sector, as you will know, many private sectors say no union in our place. So that discussion is a whole different thing. So whilst it's easy to manage 100 people in a private organization through performance and everything, it's not that easy to manage the same 100 people in a public service organization. But we'll come to that. One day we will get there. I just think that, you have the opportunity, for instance, the district assemblies for your internal generated revenue to generate a little bit more than you're doing now, and spread that to the cost of helping your employees within this crisis. What do you do with those internal generated funds that you raise? Look at the district assemblies everywhere. They will tell you, we don't know what to do. But somebody can say, so why are you not doing this and this to get money for your assembly? And they say, we don't have the people. So sometimes, hard as it is, I still think the opportunities to help public sector people address and survive in this economic crisis that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'll add another component as well, which is accountability. If we're not holding people accountable, people will get away with murder. And it doesn't matter if it's public sector or it's private sector. When people say that, Ghanaians are indisciplined, sometimes I take offense, not just because I'm Ghanaian, but because I always respond that human beings in general are indisciplined. That is why there are rules. If there were no rules, imagine the state of the world. But when you go to countries where systems work, where the rules work, and you know that you can't get away with doing certain things, then you behave. the same Ghanaian who's driving on the streets in his Prado and just breaking all the traffic rules, that same Ghanaian is the same Ghanaian who goes to London or the US and is staying in their lane because they know that if they break the rule, asemaba. So it all boils down to accountability, and we not holding people accountable for the things that they have to do. Now, it's the same people who work in the public sector who, when they come to the private sector, were saying that, oh, their attitudes are very bad. The private sector, they show up late for work, they take long lunch breaks and stuff like that. Are they being held accountable? Because all of a sudden, they come to work at Vodafone, they come to work at Allianz, and it's a different human being. It's not. So let's hold people accountable, and I know it's not an easy thing to do, but that's where we have to get to.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So we want to depart from that state of anomy.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one point on that, and this is an experience. So many years ago, I came back. I was working with a private organization that had a unionized group. So then they introduced performance management. So that at the end of the performance management, this gentleman was asked to go home. Then I get a call from another body to say, you can't let the person go home because the person is a union secretary. So he's working, but he's a union secretary. So when I don't see him at work, it's because he's doing union work. This is the dilemma we are in, right? The union stood right behind him and said, you cannot get him out, right? Because he's a union secretary. He's doing union work. So I asked, in his job description, did it show anything about he doing union work? The answer took a very long time to come. But at the end of it, I, as the line manager, lost my battle. And the battle went for the unionized person. He picked up an attitude with me to my stay till eventually we became friends and I became his coach. But these are real situations when you have a union in your organization against not having a union in your organization. It affects performance management. I did a work for a public institution. The performance management they have has nothing to do with dismissing a person. And most of you, if you're in a public service, you tell me it's true. Performance management there had very little to do with dismissal because the factors for dismissal are set in the union and the collective bargaining agreement. So, as I've said, it's a very difficult area looking at the public sector and looking at the private sector. Whilst in the private sector, we can do a lot of things, performance, make sure they come, everything. In the public sector, our battles are against many. It will be fixed, perhaps, but again, it is the structure and the way they are. We can only work from within and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll take one more question from the audience, one more question or one more contribution. So please put your hands up and we would walk up to you. Thank you.
If not, maybe we'll talk about his second point of we are in a crisis.
Yeah, his second question. Yes, so we can go through that.
Yes, so we are in a crisis situation, and the way I like to look at it is you deal with a crisis situation using the methodology of a crisis situation. So let's look at when there's crisis. Let's look at crisis. There's riots, or there's flood in the community, or there's war. Nothing is business as usual. Nothing. So when there's a crisis, then you ask yourself, what are some changes that we must make? That's where it starts from. So people in Ukraine now, I'm sure, or people in Russia, the way they used to work, I'm sure, is different. The way people go to school. In fact, there were some Ghanaians. There's one of my colleagues who had a daughter in Ukraine where there's war. And fortunately for her, she was in Accra just 2 weeks before the first bomb went out in Ukraine and she's trapped here. But you see, it's a crisis situation and things have changed. So in organizations, we are in serious crisis. Some people reeled out some data the other time. Inflation up, CD depreciation. We have so many things to talk about. So the question is, what can you give and what can I give during this period? And I like the point that you made earlier about the employer must give more than the employee, because I mean, when there's crisis,
It would be nice to have a very warm response. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely. I noticed that we may know each other, especially if you're sitting by or next to someone. You want to rather look back and give somebody a wave. Look somebody in the face and give somebody a wave at least. Oh, yes. That way you realize we all know each other some way, somehow, right? Fabulous. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and a warm and hearty welcome to the HR Focus Conference and Awards 2023, hosted by the HR Focus Africa magazine, and we are thrilled to have you here this morning at the very prestigious Accra International Conference Center. To all HR professionals, I believe that this morning, throughout the rest of the day, we will not only be delving into insightful conversations and discussions, we would also have innovative ideas being shared in the practice and in the world of HR professionals. At this point, I believe we can have all a round of applause for ourselves for being here this morning. Going forward, as is custom, we usually would take a prayer just when we begin. I would urge that we can all bow down our heads for a quick prayer. Ubiquitous Father, we thank you for this day. We are grateful unto you for an amazing time like this where professionals gather. In an industry and a sector that we may feel that we are knowledgeable about, but we pray that today, beyond the well-being of this event, we pray that our minds will be sharp and will be even twice better than we came in, understanding various sectors, different sizes of organizations that have gathered here to share knowledge. Importantly, let us leave to impart the world in which we came from, that indeed from here we shall make the world and our societies and communities a better place because we are professionals in HR. We believe that there shall be an eclectic approach to everything that we do and a better vision and understanding with promising insights of things that we can do beyond here. In Jesus' name I've prayed, or say a mighty amen. My name is Atwa Basa, ladies and gentlemen, and before we move to business this morning, please allow me to acknowledge our sponsors for the HR Focus Conference 2023. They are Jospon Group, Vodafone, Lene HR, Vivo, Newmont, Agrigatech, FDA, Hollard, Casapreco, Amalitech, Dunwell Insurance, Petrosol, Enterprise Group, Seamless HR, Volta Hotel, Goyle, Accra Business School, DVLA, EBID, Acacia, SMT, Stanlib, and ABSA. Our media partners are City FM, Joy FM, Asasi Radio, and Graphic Communications. I want to say a very big thank you to all our sponsors for staying with us for this year's HR Focus Conference and Awards 2023. Going on, we'll move straight into the Vodafone HR Forum, but before we do that, we'd love to have a welcome address to be delivered by the Managing Director of Lene HR, Mr. James La. Shall we please give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Atu. And good morning, everyone. Our keynote speakers and panelists, the founder of Lene Group, our board members, a technical committee, and practitioners from the HR community, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor to extend a warm welcome to each one of you gathered here for the 11th edition of the HR Focus Conference and Awards 2023. For the first time in the history of the award, we will witness a combined effect of the conference and the biennial HR Excellence Award ceremony in a single event. This is due to a government program, a 7-day Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference that is to take place in this same venue. And by the powers that be, the award night had to be relinquished for a preparation towards this international gathering. And as we couldn't get an immediate available venue close to the conference, we had to adapt and combine the conference and awards in a single program. Our theme for today, or for this year, is the HR mandate, building resilience people and businesses. This underscores a critical role that HR professionals play in shaping organizations. In these ever-changing and unprecedented challenges and uncertainties emanating from our own Ghanaian economy, global geopolitics, and artificial intelligence, the HR mandate takes on a new level of importance. It calls on us to foster resilience not only in our employees, but much more within the very fabric of our organizations. Today's conference promises to be a reservoir of insights, knowledge sharing, and networking opportunity that will stimulate us and prepare us to overcome the challenges in the dynamic world of work. Throughout the day, we have lined up a series of thought-provoking sessions, engaging panel discussion, interactive workshops. These are all designed to enrich and provide practical strategies for building resilient people and businesses to enable us to thrive in the days of data science, artificial intelligence, and also position ourselves to leverage on the opportunities that the geopolitics presents and the one African market that is being created by the African Continental Free Trade Area, as well as the Pan-African payment and settlement systems. Even more, we are recognizing, celebrating, and rewarding individuals and organizations for excellence in human resource best practice over the last 2 years. Our biennial HR Focus Awards is a platform that independently assesses the inner workings of HR systems and teams across industries in Ghana, and honoring those who have demonstrated outstanding practice that meets the ever-evolving standards required of the HR profession. I would like to express my gratitude to our resource persons and our partners and sponsors for their unwavering support in making this event a reality. It is through your collective efforts that we are able to bring together the HR community to dialogue and share experiences for our common good. To our special guests and invited guests, your presence today is a testament to your commitment to HR excellence. We encourage you to actively participate and share your own insights. Your contributions will make this conference a vibrant and a dynamic one. Let us make this day one of inspiration, collaboration, and transformation. Once again, welcome to the HR Focus Conference and Awards 2023. I wish you all a productive and enlightening day. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a huge round of applause for Mr. La. We'll take a quick video. Please, let's take a look.
We're back, folks, and I'm telling you, we're going to have an exciting show. And if you can tell my level of excitement, you understand why very, very soon. Madam Felicia, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
It's been a long time. I've been waiting for you to make your appearance. But you're so rich and so busy. Having said that, life is not about business and money. Having said that, she does amazing business and she has plenty of money. Put your hands together. What's the strength of your business now? I know you have some in Kumasi, you're into soap, liquid soap, you're doing the palm thing. What's the
strength?
The strength, yes.
I don't think I have the strength. I have something I call the pyramid in business. You know, within the pyramid, you have your visions and goals. You have your short-term plan, as usual, your medium-term plan, and your long-term plan. I have done the medium and the long-term. The short-term plan.
I haven't done the short-term.
I haven't done it. That makes it a bit silly. And you ask me, what is the short-term plan? Engaging human capital to run the business. So difficult.
Engaging human capital? Yeah. Really?
Very difficult.
Will you count that as one of the most challenging areas you've faced
That is one of the challenging areas that I face because maybe I'm not fortunate. You bring people in who do not believe in your dream. You can see that they are going off.
Yeah.
And you have no right to correct them. And that's been one of the main issues.
I have with me, let me call him Chairman Samuel Amu Tobin. Mr. Tobin, you are welcome.
Thank you.
You are known, Tobinco Pharmacy. You are known in media. What is the working culture, attitude towards work? Ghanaian people, attitude towards work. You are an entrepreneur, you employ people.
Ghanaians' attitude towards work, if you ask me, is so bad. Very bad. I was very poor. This is why our country is not developing. Our attitude towards work is zero. People want to be pushed before they work. If you push them too much, they'll say that you are a bad guy.
But Mr. Tobe, does it also mean that sometimes people like you don't treat your workers well? You don't pay them very well?
No, why will you not pay them well? We give commissions. My company gives commissions. You pay them well. You create bonuses. You create things that will motivate them. But the normal attitude of Ghanaian, even though we motivate them well, Ghanaians as we are, our attitude toward work, our attitudes toward work is a bit of you have to push the person. Even when you pay him, give him any amount, he will come and want to sleep.
These are just teasers to keep the conversation started. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our very first keynote speaker. And before I introduce our first keynote speaker, please let's get to know the personality. Our first keynote speaker is actively and passionately supporting business to grow and thriving through financing solutions, capacity building, risk management products, among other financing solutions with the organization with which she works. Again, our keynote speaker believes that Ghanaian businesses should grow sustainably and become strong, multi-generational and multinational institutions relevant for the times we are in. To that end, our keynote speaker led the landmark MasterCard Foundation collaboration with Absa Bank Ghana. Going on, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce a person who in herself is very amazing, please, and to speak on the topic developing resilient leadership, key competencies for professionals, let's welcome Reverend Mrs. Amazing Grace Enim Yeboah, who is Director of Business Banking at Absa Bank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I can't hear you. Good morning now. Kofi warned me it was a long walk to the stage. I didn't imagine what he was saying until I started walking. Felt like I'd never arrive. Thank God I'm here. All right, so let me stand on existing protocols and express my heartfelt and profound appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Mrs. Hagan, and I call him Uncle James, and Kofi and the entire team for this special honor done me. Thank you so much. I don't take it for granted. And I'm proud to be associated with the Lene brand. It's one I wear very gladly. Thank you so much. This year's theme for deliberation, the HR mandate, building resilient people and businesses, in my view, is timely. My favorite book says, a word spoken in due season, how good it is. This is the time for us to be discussing this issue. It's been time, especially when the world was rocked by the COVID-19 pandemic, but I dare say that there are a few surprises coming our way, and it's important to build strength, resilience, flexibility, and adaptability into our organizations, into our own lives, into the teams that we lead, into the precious people that we manage as HR practitioners. You know, and we see increasing trends of chaos. The world has been described as VUCA. Now we have bunny. It's brittle, it can easily break, it's fragile, and yet it's incomprehensible. There's a lot more anxiety now than there has ever been in the human generation. And life is non-linear. Back in the day, you know that when you move from step 1, you go to step 2, step 3, step 4. These days, I'm having daily conversations with my Gen Zs about how you shouldn't, it's okay if your path is not linear. It's okay if you have to shift sideways a little before you move forward. I have a lot of that conversation, and I'm sure that as HR practitioners, you have even more, of such conversations. This state calls for a recognition of the complexity, but also the need to respond appropriately in our organizations. It's important that we build into our systems and our processes for the organizations that we manage the capacity or capability to respond appropriately. Today, the human resource function is called human resource. In APSA, we call it people function. I don't know what else human resources will be managing in the next 10 years. Maybe robots, I don't know. But there are resources that we manage. So how we begin to think about how the interplay of those resources work is important. And I'm looking forward to the conversations that will be happening in the course of this conference. That help us to throw out some of these very topical issues. Some of them are nascent, they are burgeoning, they are only now beginning to show up. But how do we prepare ourselves, for these diversities? Okay. What this does is that it comes with attendant mental and emotional stresses that also require support systems for the people that we manage. And people are a precious resource, one that we need to treat like gold, if not better than gold. We saw the video and the challenges with people, but we do have stories also of beautiful engagements with people. It is possible to make it work. What do we do? How do we manage such that our people feel like they belong and they also are part of the success? The word resilience, when I looked it up in Google, the definition I had was that the capacity to withstand or recover quickly from difficulties. Another word it used was toughness. Somebody said being able to bounce back from setbacks. It means setbacks will come, but how you respond, the setback is not the problem. It is the response to the setback that makes all the difference. It talks about the courage to keep pushing forward even when things get tough. But I like what Michelle Obama said in her book, Becoming. She said, trouble and resilience live together. They are roommates. So as we are talking about building resilient businesses, we need to recognize that the reason or the need for the resilience is a certain challenge that exists. What are these challenges? A gentleman called Robert Jordan in The Fires of Heaven said that the oak fought the wind and it got broken. The willow bent when it needed to bend and it stayed alive. Adaptability, flexibility. When it comes to people, the workplace demographics has changed. We now have 5 generations working at the same time. From the baby boomers or traditionalists who only look up to pension. I remember my mother-in-law telling my husband that he should go and find a job where he'll be paid a pension. You know, that was what was important to her. To those who are saying, I'm not thinking about tomorrow, give me my money now, let me enjoy it. So it's a wide spectrum of generations with their own different worldviews. So as HR practitioners, how do we make sure that we are meeting the needs of this, broad, very broad and complicated spectrum? How do we make sure that as we are keeping the baby boomers and the millennials engaged, your Gen Zs with their unique world perspectives also feel relevant and contribute to the growth of the company? It is food for thought. This wide range calls for different skill sets in managing people. And believe you me, in today's world, you need that range. One of the things about sustainability, one of the things that will make our organization sustainable is diversity. And even if it makes you uncomfortable, let me tell you, it's the key to your success as a company or as a business. So embrace it. No matter how uncomfortable it makes you feel, give it a thought, give it attention. You might find a gem in there that will drive your business to the next level. The whole essence of resilience is to ensure that your business outlives its promoters. And that's my personal dream, really, that businesses outlive their founders and continues to grow and thrive into the future. The role of the human resource function is to ensure the right culture that is able to accommodate all the generations represented in the workplace, as well as support and drive the right demographic mix to allow for diversity. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and principles of ESG require us doing a bit more than just what is written in black and white. For example, by law, 90 days is what a female is entitled to for paid maternity leave. But in today's world, is that still relevant? Companies like Absa and Vodafone have moved that to 120 days. But companies like Diageo have gone to 180 days paid maternity leave for women. Are there other rules and regulations that require a second look, given the changing trends and times? For example, based on the MasterCard Foundation research, Africa is the youngest and fastest growing continent in the world. By 2030, there will be 375 million young people in the job market in Africa. Within a few decades, this demographic boom will push Africa's workforce to more than 1 billion people, the largest in the world. And it will be a young workforce. How are we preparing our organizations for that? The current levels of unemployment are high. That's why Absa Bank partnered with the MasterCard Foundation under their Young Africa Works initiative to support sustainable business growth with the end goal of creating 50,000 decent jobs over a 5-year period, I think it is worth a clap. What kind of training and policies and approaches are you putting to talent growth in the workplace? Let me make you a little bit uncomfortable. Should we be retaining retirees with contracts and extensions upon extensions upon extensions? Is it not a sign that we are failing to upskill young talent? Why can't we have professors at 30 years of age? Why must they be 80 before they become professors? It's just an example. But I think it's important for us to reflect on these things, because the essence of resilience is so that you can be sustainable. You're not being resilient for the sake of being resilient. You're being resilient so that your business can continue to go through the tides and the various seasons that life throws our way. The human resource role is critical for the sustainability of our organizations. Automation sometimes creates fear in people that machines will take over people's jobs. But the truth is that when the world was moving from agrarian to industrial, for every basic agrarian job lost, there were 4 new jobs created in industrialization. Somebody's got to man the machines. What it calls for is a new skill set. And how are we preparing the people we serve with new skills, with new abilities? How are we encouraging them? How are we encouraging ourselves to learn new skills, to be prepared for the future? It is the mandate of the people function or the human resources organization to ensure that organizations are ready today, but are also future fit. To meet the needs of the customer. HR must curate that, creating an inclusive environment with room for colleague collaboration, engagement, and entertainment is a must. All work and no play does what? I want to test whether you are listening. All work and no play. Thank you, we're together. I know it's not an easy mandate, the HR function. People are one of the most complex. Even God himself doesn't understand his own creation sometimes. People are complex. But the beauty is that as we work together, we are able to produce results. So may I submit to you that what we call VUCA, volatile, can be victorious. What is uncertain can be unique. What is complex can be compelling. And what is ambiguous can be audacious. My challenge to you, my dear friends, is to be your people's keeper. It is a blessed calling, and one that is top of mind for the Creator himself. On that note, I wish us all a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mrs. Amazing Grace Enimiboa. Please join me here. Do not be in a hurry to leave. I know it can get very lonely here, but please, we want to engage the audience a little bit more.
Okay.
Yes, if they have questions based on this submission, we'd love to have it. It's a forum, by the way. So yes, if you have some questions or some contributions, yes, we can have them for about 5 minutes. I'll have microphones come round.
Okay.
But we can appreciate her one more time. Thank you. Thank you. I just was hoping you wouldn't take this long walk to freedom and come back. You could put up your hand, and while your hand is up, I'll identify you. I have 2 persons from that side to the left. And please tell us who you are. We'd love to know you. Yes, and you can continue with either a question or a contribution.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Bell. I'm with New Crystal Health Services. I'm the head of HR there. So I worked in at the moment, Madam Amazing Grace was talking about retaining retirees on contract upon contract. And she also mentioned the baby boomers who just wanted to have pension at the end of their work. But I have a number of retirees or pensioners, people above 60, and they still want to be retained. And their issue is that they have financial issues, they have things they have to deal with. So now I'm torn between where to put them. Some have health issues, they can't continue in the role that they currently have. So how do we handle these issues? Because they have their pension and they still don't want to go home. Thank you.
Can we take a couple more? And then
We'll take another question and then we can have two. You can deal with that.
Elvis Sadongo, Accra Business School. I'm interested in what you did with VUCA. I probably would appeal to you to go over it, unless, of course, we have access to your speech.
Okay, so let me take the first two, and then we can look at the next set of questions. And please, this is a room full of wisdom, and so I will encourage that my seniors, you support me in this one. Okay, so my dear lady, thank you for your submission. I think it just emphasizes the fact that this is a real situation, and it's also about what we learn from what we have been through over time in our businesses. So how we prepare people for the world of work is important, but also how we prepare people for the world after work is also important, because what you find is that many times it's time for somebody to retire and they're not ready to go. You know, they haven't set up the way they wanted to set up. Maybe they haven't finished building their house, or their children are young, or there's so many other, factors that account for some of these things. So a few thoughts from my young mind, and then I will lean very heavily on Dr. Stella because she has a rich wealth of experience, so she can help us. But first of all, I think preparing, and that's why learning and unlearning and relearning is important. One of the skills of the future is also how to go home in comfort and in style, even if you are not earning a monthly salary. So how you manage your personal finances. And my dear lady, believe you me, even people who work in the financial sector have the same problem. Because of the dependence on concessionary loans, you feel like that tap will never run dry. But you need to have a plan, because life has only one constant, and that is change. And as that change happens, you are progressing slowly towards your exit gate. So how people prepare, and that's one of the things that the HR function can take up in terms of building people's capacity, yes, about the work that they do, but also even before retirement, if they want to pursue other interests, how to begin to do those things. We have the unofficial side hustle. How about making the side hustle official? And just ensuring that it doesn't conflict with the work that they do, and putting the right controls in place so that by the time they have to exit, they can go. Your frustration was clear around how they are even unable to do the job, and yet somehow they still don't want to go. Then it becomes a humor bro. It's like you are wicked, like Mr. Tobin was saying in the video. But it's not wickedness. When it's time, it's time. And also, there's a queue outside that also needs jobs. And they are young and energetic. They are a security threat. If they don't have jobs to do that, get them exhausted at the end of the day, you and I very soon will not sleep in peace. So it's important to manage. Yes, madam, please. Can an usher get the mic to the lady and then Dr. Stella to support? Thank you so much.
Sorry, I also had a question.
Please give it a minute. We'll come to your question. We're still responding to the first one.
Christabel, I think what the onus is on HR. HR is required to prepare everybody in the organization. From the day the person enters, this means the clock has already started ticking. So these days, you even don't wait till 30, 40. As soon as they enter, you start helping them with what? Preparing for retirement. So that when the time comes, they are willing to leave. You don't need to push them out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That's a very interesting one. And just as Dinah has said, and Amazing Grace has said, it's very important for us as HR people to understand that we work around policies and procedures. We work around strategies for engaging people, so engagement strategies. We work around interaction and people orientation. We work around getting the psyche of people to feel into the space that is there today and the space that is there tomorrow. I think a lot of us HR people shy away from some of those critical issues. And so you may go into an organization, they don't have any policy that actually works people to exit. They don't have a policy around difficult conversations. They don't have any policy that gets people to appreciate what is out there. And so we need to do that, number one. Again, we need to have HR people engagement strategies that are actually practical, that actually build itself upon emotional intelligence and emotionally understanding the other people, so that we are able to review and understand and get people to be multi-skilled. One of the reasons why this happens is that there are people who are very parochial. Unfortunately, whether it's their own fault or the fault of the organization, they are very parochial. And for what they do, when they think when they step out, there'll be nothing else that they can do. Let us try to rotate people, get them to be multitasking, get them to build their resilience and their skills around many things. And then let us showcase to them the fact that it is possible and there are 1,001 opportunities when they step out. When we are able to put this practically together and have that emotional connection with our people, they will be more than happy, sometimes even rely on our advice and counsel and step out there to have some kind of better life, out there. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stella.
To react finally to this, please allow me to acknowledge board member of Lene Group, Dr. Joyce Aye.
Old ages. Thank you very much. Amazing Grace, you are amazing.
Thank you.
Got to a stage where, I was thinking, my goodness, what a choice of words. But actually, let's face it, life is a spectrum. You get to 6 years old, you will get to 10, right? You will get to 30. Why should an HR person tell you that as you grow old, you will leave the world of formal employment? You don't need an HR person to tell you, because you should know that you will grow. And even as you're growing, younger people are coming, including your own children, whom you expect to get work. So assuming you don't leave the work, what will your children do? This one is not what they call it. It wasn't the rocket science. I think that sometimes we like to build things around academic thoughts. Life is simple. Life is simple. And we must appreciate the spectrum of life and plan for that. Must plan. The fact that we are multi-skilled is an advantage. A lot of us like to say that we are not entrepreneurial. It's true. But if you have knowledge, can't you pass that knowledge on? Do you have to be in a formal place to pass knowledge on? No. So it's good for us as individuals also to plan our lives. Sometimes when we are 30, 35, we think that we're going to stay there forever. We get advantages, we travel, we get per diems and so on, and we spend the money on ourselves. We don't create a culture of savings. I myself went through that until God knocked some sense into my head. Yes, knocked some sense into my head. Then I realized that even with my little salary, I could put away a certain amount regularly and build it up. Let's also take some of these decisions for ourselves. We come on this earth and we leave it. So you enter a world of work and you leave it. Simple. Titia. Nakaino.
Thank you so much, Auntie Joyce. I think there's nothing more to be said. Thank you. Okay, so to the gentleman's question around VUCA, volatile, I said, can be victorious. Uncertain is actually unique. Complex can be compelling. And ambiguous can be audacious. Thank you so much. I think we have a few more questions.
We can take just one more at this point since we've run out in this session. The gentleman in that corner, yes.
There was also a lady who wanted to ask a question, so if you can make it crisp. Yes.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Iraja Labisi. I'm from Newmont, Africa. So I just wanted you to elaborate on a statement that you made that I found very depth. So you said sustainability comes with diversity. And for me, that's the first time that I've heard sustainability and diversity in the same sentence. And then you also mentioned that diversity may be uncomfortable, but it is needed in modern day companies in order to stay relevant. So if you could please elaborate on that a little bit more. Thank you.
Hello? Yes.
Thanks for a very amazing and inspiring presentation. You did mention that you want to see organizations, the founders, outlive the organizations. What is your assessment of the current situation in Ghana, and what will be your recommendations in terms of succession planning? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're sending me down my favorite alley. But let me attend to Irajua, and then we'll come to your question. So, Irajua, sustainability itself is life, okay? And diversity is needed. Imagine if you had only one species, let's say just one animal on Earth, what would happen? Okay. In our corporate organizations, the reason why diversity is important is because when you have different views, you are able to get different perspectives. So it's like looking at a prism from different angles. All those different angles are part of the prism, but those angles coming together is what brings out the beauty, is what allows the light to reflect. Sorry, my husband is a physicist. I'm not a scientist, but I like this example. Okay, so that diversity has a value for the organization, and you will find that organizations that allow it to thrive are actually organizations where the environment is less toxic. It's an environment where people can speak up, but it's also an environment where there's accountability. You know, because you are allowed to be you and to bring all of yourself to the workplace, you are also responsible for ensuring that what you are tasked to do, you do and do it excellently. Because your bit together with another person's bits all comes together for the organization to achieve the results that it needs. So diversity is critical. Finally, on that point, if you look at the boards that are more diverse, companies that have more diverse boards, you will find that there is a certain value that drives that organization, and they produce the results. You know, and that's why diversity and inclusion is so topical for businesses to grow to the next level. And because the world is changing so rapidly, you actually need that value. Otherwise, your company will disappear. Because if you have one set of thinking of a certain, let's use the generations, a certain generation, before long, what that generation called normal doesn't even exist anymore. We didn't used to have mobile phones. Today, we're virtually working off them. Officially, it's accepted. When mobile phones first came, it wasn't accepted. Now even emojis are being ruled. When you give an emoji of thumbs up, they say by law you have agreed to a contract. The world is changing rapidly. And so we also need to ensure that we are at par or at pace, or have the teams that understand what that change means working with us to deliver on our results. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Now to your question around organizations outliving their founders. So I'm very passionate about that. When I started working with businesses, when I joined business banking in Absa Bank a few years ago, one thing struck me. Every business's problem was money, access to funding, access to funding. Now you give the funding and you see your NPL going, non-performing loans, Say, but your problem, was it access to funding? So digging a little deeper, you will find that corporate governance was an issue. The structures in the organization were an issue. The readiness to even consume the funding that was provided was an issue. That's what led us to look for different collaborating mechanisms. And we have a lot of collaborations in Absa Bank. MasterCard Foundation is one of them. I dare say it is the most impactful on the surface because of the things it's allowing us to do, including giving loans to SMEs at 10%. Unprecedented. But when you come to the challenges around local businesses, one, finding the right talent. I think that's where the problem starts from. When you hire based on Yemewafase and my friends, whatever, you get into trouble. Not because the people are bad, it's just that the lines are blurred, so it's difficult. So even if for Yemewafase, there's a KPI you must meet. Let's ensure that you're meeting it, you're doing your job, you're being professional. Now, once you do that, the next step, which is always a terrifying step for an entrepreneur, believe you me, say, I'm an entrepreneur. I started the school with my firstborn. It's not easy. Okay? The next step is finding somebody you can trust that you can begin to transfer knowledge into. The key I have found over time is not to identify just one person. Have a pool of people who are probable successes. Because of that, you need to start early so that the business doesn't revolve only around the promoter. One of the biggest challenges for succession planning is that everything is in the head of the founder and nothing is anywhere else. But you need to have systems and processes. Auntie mentioned that systems and processes, policies, as Dr. Stella mentioned, documented processes and policies, so that if you're not there, the organization can run. If the person you trust so much is not there, the organization can run. I've seen companies get stranded because one person decided to work, and he was the repository of all the knowledge in the company. Everybody had to go to him for anything. There was nothing documented. Documented, tested, challenge it, you query it, you recycle that over time, you see that you begin to get results. And in one of our SME clinics, I remember a very senior businessman, after the first 2 sessions, came for the 3rd session with a couple of people he thought were his succession plan. And he had tears in his eyes. He said, "This has been my headache. I can't even go on vacation. If I go on vacation and come back, I'll be in trouble. It's like I'm starting afresh." But as you begin to expose those people, as you begin to build their capacity, you find that you begin to rest easy. And I'm happy to say that the entrepreneurs who are responding positively to these things are beginning to see the results. In the capacity buildings that we do, since we started the MasterCard collaboration at the end of, we actually started the trainings in 2021, we've already trained over 5,000 SMEs. And the results are beginning to show because we want sustainable growth. We want growth that can continue well into the future. That's what we're working on. Thank you, sir. So thank you all so much.
Lovely. A huge round of applause, please, to the ever amazing Grace Enim-Yeboah. Please, we can do better for her while she takes a very long walk to freedom. I thought the DJ would have probably played Unyeska Wenum. Unyeska Wenum. Yes, but that's not the case. I believe that all these learnings would indeed shape our lives in our careers and as we spend time working to a fruitful end. One more time, thank you very much, Reverend Mrs. Amazing Grace Enimbiaboa. Yes, we love you so much for these. Going on, ladies and gentlemen, it is still the HR Focus Conference 2023, and please allow me to acknowledge a few personalities amongst us. First on my list is Dr. Mrs. Ellen Hagan, founder and group CEO of Lene, who is already up, yes. Already mentioned, but I love to do that, such a very modern icon in terms of education for women and leading women issues. Please is the Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, founder, Salt and Light Ministries, and also board member of Lene. Also already who has been on the stage is Mr. James La, Managing Director, Lene HR. And the Practitioner of the Year 2015, Dr. Mrs. Stella Ejanim Boateng. The Managing Director of Engen Ghana, a very good brother, Mr. Brent Nati. Now for the Awards Technical Committee, or representing the Awards Technical Committee, starting with the Chairman of the Awards Technical Committee, Dr. Richard Cherboa. A member of the Awards Technical Committee, Mr. Festus Anagla. Another member, Madame Diana Amwako. Former Commissioner of the National Labor Commission, Mrs. Eva Osei Nunu. Oh, right there, to my left. And Madam Blossom Osman, who is head of HR, Lene HR. Now, the president of the Chartered Institute of HR Management, CIHRM, Dr. Edward Kwapong. And last but not the least on my list is also a member of the Awards Technical Committee, Mrs. Martha Kwashi. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. As I mentioned earlier, if you have any suggestions or questions, the forum would open into an open forum, and from there would have a lot of conversations ongoing, at least a little longer than usual. You would bear with us that for a year where we have to put two events, a two-day event together into a one-day or a full-day event, it's going to take us a little bit of stretching, but we believe that we have the capacity to stretch. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please now let me announce our very first panel discussion that is to come here at the HR Focus Conference 2023. Let me invite my panelists on the stage. This first person I'll introduce is the current HR Practitioner of the Year and also Director of HR at Vodafone Ghana, Hannah Ashiokai Akron, please. Such a power to reckon with when it comes to HR. You know, one thing I love about this, when you come with your own support. Yes, I've mentioned she's the current HR practitioner. Yes. Guys, you are the G's. Yeah, making it happen. All right, now let's go on to the founder and CEO of the Certification Center, Mr. Jeff Bassey, please. And let me call on the lead practitioner for Standard Chartered Bank, Mr. Chris Diaba. Finally, we have joining them the head of People Hollard Ghana, Mr. George Panford, who also doubles as the moderator for the panel discussions and Q&A. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. George Panford. They'll have a discussion on the topic, Developing Resilient Leadership, Key Competencies for Professionals. Please, you can take a seat there. And I'll hand over proceedings to you. I'll be back in the next 10 minutes where we would have some Q&A with the rest.
Hello. So we are here to deliberate on the topic, developing resilient leadership, key competencies for HR professionals. And of course, it's looking into some of the issues that has already been touched on by our keynote speaker. And so with me to do that this morning, they've already been introduced. And so we'll go straight to the concerns. We'll go straight to the issues. We'll want to know from my panel members what their views are on developing resilient leadership, key competencies for HR professionals. Just what's your understanding? What are your views when we talk about developing resilient leadership, key competencies for HR? Okay, Hannah, you can take it.
We should just start in no particular order. Good morning, and a very big thank you to our keynote speaker. I have to say, I had never heard the name Amazing Grace. If I had heard it, I may have named my daughter that. It's so pretty. Thank you very much. Resilience is a word that I think we have heard about, we have talked about in our organizations, in our personal lives. And really, what does it mean to build a resilient organization? And to my understanding, it is ensuring that you are building teams, you're building an organization that stands the test of time. Now, the test of time can come from economic hardships. It can come from situations like COVID-19, completely unexpected. Amazing Grace talked about a VUCA environment. And so what are you doing as leaders? And I would say it's not just the function of HR, but really, as leadership, what are you doing to ensure that you are building an organization that is built to last? So there's some components to resilience in organizations, and I'll just touch on a few of them because I know that I'm sure my other panel members will touch on others as well. I think for me, a key thing is leadership. And it's a succession. I think somebody mentioned it in the beginning. So how are you building succession in your organization? Is your organization built around one person, a personality, right? For example, the CEO. And if the CEO leaves today, does everything crumble? Or is there a succession plan in place to ensure that if this person leaves, there are certain things that quickly come into place. There's somebody, a successor who is announced, even if it's an interim one, that is announced who can take decisions and who can move the organization forward. So it's leadership, and then it's systems and processes, right? Processes laid down, it could be simple as lay down procedures, policies, HR policies where if there are situations in the organization, so for example, an employee is experiencing bullying, right? Where do they take that? Immediately they go to HR. There is policies to address that, and you take care of that. And then there are situations as well, too, that test the organization that there's so much you can prepare for. But are you hiring people who have built personal resilience over time, or have you equipped them with a space to be able to think for themselves, or have you been doing all the thinking such that when there are situations happen in the organization that hasn't happened before, they are found wanting and they can't step up, right? So all of that comes into building resilient organizations. And as HR leaders, I guess, more than most people, have to ensure that the people that we're bringing into our organization, we're giving them the tools needed to be resilient. Health, safety, well-being is a key one as well. And that the organization, when the time comes, when there's a crisis, they're able to step up and meet these challenges.
Thank you. So Dr. Bassey, we'll want to find out what are the core competencies that distinguish resilient HR leaders from their counterparts, and how can HR professionals develop these competencies?
Right. Good morning to everyone. And thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to share my thoughts on this rather all-important subject area. My thoughts had always been that the relevance of leadership, it's problems. In the absence of problems, we don't need leaders. We don't need, if everything was right, then leadership would be a waste of everybody's time. So appreciation of managers, and in this case, we are discussing the people manager, the human resources manager, to understand that your relevance for being there is because there are problems. I tell managers when you are promoted from a manager to a senior manager, it only means that you are trusted to handle bigger problems, and that is the only reason you will be promoted to a different level. Generally, too many of our managers are training very little or no leadership, and the resultant effect is how our organizations are heavily overmanaged and underled. It's important for HR to appreciate that we are bearers of the CEO's vision. Human resource manager is the bearer of the CEO's vision. Last night I was speaking at an HR event and I shared with them some thought of the late Jack Welch, former CEO of General Electric, who thought that between two football teams, the one that will mostly win the match is the team with the better side of players. How come if France was going to play Ghana, you were setting in your heart that we would lose as Ghanaians and France will win? How did you know that? It's because you are convinced that they had better players. Now, so Jack Welch would ask you whether you would rather hang up with the team accountant or the player personnel manager, the guy who is in charge of filling in the players that will guarantee a win for the organization. So we indeed, as HR professionals, play a very vital role in the organization. In some jurisdiction, the person who is closest as the deputy CEO is the HR, because once we get a people bit wrong, everything else will not go right. Because I say that running an organization involves just two things: leading people and managing systems. And too many a time, once you get a people leadership bit right, everything else would probably go right. Now, I know how much HRs discuss questions of policies, for instance. We draft beautiful policies, but really do not put any power, any leadership power behind those policies. And I'm always quick to remind managers that people don't follow documented plans. They follow leaders who show leadership in the organization. Anybody here who probably have been my student before have heard me share this story, how I went to facilitate a strategy session for one of the organizations in one of the facilities around the Volta Lake, one of the resorts. Now, the architecture of that hotel is such that you don't drive in, you leave your vehicle out, and you are either carried in by a cart or you're working on something. We arrived on a Monday evening, if my memory serves me right. The following day, I walked to my car to pick a bottle of wine, and when I attempted stepping back into the hotel, I got flagged down by a security officer. Good evening, sir. Here, they don't allow foreign wine in. Foreign wine as in wine you didn't buy from the hotel. Because of the little leadership orientation I have, I first and foremost was like, they don't. Where do you work? He said, I work here. Okay, so if a person who is a staff of an organization begins to say they don't, that means he's alienated from the vision, from the policy, where the organization thinks is going. And who are they, or who is he referring to as they? Managers, yourselves. The people who sit at the top floors and in your suit and air conditioner rooms and drinking tea, say, I should tell you that they don't allow foreign wine here. Now, the other side, or the second part of our conversation will shock you. He told me, but here's what you can do, sir. You can go back into your vehicle, put the wine in a polythene paper so when you are passing, no one sees you. The person who had been put there to guard the gate just aided me to crash the gate. Apparently because he didn't understand the conventional wisdom behind why the policy existed. He knew there was a policy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stated it to me. Fundamentally, people are conservative and resistant to change. And if they don't understand the reason behind the policy, then they wouldn't go by it at all. They revert to what they think makes sense to them. So what I want to say in conclusion at this stage is that the only time people are truly motivated to act is when they understand the consequences of inaction. There's a documented policy, but nobody engaged him to understand why the policy existed. Probably they also deal in wine, and if they allowed foreign wine, business wouldn't grow. Probably the hotel will be held liable if anybody ate anything poisonous, something. But nobody engaged him. They only gave him a paper or told him that this policy exists and make sure nobody brings a foreign wine in. But he aided me to bring the wine. I was the beneficiary of his directive, so I did everything he asked me to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So you've mentioned leadership, you've mentioned communication, you've mentioned having a vision and a purpose. So, Mr. Deaba, are there any other competencies that you want to add that are required as resilient leaders?
Thank you very much. And of course, thank you for inviting me. With regards to competencies, I like to say that one of the ones that obviously I would say is learnability. We spend a lot of time focusing on what was, when it may not be relevant for today and into the future. How well do we understand the value of, almost cliche, the ability to unlearn, learn, and relearn? I'm biased, obviously. And so that for me is where it starts from. If it's got to do with leadership ability, there are leadership principles that worked yesterday that will not work today. I'll give you an example. The picture or the image of yesterday's leader is the image of the superstar. He or she has all the answers. Everybody looks to him for all the direction. Today, you cannot go that way. That picture today will not be tenable because it is very easy for people to walk away from you if you come up with that picture. What that means is today's leadership requires you to shift from being the one who comes across as knowing all the answers to being the one who knows where to find the answers, whether from within or from your group. So that requires a shift in moving away from what you knew yesterday to today. Now I'll give you two examples that will tell you the next area I'm going to. Country A, I went into the hotel and there was a problem in my room. And I came out and this gentleman who was polishing shoes of guests, and I said to him, I have a problem here. Now, you would expect that he would say, well, you can call reception or something. And he said, I can help you with that. Typically, I said, are you sure? Because in my mind, he polishes shoes. He said, oh, don't worry. Less than 2 minutes later, I got a call in my hotel room on the phone to say, we understand you have XYZ problem. I'm sending somebody over to help you. In this hotel room, there was a small sign on the table that said that our workers are already paid, so they don't need tips. And that was the first time I had seen that in a hotel, and it struck me. Fast forward, country B. I had a problem with my internet connectivity. I called the reception. They said, okay, Nothing happened. I waited another 10 minutes. I went out looking out for somebody, met a number of the people who I thought were the workers. They said, okay, nothing happened. 30 minutes later, I went to the reception and I spoke to, I said, I called the reception. He said, it wasn't me, but tell me what your problem was. And I said it. Every one of the people I spoke to said, oh, we are sorry. Nobody did anything. And then I hit the roof and I said, can I speak to the boss? And then they said, okay, he'll get to you. I said, no, I'm not going. Until I get answers, I'm not leaving the reception. And then somebody walked over to me and said, oh, I'm the head of IT. Now, all the solutions that you were given, don't mind them. Use this particular one. If you have any problems, ask for me. Now, in his mind, he was being very helpful to me. In my mind, I was being very suspicious. Because what it meant for me is, if I'm using the internet at 1 a.m., and he in particular is not there, what happens to me? And yet in his mind, he was giving me the ultimate answer. And so what I think is the next thing to deal with, it's mindset. How do we ensure, starting with us, let's begin with us as the HR leaders, how do we ensure that we have the mindset that allows for quick response, that understands the full picture, that is able to work at the balcony and also descend into the factory floor or on the dance floor and get into the gutters and do what has to be done? So I've given you two there. One is mindset. The other is what I call learnability.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can do it better. Thank you. So yeah, we all agree that the HR landscape is changing, it's evolving. So how can HR leaders effectively balance traditional HR function with the demands of evolving leadership roles? Hannah, you will want to take that.
So we have to keep abreast with what is happening in our industry. First of all, we have to understand our businesses, our sectors that we work in. Because if you're going to be a strategic business partner and be the advisor to the organization, you have to understand what the organization is about, what the business is about, how it even makes money, what are the things that challenges the organization. And we can't be comfortable in our roles and just identify our roles to, I think what you'd call the traditional, recruiting, onboarding, all of these things. We have to go way past that. And even before people coming to the organization, we have to look at the whole employee life cycle, attract and onboarding, right? How do we even attract people to our organization? What are the unique selling propositions of our organization, the employer value proposition, so that people who are outside, the right talent can be attracted to even apply for roles in your organization. And then when they come in, the whole talent management process. So what are some of the things that are happening now, for example, in recruiting, right? Everybody's talking about AI, everybody's talking about ChatGPT, etc. So if our CEOs come to us and are asking us, put together a plan for how we're going to integrate AI into our talent management strategy. Or if that question is asked to us at a meeting, are we found wanting or do we know what it is? We have to understand the speak that is going on. We have to understand the questions, what are the discussions in roundtables, etc., so that we can speak to these things. Now, you don't always get it correct, but you have to learn what is going on. Another thing is, if you look at the employee life cycle, I think one of the most important thing is how you infuse culture, organization culture, into every aspect of the employee life cycle. What do you reward?
the behaviors that you're saying is important to you, those are the behaviors that you have to reward. If you're saying that teamwork is important to you, but constantly people see that you're rewarding that person who is always, people are always talking about, that person is like a sole operator, will jump over everybody, will talk badly about everybody to get their stuff done. At the end of the quarter, at the end of the year, if you're doing performance reviews, are you rewarding this person just because they have achieved all of their technical objectives that you set? What about the how, right? The how, which is the culture that you're trying to build. And so if you're doing that, employees are looking at and see, well, then it doesn't really pay for me to be a team player because I see so-and-so being rewarded for doing the exact opposite. So we have to ensure that the culture that we are building can be found all through the employee, like saying how we onboard, how we reward, how we performance manage.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, we need to stay informed and we need to build the right culture. Okay, Dr. Bassey, you will want to add something to that. How do we balance traditional HR functions with the demands of evolving leadership roles?
Right. As my colleague Hannah had mentioned, learning the business with support, for me, is a key. When Auntie Joyce was speaking, she mentioned that we like to build a lot of these concepts around academic debates and whatnot. Really, life can be pretty simple. And so I say that the relevance of the HR is to help solve organizational problems. One of the key challenges of HRs today, in my view, is we think too much HR. Think the business and develop, policies, design HR plans to align or solve organizational problems. We don't exist for ourselves. That is how come I wouldn't expect how HR is done in a telco as the same way it will be done in a manufacturing environment, as the same way it will be done in an extractive industry like the gold mining or oil drilling, or even in the bank. And so you understand your environment, and then you build your HR activities to resolve those challenges for the organization. We do not exist for ourselves. We got to make sure. After COVID came and some organizations started doing this remote work and what have you, I engaged an organization, or an organization engaged my services, consulting services. And I asked the HR, how do you do your performance management now that people work remotely or from home? And it's the same system when everybody was coming to the office. We can't manage performance when people are working remotely the same way as we would do if they were sitting in the office. The information we provide in the classroom, you have an MBA in HR. These days, lots of people, maybe not everybody, hide behind MBAs and pretend they're intelligent. The classroom knowledge provides you with a framework. When you get to your environment, ensure that you are able to build systems that respond to that organization's challenges as you meet every day. Once again, I can mention the relevance of leadership is your ability to solve problems.
Yeah, thank you. So, emotional intelligence. We've mentioned, and it's been said, emotional intelligence is key for resilient leadership. I would want to know from you, how can HR develop emotional intelligence? How can we as HR professionals develop emotional intelligence?
Thank you. Just to clarify, you're talking about how HR can develop emotional intelligence in their teams or within themselves?
So within themselves, in the team.
Thank you. It starts with understanding yourself. How many times are you upset and you're speaking with somebody and they ask you, are you upset? And you say, no. But you are upset. So even before we get to emotional intelligence, let's start with emotions. Do you know your emotions? Do you know what your trigger points are? Do you know what upsets you? Do you know, and I'm a Ghanaian, I can talk about the Ghanaian who laughs when they are embarrassed, who rejoices when they are mourning, who smiles when they are angry. all these things can be more like a contradiction of what they show and what's inside. Now, your emotions are not what you do. Combined with your thinking, they influence what you do. And so you start by recognizing what emotions you're having, what makes you get those emotions. And that's number one. Then you move on to understanding how other people are behaving, not by assuming, but by clarifying. And I always like to use the example of the iceberg. We do know that only about 9 to 10% of the iceberg is visible. That 9 to 10% of the visible iceberg reflects what can be seen, how we behave, what we see. The 90 to 91% would reflect a combination of our thoughts, our emotions, our beliefs, our values, our needs, the met needs and the unmet needs. And here's where it gets interesting. Every single time when we engage with people, we judge them by their worst actions and judge ourselves by our best intentions. Now, if you're an HR, you've got to understand that because people see you as a reflection of whether it's the people processes or the people policies or the procedure in the organization, they are reflecting everything that relates to you. Your conscious behavior they see, but they read beneath that and make their assumptions of what you're thinking and what your emotions are. And those ones are typically unconscious. And so each one of us will have to make time and pay attention to ourselves. The final statement I'll make around that in terms of emotions is this. As a person, whether HR or a leader or all it involves, as a person, be mindful of, or let me put it this way, catch yourself listening to yourself. Catch yourself and catch your thought processes. And you will notice that unless you have done that discipline, more than 60% of your thought processes are negative. And that could impact how you come across. And that's where the value of emotional intelligence is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Self-awareness and self-regulation. Thank you very much, Mr. Diaba. So, time is prompting me. So we've tried to look into developing resilient leadership key competencies for HR professionals, and we've touched this on culture of the company. We've also heard about emotional intelligence, problem solving, communication, and of course, getting leadership buy-in in the things that we do. I want to thank the panel members for this topic. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a huge round of applause. Thank you, Olivia Cowan. Please, I'd allow two. This is still a further development of the topic, developing resilient leadership, key competencies for professionals, that Reverend Mrs. Amazing Grace Enimebo had already touched on as a keynote speaker. Based on this, we're having this discussion, so if you still have something from the previous submission you would quickly want to put up your hand. If you have a contribution as well, and that's what the forum is all about. So let's get some hands, and we'll bring the microphone to you right away.
Good morning. I'm Francis Abaku from University of Ghana Business School studying accounting.
Hello. All right, so this microphone works better. Let me change that for you so we can all hear you. If there's another question, please just put up your hand so I can identify you. Thank you.
All right, I'm Francis, studying accounting at the University of Ghana Business School, and I would like to make reference to our keynote speaker, Dr. Amazing Grace. She touched on the preparations of the HR department or HR in the next 10 years, and I was looking at it this way. The revelation of the world in Christianity and all over has made it clear that if you want to make an impact, a very viable impact, you look at your upcoming generation. So we in the universities are the upcoming generation. We come for internships, and then it's more or less like everybody. The notion in school right now is that internship is all about go and buy kinky and go and buy wachi. But then my internship opportunity I had with Glyco General, it was very nice for me. It changed my whole learning perspective when I came back to school. So I'm saying it this way, since I'm in a room full of those who take a look at our internships or supervise our internships, why not make the internship to the HR student who is coming to intern more attractive for him? Not more or less like go and do photocopies, go and buy wachi, go and buy kinky. Let's get us involved a little bit, even in the underground works. It piques our interest a lot when we go back to school. Yes, thank you very much. And before that, the last semester, I was having a conversation with a friend, and he was saying that, so internships that we are not being paid safe, we are not getting slots. So how much more the job market? So please, if possible, there's slots for interns. Yes, let's look at it, because we come for internship opportunities and we don't get. All right, it's more or less like protocol now. Right.
Please, panelists, would you want to deal with this? If you have any senior members in the front row as well who would love to deal with this, George, over to you and your people if you want to deal with this. But maybe we should take a last question. As soon as the gentleman started talking, I heard somebody whispering, "Omobo Munyeshi."
Okay. My name is Elaine Hammond, and my question has to do with toxicity in the office, basically organizational culture. How do we as HR handle that? Thank you.
Thank you for making it brief. Oh, you didn't hear that? Please say that again.
Toxicity in the office, basically organizational culture. It's a cultural thing. How do we break it? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think the first question has to do with interns in the office, and how can we improve or make their stay better? How can it be more challenging? Yeah. Challenging works as for
And finally, he said something about it's now protocol. They go for internships and they don't get it, and it seems to be a protocol order that admits people as well. So that's the final bit.
And other things.
Yeah. I mean, when I hear things like that, it really breaks my heart, because that's not what an internship is supposed to be. What we can do as HR leaders, as HR managers, as people who are hiring interns into our organization, for me, you have to know what the intern is coming to do in the first place, which is why I always challenge my HR business partners. The manager who's requesting an intern, they have to submit a form indicating this is what the person is coming to do. This is why I need an intern. This is the projects that they're going to work on. Or sometimes we have a project that is going on, and then we want 5, 10 interns to come and work on it. So there is an already identified objective why you're coming into the organization. And so you're not coming and then, for us to use you as somebody to buy tea, make tea, etc. That's not acceptable at all. And if you find yourself in that situation, I'm begging you, please try and find another internship. I know it's not easy, but try the best you can not to let your whole 3 months, or if it's a year, be about that, because you leave not really having done anything. What was the second part of his question? The second part was about, protocol. Again, I think I have to speak personally to my organization, Vodafone, and I have to say that that's not what we do. We partner very closely with a lot of the universities. We're on campus during career days. We have this program with the University of Science and Technology, Ghana Telecom University, the University of Ghana, etc., the Female Engineering Scholarship Program. And it's really a pipeline that feeds into our diversity program. And this is where we hire female engineers. We go in their third year, we give them scholarships, and then we give them internship opportunities. We partner them with mentors in our organizations. And it has nothing to do with who you know, because we have partnered with the institutions, the directors in the engineering facilities, and they, alongside us, have to determine who gets these slots. And so it has nothing to do with that. But I do recognize that there is, that part of it where you are denied internships because somebody else has gotten the slots because they know somebody. We have to break the cycle of that. There is, I think I saw a post on Facebook where somebody was saying they attended a graduation ceremony and there were 4,000 graduates 4,000 people who graduated. How many of these are going to be employed? And that's just one institution, right? How ready are we and how many can each organization take? And is that really the only path, right? What are the other paths? How are we preparing our graduates not just to enter the workforce, but to do other things as well? Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, so to add to that, yes, it is important that as companies, we define what we want, for interns. And I will always ask heads of departments and units to tell us or give a detailed schedule of what the person is coming to do. It is important to establish that. But as an intern, you go through orientation, you are taught what to do and what not to do. If you allow yourself to be sent for the wachi trips and errands, then somebody will say it's waru, wara. We don't expect that to happen. But most of the time as interns, we are also willing to run those errands because we get some of the goodies.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking to the question on toxicity in the workplace. I think Hannah said something earlier on about the behaviors we reward. It is not so much what is on paper that we say these are the values that this organization stands for. It is the unwritten rewards for some behaviors. If you find as HR that you are not open to listen to people's issues and understand the why of those issues, they would increase the grapevine. They would find a channel to share the information. If you are in the space as HR where you are very much into what I call the beauty pageant, you know what I mean by the beauty pageant, where you are more particular about looking good as an organization, and therefore when there are things that go wrong, you paper over them and then make it look like nothing is happening, they will find an outlet. That outlet often is poisonous. And so dealing with toxicity in the workplace, whatever that toxicity represents, will require you being able to create opportunities where people can share their thoughts, their frustrations. Number two, I encourage all of us as HR people to give our offices a break and join our colleagues in the working space. They don't do the formal conversations when they come to your office. When you sit next to them in the space, you'd find that with time, they're used to having you around. So they would share their conversations, to share their jokes. Initially, they can have a full conversation whilst you're present, and you won't even know the conversation is happening because they are very suspicious of you. But with time, they get to ease up because they know you are, quote unquote, one of them. Third thing I would say around toxicity in the workplace is that for every single thing we do, be aware that many times when you go into the EXCO meeting, by the time you come out, somebody out there has heard what happened in the EXCO meeting. And typically, how you respond to some of the questions that will be asked of you would influence how they judge your genuineness. And the extent to which you are genuine will influence the extent to which people can connect with you and share with you what is not often shared in the open space. That way it helps you to engage and reduce or possibly completely eliminate toxicity. So the behaviors you reward, how available you are, and how genuine you are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a huge round of applause for them. I believe it's been an amazing discussion, don't you agree? Yes, thank you for being here and sharing your time with us. We appreciate you more than ever. And George, thank you as well for being an amazing moderator for this segment. Or you can do better for them while they take their seats.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to acknowledge a few more persons who have joined us in person. We have the Managing Director of Rainbow Consult, Mrs. Margaret Jackson, please. Also the CEO of Axis Human Capital, Professor Esi Ansa. Last but not the least is the Managing Director, Seamless HR, Mr. Emmanuel Keleji. Probably he just stepped out. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it is still the Vodafone HR Forum here at the HR Focus Conference 2023. And while we do so, please, I think it's about time we take a message from the sponsor of the segment. Please stay tuned on your screen.
Data Ebony Day *700#
BOY boy. Taxi. Ama is going home. Further together.
You can be part of a greater data world of endless possibilities on Vodafone. With the best value and amazing data offers and services in Ghana, you can now dream bigger, explore wider, go further, get more for less with Vodafone data.
We can do anything we put our mind to.
Vodafone. Further together.
Every solution is the
right one. Pick the right solution with Vodafone One Business, your all-in-one solutions package for all your business's communication needs. Call 050-777-9000 or email sme@vodafone.com today.
The rapid growth of the Jospon Group has shown important signs of diversity and interest in a wide range of businesses and sustaining our vision of being the most successful African holding company, leading in every sector we operate in. Throughout our 25+ years of working to improve the lives of people in Ghana and across the African continent, the business module of the group and its subsidiaries has been centered on establishing strong business partnerships and a plethora of foreign and local organizations and institutions. We have over the years collaborated with market leaders in major sectors of the African and world economy, as well as giant institutions in technology, education, and as well as governmental institutions. Involvement with some of the world's best brands and organizations has molded the Jospon brand to be a major gateway to private sector partnership for business in Africa. The Jospon Group of companies, with over 60 subsidiaries, operates in 14 sectors of the Ghanaian economy, with a number of these operations extending to other parts of Africa and the Middle East. These vast range of operations are selectively grouped into 5 clusters, controlled by an apex board and supervised under 5 chief operating officers for each cluster. Environmental sanitation is the largest group, which covers over 60% of the Jospon Group operations, with businesses in the circular economy space comprising of waste management in terms of public cleansing, residential waste collection, treatment and processing of liquid waste, solid waste, and medical waste. The cluster also includes major companies that also undertake recycling of plastic and organic waste, being the largest producer of organic compost fertilizer in Ghana. It holds the most individual subsidiaries and the highest percentage profit contribution to the group, starring the biggest waste management company in West Africa, Zoomlion Ghana Limited. The Commercial and Allied Services cluster is a key profit contributing cluster to the Jospon Group of companies. This cluster generally consists of companies that sees to the operations of the Jospon Group in its customer-facing services, such as multimedia, hospitality, printing and publishing, human resource outsourcing and consulting services, and other allied services. Businesses under technical and logistic are into manufacturing, building and construction, automobile and equipment, ports and logistics services, agriculture and agribusiness, mining and quarry, as well as oil and gas. Operations under information and communication technology centers on providing solutions in the information technology space, including software development, programming, website development, auditing of telcos, SIM-box fraud detection, and other digital archiving of documents. This group also provides data collection services and cybersecurity operations. Under financial service, the company boasts of a universal bank, Omni BSIC Bank, 2 insurance companies, one in general insurance, Millennium Insurance, and the other in health, Cosmopolitan Insurance, Kimpton Trust, a pensions trust, a venture capital company, Union Capital. The successes of the group and its upward trajectory in growth is clearly evident in the rapid increase in subsidiaries and the phenomenal recording of revenue, awards, and recommendations achieved by the companies, clusters, individuals, and the group as a whole. The Jospong Group of Companies, a true testimony of the great business avenue that radiates rapid achievement, leadership, and great partnerships. Jospong Group of Companies, fostering sustainable development through partnership.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our sponsors. I believe truly that with Vodafone, there's a solution for everyone, right? Yes, if fans could just appear in cars. I was hoping to have probably seen robotic hands, but truly it is a solution just for you if you're an SME. So please take note of that. It is still the Vodafone HR Forum segment of the HR Focus Conference 2023. And stepping up, there is an in-person sponsor presentation that will be done by Best Way Consult, represented by Prince Klugeson, please. Let's appreciate him one more time while he steps up on the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, I want to thank the Group CEO of Linné, Dr. Mrs. Ellen Hagen, and the Managing Director of Linné Services Limited, Mr. James La, and the organizers of this program for putting together this wonderful event. It is a great privilege and honor to be here. Thank you. As earlier stated, I'm the CEO of Best Way Consult Limited, and what we do is we train management and staff of companies to develop their soft skills with a particular focus on mindset shift and attitude change. Now, the theme for today's event is the HR mandate, building resilient people and businesses. But to be able to achieve this, one of the most important things an organization needs is to have employees with the right attitude. And in my speech, I'm going to focus on this particular issue because I am sure most of you have heard, watched, or read on various media platforms one business leader or another in Ghana complain about the quote-unquote bad attitude of most of the Ghanaian workforce. And rather than just speaking about this issue, I will give a short presentation using videos. Why use videos for my presentation, you may ask. I will explain the reason for this at the end of the presentation. I'm going to start off by showing two of the most successful entrepreneurs in Ghana talking about this issue. The first is Madam Felicia Tumisi. She's an industrialist, and for the past 10 years, for over a period of 10 years, she was the biggest exporter of palm oil in Ghana. And she's heavily into food production and has other businesses also. The second is Mr. Samuel Amutomping, owner of Topingo Pharmacy, Priority Insurance, Atinga TV, and other businesses. So let's start with video number one, please.
We're back, folks, and I'm telling you, we're going to have an exciting show. And if you can tell my level of excitement, you understand why very, very soon. Madam Felicia, welcome to the show. Thank you. It's been a long time. I've been waiting for you to make your appearance. But you're so rich and so busy. Having said that, life is not about business and money. Having said that, she does amazing business and she has plenty of money. Put your hands together. What's the strength of your business now? I know you have some in Kumasi, you're into soap, liquid soap, you're doing the palm thing. What's the
strength?
The strength, yes.
I don't think I have the strength. I have something I call the pyramid in business. You know, within the pyramid, you have your visions and goals. You have your short-term plan, as usual, your medium-term plan, and your long-term plan. I have done the medium and the long-term, The short-term plan.
I haven't done the short-term.
I haven't done it. That makes it a bit silly. And you ask me, what is a short-term plan? Engaging human capital to run the business. So difficult.
Engaging human capital. Yeah. Really?
Very difficult.
Will you count that as one of the most challenging areas you've faced since getting?
That is one of the challenging areas that I face, because maybe I'm not fortunate. You bring people in who do not believe in your dream. You can see that they are going off.
Yeah.
And you have no right to correct them. And it has been one of the main issues.
I have with me, let me call him Chairman Samuel Amu Tobin. Mr. Tobin, you are welcome.
Thank you.
You are known, Tobinco Pharmacy. You are known in media. What is the working culture, attitude towards work? Ghanaian people, attitude towards
Ghanaians
work. You are an entrepreneur, you employ people.
Ghanaians' attitude towards work, if you ask me, is so bad. Very bad. I was very poor. This is why our country is not developing. Our attitude towards work is zero. People want to be pushed before they work. If you push them too much, they'll say that you are a bad guy.
But Mr. Tobin, does it also mean that sometimes people like you don't treat your workers well? You don't pay them very well?
No, why will you not pay them well? We give commissions. My company gives commissions. You pay them well. You create bonuses. You create things that will motivate them. But the normal attitude of Ghanaian, even though we motivate them well, Ghanaians as we are, our attitude toward work, our attitudes toward work is a bit of a, you have to push the person. Even when you pay him, give him any amount, he will come and want to sleep.
That's not very flattering. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard them. So what is the solution to this problem? What is the solution? Well, whilst you think about that, let me play the next video to show you one of Africa's most successful entrepreneurs talking about this same issue, to give you his thoughts on it. Video number 2, please.
Dr. Cosmas Maduka is one of Africa's most respected entrepreneurs, having built a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate with a starting capital of less than $1, spanning across automobile, auto care, healthcare, ICT, and agriculture. He lost his dad at age 4, stopped his education in elementary 3, and took to hawking before taking on an apprenticeship in the sale of automobile spare parts. Today, he has moved on to signing dealerships with global brands like Rolls-Royce, BMW, Ford, amongst others, and has also been featured on Forbes, invited by the United Nations, and has also served as chairman of one of Africa's leading banks for 12 years. He says you require 3 things to succeed: vision, faith, and courage.
We don't take no for an answer. That's why I said that it all happened with a leader. A lion that led an army of a sheep would defeat a lion, an army of lion that was led by a sheep, because the other people drop their inspiration from the leader. The leader makes the people. And anytime you are in leadership and find the leader, the people are empowered mentally beyond their capacity. I've taken the Nigerian team, like I said, it's not a joke. When I was the chairman of Nigeria Table Tennis Federation, we played with United Kingdom in Manchester in a Commonwealth game, and we beat them. We played with Australia in Melbourne, Australia, and we beat them, because I will speak to these boys and make them that and I get them to a point, something release an adrenaline within them, ability that exists within you that you never know that exists, comes on the play. No matter who the person is, every one of us, none of us is incapable of doing more than what he or she think he can do. But we are limited by our environment. The culture around us makes us believe we cannot. The psyche makes us believe, we just take negativity to reduce our capacity and capability. And we take is that. But when you are in a desperate situation, Arlene, if I tell you now that with this your shoe, you can jump on top of this table, you said, no, I'm a lady, there's no robot in my leg. Let a lion drop here to eat you up. Something will release adrenaline in you. You are the next jump you see yourself in top of that shape there, because if you don't jump, you die. Something releases a strength in you. So why do people want to wait to get to a desperate situation to be able to actualize their potential? So these are things I succeed to inspire my people, that the teams that I lead, to be able to do that without waiting for a desperate situation. And many times they are all amazed what they are capable of doing. I inspire faith and belief in the people. I tell you, I believed you more than you can believe yourself, So with that words, I knew the power of a spoken word.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you've seen something really interesting here. You have one group of CEOs saying that my people have bad attitude, poor work ethic. You have another CEO saying, well, the people draw their inspiration from the leader. The leader is the one that makes the people. And that people's attitudes are defined by the culture around them. So a leader needs to be aware of this and find out how to get the best out of the people, taking into consideration the culture around them. So his method, he keeps it simple. He tries to find a way to release adrenaline in the people, because as far as he's concerned, everybody has got adrenaline. So the question here is, between these two groups of CEOs, which is which here? Who is right, who is wrong? Now, once you think about that, let me show you something interesting in the next video. Video 3, please.
Waste of resources, because you look back and it's your fault. That has also helped me.
You look back and it's your fault?
It's my fault, yes.
Where you went wrong in hiring them?
You hire wrong people. You were supposed to be there when they were hiring them. You were not there. You believed in them. So you gave them the space.
And you have to take responsibility for that.
I do take responsibility for that. So that is one thing that has helped me, because you look back and 99% of wrong things that happen in your life are your fault.
Notice something interesting. She has shifted. There has been a mindset shift over here. And she said something really interesting, which really struck a chord with me. She said that mindset switch has really helped her. I don't know if you noticed. It has really helped her. So rather than blaming the staff and the employees for their attitude, she needs to take responsibility for it and figure out how to deal with it. And that really struck a chord with me. And this is my humble view, or our humble view. The issue of the attitude, or quote-unquote bad attitude of Ghanaian staff, really, it's a mindset issue, in our humble view, of the leaders running those organizations. Because think about this. It's easier for a leader to change their mindset and attitude than it is for them to change the mindset and attitude of their staff. So first, to solve this problem, the leaders need to think of it differently. Now, this also is a classic case of why any business that needs to succeed needs to have a properly structured and functioning HR department. Here are the facts, ladies and gentlemen. I like to usually use Jack Welch, who many of you know has gone down in history as probably the most successful CEO in business history. Now, way back in 1980, when he became the CEO of General Electric, he said that most people think of business as a business should be finance-driven. He realized way back then in 1980 that HR is the driving force behind every business. It should lead the way. So what he did was he structured and ran General Electric that way. And that is what made him put up the performance that made him go down in history as the most successful CEO in business history. Okay, thank you. Now, the issue regarding also why I'm showing these videos. Well, as most of you will know, there's been much talk about the millennials and Generation Z in the workforce. Now, their attitude, again, that becomes an issue. But the question is, where do these people, what do they do, that generation? They watch a lot of videos. That's where they are getting the information from. So with our training sessions, what we do is we use videos to engage their attention. So that is how we cause the mindset shift. And my time is up, but all the things I talked about are actually captured in our presentation. For those of you who are interested, I'll be more than happy to present it for you. So thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Oh, please, another round of applause for him. Please allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Chair of the National Labor Commission, representing the Commissioner of the National Labor Commission, Mrs. Rose Kakari. As we continue, ladies and gentlemen, there is a person who will be taking us through another conversation, and he is our second keynote speaker with the address that focuses on the topic empowering resilient organizations, pioneering the next level of employee engagement. To do so with us is a gentleman who has been in the game of HR and senior management for 40 years, the president of the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management, Dr. Edward Kwapong. Please, let's put our hands together and appreciate him while he comes up. Him down on the stage, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to dwell on the earlier protocols and say a very good morning to all of you. When I was given the topic to speak on a few weeks ago, my idea was to read a prepared text, like a prose. But then 3 days ago, I was told that instead of 30 minutes, my time has been compressed to 15 minutes with 5 minutes questions and answers. So then I changed my style of presentation to PowerPoint. So my topic is shown on the board, and I'm going to walk through about 45 slides in 15 minutes. Right. But no fears. It's easier speaking to a slide than reading from, a prepared text. So I start. The contents of the presentation is as follows: understanding the topic first and foremost, the features of a resilient organization, a model for setting up a resilient organization, and then the employee engagement, which is the very meat of what I'm going to present, and then some recommendations going forward. Allow me to use a mic, because I need to be looking at the board. I thought it would be reflecting on the wall, but I'm not getting that. Hello? Right. But before I even put together the contents of my presentation, I looked at the theme for today's conference, and it reads as follows: the HR mandate, building resilient people and businesses. What came to mind immediately was the usual HR equation, the two sides of the equation, the soft side and the hard side. All right? So I'm going to talk about the setup of businesses and organizations. How do we set them up to be resilient? And then how do we engage the people working in there to be highly committed to the cause of the organization? All right. However, I took the liberty of restating my presentation, and I said, look, it should be human resource playing a lead role in elevating engagement, employee engagement to the next level in a resilient organization. Thus, there should first and foremost be an organization, and a resilient one at that. And secondly, employees working therein being highly engaged and committed to the cause of the organization. What are the key features of a resilient organization in terms of the issues to examine? What are the levels of employee engagement in a typical organization? How can HR work to influence the levels of engagement in business? And should the two move in tandem? Should the soft side and the hard side move hand in hand? And what can HR particularly do to influence this? These days, there are so many things gnawing at the back of our minds in terms of running a business and what is expected of HR in handling ever-changing circumstances. The high rate of inflation, the shrinking working capital, the loss of market share, globalization and international competition, rising cost of doing business, uncertainties in the business environment, volatility in the financial markets, loss of confidence in the banking system, apologies to the bankers here, and then low appetite for entrepreneurship and investment. All right? So against this background, stakeholders are asking for greater efficiency in business processes, achieving more with less resources, right? Scaling down of business operations, closure of businesses, relocation of businesses, mergers and acquisitions, employee layoffs and downsizing, hybrid working arrangement, and automation of work processes, including artificial intelligence. That is the new wave. Against all this, and in the context of what I've said then, the only logical imperative in business is change. A change of mindset, which the earlier speaker spoke about, and then the posture and outlook of our workers towards realizing the goal of the organization. So then I call to mind Charles Darwin's famous quote. And it goes like this: it is not the strongest of species that will survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one more responsive to change. So in the face of all this turmoil around us, the business environment, the business space, we need a changed mindset. We need a changed mindset to drive business. I was researching into the ranking of the HR function relative to other functions in the organization. And according to Ramcharan, the ranking in America, a typical company in America is like 8 and 9 on a scale of 1 to 10. But in his estimation, HR should be among the first 3. The first being the chief operating officer, second the chief finance officer, and the third the chief HR officer. So I was speaking to the chief executive of a leading banking institution in Ghana, and I said, how do you rate HR? He says, me, in my daily work, I have 2 things that I pay attention to. First, my financials. That will measure the success of the bank. Second, human resource. No more. Then he brought the conversation to a close. I couldn't go further. I don't know, in your case, how will you rank HR? But the soft side of business must be very important to all of us, because that's what drives business. And over the years, from the Stone Age to the agricultural revolution, industrial revolution, the technology revolution, now AI, it is the human mind that drives change and propels us through the various phases of civilization. Now, our approach, you can jump over that. Well, we are looking at the organizational resilience, which is the hard side of the equation. And then we are looking at the soft side. In terms of the hard side, I'm looking at the nature of organizational resilience or agility. And I'll talk about a favorite model for building a resilient organization using the 7S model of organizational alignment. And then I'll relate organizational alignment to the various phases of a company's life in the life cycle. Then I'll turn my attention to the employee value proposition, particularly at the beginning of the engagement or the employment relationship. And then I'll move on to the categories of staff at the workplace in terms of those who are engaged, those who are disengaged, those who are disgruntled, and those who are distracted. So this is the way I'm going to proceed. A resilient organization, as has been mentioned this morning, is that organization which is able to bounce back with energy and even prosper after disruption of the company's business because of its ability to adapt to the impact of disruption and change. So Charles Darwin, your ability to adapt to change will ensure your survival. And you can convert that into a competitive advantage. So resilience is the ability of an organization to rediscover and renew itself, adapt quickly to the change, and succeed in a rapidly changing and ambiguous and turbulent environment. To be able to stay resilient, the organization must do the following: establish a robust management system with inbuilt structures and subsystems that are responsive to change. There should be adoption to the change when that occurs. And it's important to know that resilience and or agility is not, and I emphasize, not incompatible with stability. To be able to adapt to change, there should be a certain foundation which is constant and which will hold the company together, the hard factors to hold the company together before the company is able to turn around and respond to change. So first, build a foundation that is solid enough to withstand any challenges that may come along, and then go to adaptability of the company. So we need a stable foundation first and foremost, and then the dynamic capability. That dynamic capability is in the human beings. So drill into the mind of the individual, search for his special endowments, and leverage that to realize the organizational goals. So it's not just the human beings, but what is contained in the human beings, their talent. So HR is about talent management. The talents that we can, leverage to achieve organizational goals. So first, a stable foundation, and then dynamic capability or agility. So that brings to mind, and apologies to Dr. Joyce Ayi. A stable foundation can be likened to what Jesus Christ said in the good book of Matthew. The wise man is likened to one who built his house upon a rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, the winds blew and beat against the house, and yet it did not fall because it had its foundations on the rock. So as we are looking at resilient organizations and highly engaged employees, we must be mindful of the fundamentals, a foundation that can withstand change as a business, first and foremost, before we go to the human beings that work for the organization. So to be able to establish a system that is resilient, we have to think of a model. And the model I think of is the one that combines stable with dynamic characteristics, hard and the soft. The 7 models, the 7S model of organizational alignment and sustainability by the McKinsey consultants. The gentlemen were Peters, Waterman, and Phillips.
And what are the elements? The hard side, we are looking at strategy, we are looking at structure, we are looking at systems. The soft side, we are looking at shared values, we are looking at skills, we are looking at style, and we are looking at staff. I think we are all familiar with this, so I need not bore you with what they represent. But at least when you have this as a management system that aligns the various elements of management, then you are sure to detect changes in the operational environment and the business model you are using and to adjust appropriately. So I won't bore you with the details. The strategy, you all know, represents the game plan or the roadmap that the leader has set for the business. And in these prevailing circumstances of unpredictability, strategies must constantly be reviewed, particularly at the end of the year, to assess the relevance of the strategy that you are using. Now, at the corporate level, you have a strategic plan. In some businesses, they ask each department and functional area to draw the relevance elements of the strategic plan for their specific role and come up with a business plan. So then we have a corporate plan, all right, but you have an HR business plan detailing what HR intends to do, all right? So it's important that these two documents, the master strategic plan and the sub, which say the business plan, should rhyme and make sure that we stay the course. In the start, I don't have to bore you, but in the strategic formulation process, we are going back to review the mission and vision, the core values and the culture, the strategic objectives, and the performance targets. In this process, invariably, we end up doing a bit of SWOT analysis, which tells us, in the context of the space that you are operating in, whether we need to change or stay the same, all right? And so then we also think of assumptions in terms of the growth of GDP, rate of inflation, the balance of trade situation, exchange rate, inflow of foreign direct investments, the policy rate, disposable income, cost of living. And so the strategy is so very important to business. The structure refers to the organizational design and the hierarchy of controls exercised at the various levels of delegated authority. In recent times, you realize that there has been a gradual shift from tall hierarchies to flatter organizations in response to emerging trends. We do not want to waste time, and therefore we need flatter organizations to be able to take very quick decisions. Systems, we know, the policies, the procedures, the domain of HR, so I don't need it to bore you. Skills, you know, the special skills and endowments that make things happen, that keep business going. Staff, yes, the individuals, but particularly what is contained in them in terms of skills, competencies, and abilities. Style, you know, the corporate culture, how things get done here, we are also familiar with that. The shared values, the social mandate, and the mission of the company. That is the last element in this model, which I recommend. And my comment is this, that this model can be used not only as a tool for the health check of an organization, of organizational alignment, but also the combat readiness of the organization for any foreseeable change and sustainability. So as you walk through this checklist, you know which areas you need to respond to or tweak or adapt to the changing environment. This must particularly be of interest to the HR function, which exists to align mindset, vision, and outlook of employees to that of the corporate vision. So it tells you that the soft side is always superior to the hard. All right? It can also serve as a basis for audit of the HR function in the organization with particular emphasis on the soft elements. And it seeks to maintain a relationship between soft and hard elements in an organization. Now, organizations like human beings go through a cycle from their youth, birth, through to death. And at times, the resilience of an organization depends on the phase or the stage in the organizational life cycle. You know, the youth are always aggressive. The newer generations want quick results. The older generations are slow at times responding to changes that are occurring in them. They are more careful, they are more stable at the workplace, all right? So from courtship through infancy, all the way to prime, and you know the prime of one's life is the highest in the person's life, to death. A particular phase in the organizational life cycle may promote or choke resilience. That's the import of what I'm saying, all right? So keep going. So that is virtually the life cycle. Now let me address employee engagement. Employees who are engaged are those defined as being loyal to the organization based on the pride of being part of the organization. I believe that the organization values them, assigned jobs are satisfying, and they show happiness. By this process, we make organizational citizens out of them. You know, our interest in our employees is not limited to while they are working with us, but even beyond. So that when they have left us as ex-employees, they are good ambassadors of the company, and that can serve to attract others to the company. And so there are companies in this country that organize parties for ex-employees at the end of the year, just to maintain the link and rekindle the relationship. All right. So those are the people we call the organizational citizenship. They exhibit organizational citizenship behavior. But for the sake of time, I'll jump over this and go to the types of employees that we have at the workplace. Employee value proposition is another thing that serves to attract employees to a company. These are the offerings that employers make to, prospective workers for them to want to join the organization. And at times they revolve around the financials of the organization, the leadership style, the emotional appeal, the ambience, and even the corporate social responsibility. What we call now ESG, the environment, social, and the heart of my presentation is to look at the levels of engagement in an organization. And it begins with those who are engaged, the disengaged, the disgruntled, and the distracted. No, go back. The engaged, sorry, go to the engaged. The engaged are people or employees for whom age doesn't really matter. They exhibit selfless devotion to their work. They are committed to the success, not of their own success, but the success of the organization, and they are organizational citizens who are woven into the fabric of the organization. Now the question is, if you want to lift level of engagement in an organization to a higher level, this is the highest. These are the people who represent the highest level of engagement. So for them, we want to incentivize them to reinforce their behavior. All right? Whatever we do to motivate them, we will do, because they are the cream of the crop. The disengaged are those who are advanced in age. They are nearing their retirement. They are concerned about preparations towards their retirement. They are gripped by the fear of the unknown, going out of regular job, fear of failure, and fear of not being wanted or being relevant anymore. What do we do to them? We entice them with exit packages. 3 years to go, give him an exit package, let him go. Engage them as consultants on projects within the organization. Use them as mentors in mentorship programs, and include them in quality circles. A quality circle is a group of people drawn from an organization with a specific terms of reference to work towards improvement of business processes in the organization. It's been used in several companies, including Ashanti Goldfields in the past, Ghana Commercial Bank in the past. The disgruntled, they are the problem. They carry a chip on their shoulder. They have a perception that they have been discriminated against in the past in terms of promotion, in terms of training, in terms of career development opportunities, in terms of foreign trips. They do not care about their own prospects in the company because they have given up anyway. They use company property and materials for personal purposes. Fridays, they are printing programs for weddings and funerals. And they are the worst gossips in the organization. And they don't see anything good about the organization. There are no prospects for the organization. For these people, you need to provide them with counseling. Crack the whip for non-performance as part of the performance management system. Then when they disregard rules, take action against them. Terminate the employment relationship where necessary by giving them the requisite notice and allow for early retirement as well. The distracted is a group of workers that I'm interested in, even though they are new. They are young and fresh from school, not sure of career choices, comparing notes with their contemporaries in other organizations, exploring for better opportunities elsewhere, where they perceive greener pastures exist. What do we do to them? For this crop of workers, we need to fulfill their value proposition, assure them of equity and fairness in career progression and reward, put them through a robust performance management system, and give them an assurance of swimming or sinking together. They also need coaching and mentoring. So by way of a summary, we need to, as management, commit to people first values and live those values. Clarify and communicate organizational mission, guarantee organizational justice, establish communities of practice, support employee development, promote from within. That gives a lot of assurance when you promote from within by recruiting from outside, rethink the value proposition, and establish a performance management system. I'll go quickly to the recommendations for us, since we are all practitioners. So I'll avoid or jump over my recommendations. First, establish a vibrant research and development unit as part of the overall management system to ensure business process re-engineering where necessary. Establish quality circles to find homegrown solutions to the problems of the organization in the face of the fast-changing environment. Conduct HR audits from time to time. The value proposition, yes, it changes with time and with the career. So yes, employ the performance management system as an instrument for recognizing effort and rewarding same, and establish and implement a robust system of progression and terminal point for purposes of promotion. And so that is about it. I've jumped a few slides, but that is what I can say for now.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwapong. Please, another round of applause. And thank you for being in time with us. Please hold on to that microphone and please sit here for me. Yes, I want you to take this seat right here. The gentleman, please, could you help me move the lectern to the side for me? While we do so, there's going to be a panel discussion, and at this point, I was thinking that since the panel discussion was also with the same topic as Dr. Kwapong had given us some insights about, allow me to bring on the panelists, and together, let's have some Q&As with them as we move along. Would that be okay with us? Fabulous. Let's have the head of Human Resources, Petrosol Ghana, Mr. David Mills. Please join me. And while he's at it, let's also have the Regional Manager Organizational Effectiveness from Newmont, Africa, Georgina Bartels.
Finally joining us is the Managing Director, Seamless HR, Emmanuel Okeleji, please. Yes, I believe you can sit right there. And Emmanuel, you can sit this way. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to present these as panelists for the topic that we are going to be thinking through, yes, in as much as allowed it can be, empowering resilient organizations, pioneering the next level of employee engagement. And that's why I have these three personalities with me together with Dr. Kwapong. The reason Dr. Kwapong is here is because actually his expose and insights were about the same topic, so we'd have the conversation together. Would that be okay? At least then it can cover up for some of the slides that we missed as well. But let me focus on you who haven't spoken at all. And I just want to find out, not necessarily based on Dr. Kwapong's definition of a resilient organization or resilient organizational culture or environment, for example, but why is it crucial for success? Let me start with you sitting next to me, Emmanuel.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. It's an honor to speak to this august audience. So the importance of building resilience into our organizations have actually increased more now than ever before. Given one, for instance, what we saw during the pandemic, the fact that the world is a smaller, more global village than it was ever before. And in fact that the frequency of disruption has increased. The distance between when one disruption happens and the next one happens has increased. For instance, we talk about artificial intelligence here, and that is a very big disruption that is just becoming, people don't understand how much of a disruption that is yet. For instance, you see that people can make videos now, and you can see someone talking on a video with their own voice, their own video, and this person never said those things. What you'll find is that the price of trust is going to go up because you really can't trust even what you see and hear any longer. And what does that do to our business? And someone in some room somewhere can literally disrupt everything that you've built and and bring down a 1,000 people organization. So there's so many things attacking institutions now, and it's now more important for us to build resilience to be able to defend ourselves against the known and the unknown risks that face institutions.
Brilliant, thank you. Let me move on to Emmanuel. To David. And David, I just want to find out from you, what strategies can organizations employ to build a culture of resilience from top leadership to frontline employees?
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. I think I like to take it from the basics. So what is resilience? And I like to explain resilience from three perspectives. So first, resilience is doing the simple things. Sometimes when organizations become huge, there's a tendency for bureaucracy and complexity to set in. And so we ignore the simple things. It's important our minds are reverted that what ticks the box is the simple things. Number two, we need to do the hard things. So there's a Ghanaian called Fred Swanika who's built one of the most innovative companies in Africa called Africa Leadership University. And he has a tagline for his university called Do Hard Things. Now, and because increasingly we are seeing a dominant workforce of Gen Zs at a workplace, and I have a couple of them in my office, it's important for them to be reminded that life is not too soft as they think. If anybody told you that success was easy and cheap, the person probably wasn't a successful person, because it takes a lot of failure and a lot of refining to be successful. So that said, you've got to do the hard things. I had a eureka moment when one intern who came to intern at our place at Petrosol actually told me that he never knew that the workplace is an 8 to 5 arrangement. Yeah. And for her, she thought that she would come to work, and then at some point she can quietly leave, and so on and so forth. It dawned on me that academia and industry still need to patch up. And there's a lot more work we need to do. So we need to remind people that there are hard things to be done. Number three, the word resilience simply means that responding to shocks. building capacity to respond to shocks. And here I want to encourage my fellow HR practitioners that in doing this, we need to pay particular attention to culture. And I like to define culture because when you leave culture to chance, often you don't like the outcome. Now, we need to build a culture that is very intentional. So number one, a culture of learning, a culture of execution. Again, it resonates with doing hard things and doing the simple things. A culture of accountability, and I think the earlier speaker spoke about that. And last but not least, a culture of high performance. Yeah. If you put this together, you have an acronym that says LEAP. So for us to build resilient organizations, we need a culture that helps us to leap. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Georgina, I love the title you carry, that's organization effectiveness within your organization, yes. In as much as possible, I've heard the conversation about technology, the use of AI and technological tools. How do you think effectively it would help create resilience in a day like this, especially when we have some members of our teams working from home, sometimes in the week, based on the tasks to be performed, for example? How do you think these tools would help us shape resilience, especially looking at resilience from the angle of being a shock absorber or being ready for shocks, yes, within the structure of the organization, yes.
All right, good afternoon. It's not yet afternoon.
Not yet.
It is, okay, good. So the part that we seem to miss when we talk about resilience is thriving. We talk a lot about withstanding shocks, being able to stand the shocks. But after the shocks, what happens? You have to thrive. You have to grow. You would have withstood the shocks, and then what next? So what makes it important for us to concentrate on resilience is the thriving bit. And all the policies, the processes that we put in place are really, at the end of the day, to help our people thrive. And in thriving, be able to help us, the organization, to meet the objectives that it has. At the end of the day, that's the bottom line. Thrive, meet the objectives. So how do we make sure that with all the things that have happened in the past few years, that's why we've seen most of the shocks in the past few years, both financial, recessions, health-wise, the various generations understanding exactly what they want out of the working world. So all these policies, processes, procedures that we are talking about, are they fit for purpose? Resilience really thrives on adaptability, being able to shift and change, be like a shapeshifter, if you want. Those who play games a lot would know. Shift shape and be able to move forward. You know, there's a saying, I don't have it definitely in my head. It's about the bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that stands. When you're at the beach, which of the trees stand at the beach? It's just the coconuts, right? Most of the other ones, if there's a storm, they will fall. But the coconut is able to bend along with the wind. That's what an organization that's resilient is supposed to be able to do. Bend with the wind, the changing times, and be able to fluidly, quickly adapt, change. Make sure that you have the resources available to work. You would say, be resilient. Mm-hmm. How do people be resilient? Mm-hmm. They have to be, it's not an innate thing. Resilience is learned, is built. Mm-hmm. We have to be able to equip ourselves. And we always take HR out of the boat. But really, all of us here are employees, right? We have to also be in that boat and build resilience such that the organization can be resilient.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, this is the part of the conversation where it gets even more interesting. So I'm going to involve you, ladies and gentlemen, to be a part of this. May I have someone pick up the speaker's microphone off the lectern and take it round, since we've taken all 5 spots here. And Dr. Kwapong, this is the part I need you the most. Now, recounting what Dr. Kwapong shared with us, if there are any questions from there, I believe this is a very good time. We'll take them, but at the same time, based on the conversations we have here, we can have questions also come and then we deal with them as we go along. There's a certain culture of resilience directly on this stage and at HR Focus Conference this year where we don't have time. So we need to also be able to adapt and bend easily to the fact that we don't have much time this time around. Ladies and gentlemen, please, does anyone with a question, kindly put up your hand. I have stewards within the audience who would identify you, and let's get the questions going. I can do first two now. Yes. Otherwise, before we get whip of a question, I see, okay, Stewart run into someone. Please mention your name, identify yourself so we get to know you.
Yeah, I'm Francis Owen from VRA Propco, a subsidiary of Volta River Authority championing the cause of real estate development and facility management in VRA. Doctor, I like your presentation, and so there were a few things that I noted, and I would like you to address it for me. So the question is, I'm a staff who is engaged, but then I like to break rules. And I do it because of disengaged people and also distracted people. Aside that, I do it because of partial irresponsibility from top leadership. So what do you think would be the solution for my problem?
Well, I attempted offering some solutions in the course of the presentation. We are saying that this is an individual, a worker, who out of frustration is disgruntled and therefore disobeys rules. Is that right? Is that right? There are always rules that govern the relationship between the employer and the employee and the conduct of the employee. And so the employee must respect them regardless. And if they fall foul of the rules of the game, then they should be punished. They should be punished. But we should also do a bit of research to find out why they are disgruntled. And that's why in the course of the presentation I mentioned the aspect of counseling them. You counsel them. Find out whether there is any justification for the way they feel and the way they behave. At times you have not been fair to them. Then we try to correct ourselves, isn't it? So let us hear their side of the story, see whether there is merit in what they are saying, and see how best we can correct them. But otherwise, for us to prevent them from affecting affecting negatively other employees, take decisive action to punish them and to get rid of them if the need arises. Have I been able to answer your question, please?
You can just give us a wave so we know, okay, if you don't have the microphone. If it is okay, you can just give me a thumbs up so I can identify. Very good, he says so, it has been answered. Yes, thank you, a huge round of applause for Dr. Kwapong on this one. If there's a question or a contribution, just give me a wave so that the stewards can identify you quickly. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know whether it's my name is Iris from ARB Apex Bank. Whether it's a follow-up or the answer to the previous question will be the same answer. But I was thinking, there was one slide that you said there's engaged, I think there was some that they are near retirement, and so...
Yeah, true, that it's engaged.
Good, so you can maybe get them some packages for them to exit us. Okay, so my question is, here is somebody who is not nearing retirement, is at the prime, but so much engaged, and you can even add them to the disgruntled. But you can you whip up the person to become, how can you do that? Whip up the person to become a performer instead of being part of the engaged and the disengaged. So how do you handle these people? They are not near retirement and they are in their prime, but they are disengaged.
Right. If they are in their prime and yet disengaged, then you have to administer a number of instruments to find out why they are disengaged. you have various psychometric tests to determine what causes the disengagement, the dissatisfaction. And so we need to apply several instruments. Indeed, we have the psychometric test, we have the personal profiling, we have the Firo-B instruments to administer to find out why they are disengaged. They are in their prime. It means that they are not too old, they are not too young. They are in between there, but they are disengaged. Then what do we do to them? Go to their rescue, find out what is wrong. Psychologically, are they all right? What kind of persons are they? What are they looking for in the organization? Have we fulfilled our value proposition to them, the offerings that we made to them at the beginning of the relationship? Have we varied them to their detriment? So we really need to examine a whole gamut of factors to find out why they are disengaged, even though very young in the organization. All right? But then we should also examine ourselves as management, the corporate culture, the values, the core values of the organization. Are we living them? They are beautiful. You see them at the reception of all companies, the core values. But do we live them? How do we live those core values? How do we ensure a positive culture? How do we reassure the young ones that there is something in there for them? So then we go into a bit of, mentoring. Give them role models and let them look up to and find out what is wrong with them and what they can do.
Thank you, Dr. Kwapong. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Please, I think we can appreciate him. Yes, Georgina, you have something to share? Yes.
So to add on, I'll speak a bit to my reality. So for identifying what is wrong or why people are disengaged. So for us, we don't exactly have people falling into those categories. There are people that, again, to your point, they may be very young, however, they are disengaged. The easiest way we found is you have to measure the engagement of the people in your organization. And that, I think, has become something that is critical, to be able to know the various dimensions in your organization, how they feel, how they are engaged. And you might find that somebody might be nearing retirement, but will be highly, highly engaged. So those categories sometimes are not very black and white. And finding out exactly what is driving engagement, what is driving disengagement, and what are the actions to mitigate those is important. When you find out how engaged or disengaged your people are, there are some that are really on the borderline, and just paying attention to a few things would move them into the bucket of people that are engaged. So those are the people that you really do have to pay attention to. The small number that may be disengaged, or for some organizations, maybe the large number that are disengaged, it's clear to see some of the things that are causing or driving the disengagement, depending on how you assess your engagements. So those are the ways in which, and you may not always punish. There are things that would move your employees from being totally disengaged into engaged.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I believe that we've exhausted the time for public questions, but there's an open forum that comes up right after this, which again I'd have to limit to time to maybe about 3 major questions. But let me say this. I'm happy Dr. Kwapong mentioned something about the core values of your respective organizations and how beautifully they are printed or put out there in designs and in wonderful frames and all that. I just want to find out from you, how does your respective core values enhance or propel resilience in your organizations? Let me start with Georgina now, yes, and let's eat this way towards Emmanuel. Yeah.
When you ask me about the values of Newmont, you've kind of asked me to talk for like 3 days.
Please so make that a minute.
I will simply pick on one, okay, inclusion. An organization that is resilient is usually inclusive. So inclusion drives resilience. The having the diversity of thought, diversity of the people that are there, all of that together with the kind of interventions, policies that you put in place really does drive resilience. So I will stay with inclusion. Otherwise, if you move me to safety and sustainability and the rest, I won't
that would be
finish.
great, and I thank you and I appreciate you. David, let's hear you as well.
Yeah, so I think before you even move people to become resilient, they need to understand what the core values mean. If we did a public survey or gambit here, what you will figure out is most employees in the organizations may not be able to remember, one, what their core values are. Number two, they may not be able to link the core values to their individual work. You see, there's research to show that when people have clear understanding of what they do better work. So I like to always stay with the fundamentals. Do people, one, know the core values? Do they understand it? Are they able to link it to their personal work? So I used to work with Lene Services, and my chief executive is here, Dr. Mrs. Ellen Hagen. I've left 2 years now, but I still remember our core values. You know why? Because the core values were captured in an acronym. ICT Doctor. Integrity, customer satisfaction, teamwork, dedication, responsiveness. So after Yemi Segan has to give me a gift. You know?
Which one of them stands out for resilience for you? Yes.
I think integrity.
Okay.
When a person is a person of integrity, but just before I come there. So when I joined Petrosol, armed with this insight, one of the first things I did was to look at how I could create an acronym out of our core values. Because I engaged people, and when you ask people, they don't know what the core values were. Some were confused. Some even mentioned words that were not in the checklist. So I said, okay, because once it is in an acronym, people can remember. So at Petrosol, our core values is reflected in re-equip. Re-equip, so respect for environment, empathy, quality service, integrity, and professionalism. And I think integrity is fundamental. When people have integrity, no matter what you throw at them, they're able to bounce back. And so for me, what is important is that people should be able to remember, understand, and link the core values to what they do on a daily basis.
Thank you, David. Yes, Emmanuel, your bite on this.
Thank you. And my perspective to this is our organization is about 250 people in different countries. And as CEO, I had to play a particular role in shaping our culture and defining our values. 5 years ago, we spent a lot of time sort of like being very intentional about documenting our core values and explaining it very clearly. So yes, we also have a mnemonic, it's JUICE, it's just J-U-I-C-E. So everybody takes the juice and everybody gets the juice, right? But beyond that, we then have supporting documentation that explains the core values clearly. Because if you say, for instance, excellence is a core value, different people might define excellence in different ways. So it's important that the organization says to us, this is what excellence means, and this is what it does not mean. So that people are clear about what these words mean, because everybody candor, for instance, is one of our core values, that people speak their minds openly and are afraid, and it's one of those ones that's important for resilience as well, because if you have an organization where people can speak their mind, when trouble is coming, the people who are seeing it can't talk, because the culture doesn't allow them. Maybe it's a culture of respect, where the boss is speaking, everybody has to keep quiet, and the boss doesn't know everything. So candor, in a culture where people just have respect for old age, you have to help people to understand what candor means. To say you can tell your boss that they're wrong because you have information that they don't have. So we spend a lot of time sort of like making sure people understand what those words mean. And I think signing off for me is, as a leader, the guiding principle for culture is the golden rule for me, to say, what organization will I really love to work in? And to make sure that every employee gets a sense that this organization cares about them and is built for them. so that when trouble comes, you have not employees, but partners who own the organization as much as the leaders do and defend the organization as much as the leaders do. And as they say, if you have those kind of spirited, passionate people, any trouble that comes, you have partners who can defend you and take you to, one of those popular quotes that get the right people on the bus, get the wrong people off, don't worry about the destination. The right people will find the right destination in a storm. Yeah.
I think that does it. Please, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Kwapong. You want to have a last bite? Please, let's do that in a minute.
Yes, in the current circumstances, should we always respect the established order? Should we allow people to challenge the established order and give reasons why they are challenging it? Then we'll move forward in that situation of a bit of subversion of the established order. Otherwise, we stay the same and it doesn't help us. We should be moving. We should be rolling on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, a huge round of applause for our keynote speaker, Dr. Kwapong, and also our panelists. Let's have Georgina, David, and Emmanuel. Please, a huge round of applause for them. You may take your seats now. Thank you very much. It is Dr. Kwapong who gets to walk the lady out. The two gentlemen went the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we are at a point where we can have an open forum, so that we can discuss all things concerning the sector at this moment. Still a few more acknowledgements here at the HR Focus Conference 2023. Please allow me to acknowledge the Managing Director of Labadi Beach Hotel, Mr. David Ejifo. Eduafo, sorry. Yes, Eduafo, please. Also the co-founder, Legacy Girls College, Mrs. Essie Anosaki. Mrs. Essie Anosaki, please. It's really lovely to see you in person. We always hear about the amazing things you're doing with the girls in your college. Now, the board member of Legacy Girls College, Professor Sami Saki, please. Also board member of Lene, Mr. Gilbert Hagen. Yes. Two very powerful men hiding in the board. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please, let's have an open forum, let's have an open conversation. Whatever matter affects us in the sector, in the industry of HR, let's have this conversation rolling. And as I promised, because we are really pressed for time, let me have three major questions. I believe with all the brains I have seated right here in the front row, they'll help us. Oh yes, they'll help us. Let me not forget those also to my left. So let's have microphones running through. You may pick them. Also from here, you can put up your hand. Always introduce yourself. We'd love to know you. Yes. And this time around, I'm hoping to hear more contributions. Yes, more contributions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dorothy Asari. I'm a retiree and HR consultant. We've said a lot this morning. I came in a little bit late towards the end of Amazing Grace's presentation. We've spoken a lot. Now, there is the formal organization and what I call the informal organization. So far, we've said a lot about the formal organization, vision, mission, values, structure, org charts, whatever. But for HR practitioners, I think we need to be very mindful of the informal organization. The informal organization, and that is where culture, the toxicity we've talked about, how people actually feel. Because we heard a panelist say that somebody smiles when he's angry. So if somebody is smiling at you, meanwhile the person is angry, how do you get to the informal organization? We have not spoken much about that. And in my experience, my work experience, I worked for an organization and I practiced what I call management by walking about. I'm a very curious person, very inquisitive. And it was an industry I'd never worked in before. It was a printing industry. So I would, in my spare time, just go around, have a chat with the people, look at the machines. There were the men who were operating the printing machines. So I'd stand there a while, ask them questions, and then I would go and sit with the ladies. They were the ones looking at the labels, quality assurance. And I'd ask questions, And they were like, wow, this lady, and they were giving accolades, and I'm like, I'm only doing my job, I'm only curious. To them, they saw me as one of them, and they began to open up. And they would tell me things that they wouldn't ordinarily say. You call them for meeting, everybody is silent. Even when there's obvious discontent, and you call a meeting, okay, now let's talk about it. Silence. Everybody is quiet. But they began to open up, and I'm like, oh, wow. They would confide in me. So when I go to management and a decision is being taken, I'm able to say, no, let's look at this again. Because of the knowledge I have from just, talking to them. So I think that as HR practitioners, we have to pay a lot of attention. I think the informal organization is equally important, even if not more. Because at the end of the day, we are dealing with what? Human beings. Human beings are so complex. And we all say that HR, human resources, gives us a competitive advantage. You can have all the machines, you can have all the finance, you can have everything. But if you don't have a pulse on the informal organization, it can collapse.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I have another hand. I have just 3 minutes to end. Just one in the far corner here, and I have another one there, and that probably would be it. Lady, please start.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniela Chebafo. I'm a HR student at the University of Ghana. And my question is, as a student, how can I keep up with the HR trends and the things in the world of work? My second question is, how can I also prepare myself and adapt for a future with working with AI in the future?
Daniela, hold on. How many questions do you have?
3.
3. I want you to go over them. Start with the first one so we can hear. I'll find suitable respondents for that, okay? So please be audible enough. Take your time. Let's hear you.
The first question is, as a student, how can I keep up with HR trends and the things in the world of the work? Okay, the second question is, how can I prepare and adapt for a future with AI? And the third one is, in Miss Amazing Grace's speech, she spoke about how in the past you had a clear path, a clear career path, which was linear, but now it's meanders. So I want to ask that, even in this meandering situation, what can I expect when I want to establish a career in HR? Thank you.
All right. Very packed 3 questions. Kind of seems like we are writing a WAEC exam. Or do you want to help respond to that? Or you want to contribute? Yes, but please hold on. I want us to deal with these WAEC set of questions. Please help me deal with them. Yes. Yes. I see Dr. Kopong and David.
Thank you very much, young lady. I'm sure you are aware of the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management, Ghana. And our mandate covers research. And therefore, we collaborate with a number of institutions in this country to conduct research in the area of human resource, and we make the findings available to whoever is interested in. Remember, we are collaborating even with the universities and other research institutes within Ghana and without. So you can always approach us. We will direct you to our website, and you can always go there and see some of the research findings that we have. Now, in terms of you joining, or in terms of you keeping up with what is happening in HR, we want to invite you to join as a student. You have student membership, you have We have all the way from student membership to chartered membership. Depending upon your background, you can join us. And once you join us, as a member, we run a number of professional, what we call the continuous professional development courses. So you can take advantage of those courses and stay current. I will not answer the AI, except to say that yes, it's an emerging trend and we all need to get ready. Except that at the workplace, we have what we call the scheme of service, or the system of progression and terminal points, which tells you how you can progress through the ranks to the top. And so depending on whether you want to stop at HR or you want to go beyond HR, there are requirements in terms of experience, in terms of additional qualifications and all that. So we can always help guide you. Thank you very much.
A bank of knowledge, Dr. Kwapo David, yes.
Yeah, so very good question, very good exam questions. Yeah, so where's the lady? Can I see her? Great. So have you read a copy of this magazine before? Okay. So let's start from here. There's a lot of information in here that will help you. But for asking those science and maths quiz questions, I'm going to offer you an internship at Petrosol. So you can see me afterwards, okay?
David, this form of advertisement is frowned upon here. Oh, you want to speak to the informal? Dr. Kwapo, please allow me to go around and come back again if there is the chance, please allow me. There was a gentleman in green I saw, yes, with a microphone. Please introduce yourself and let's hit it, yes.
All right, my
please
name is
hold
Reg.
on. Hold on. Yes, please. This is a quick reaction to that one and then I'll come to you, okay?
Good morning once again. Good afternoon, sorry. When I hear about learning, then someone will say, Manoke Kame. I would like to say something. With the lady who asked about the trends, we are in an age of, even the word change has been put aside. We are talking about fluidity. So as we are here, things are changing. The trends are changing. So what I would advise is that everything is out there. Just log on into LinkedIn. Log on. Facebook is now not just for chatting. You have all the groups there. Just search for the groups or just put a keyword into Google and tell Google, alert me when there's anything on this word. So if it's HR, just tell Google, alert me on human resources. And all the trends and everything across the globe will drop into your email daily. Believe in what? Self-directed learning. Because if you are going to wait for an event like this or a certification or something, the fluidity of the system will force you out. And you need to be ahead of your game. So I advise you that I'm a product of, self-directed learning. That has gotten me to where I am. And I would advise everybody that it's now even more challenging to learn if you want to wait for events, but rather take the initiative and search around. Thank you.
Let's tackle that thing about AI, and I believe Uncle Christian has something to say.
Thank you very much. With regards to AI, one of the things I would say, which really is good news, is that you would find that as a student, I'm sure you've heard some of your colleagues, even yourself, say that when we try and go to the companies, they want us to have a number of years experience, and we are students. Where do we get the experience from? Here's the good news. In terms of AI, a lot of people who are in industry don't even have the experience. And you don't need to have that much experience, because at this point, all of us are almost starting from ground zero. So even before you get to Petrosol to do your internship, start with YouTube. And don't focus on AI in HR, because AI actually drives almost everything we do. So start with YouTube and find out what are the possible ways that AI is being used. And like Diana said, start building your competence in that. And there are a lot of free online courses you can explore and LinkedIn, Coursera, and even YouTube. Final thing to say is that there are things you can learn from online, so that whilst your colleagues are watching all those comedy clips, you're spending your time equipping yourself such that when you go out there, you are well able to speak to what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. If you're speaking to any of these, yes, and this would be the very final one on Daniela's big problem for us.
All right, so a quick one, and I believe that the solution has already been given by the contributions in the House. However, what I have to say is participation. I mean, maybe there are more of you. Fortunately for you, you've gotten an internship opportunity, but if there are more of you, your curiosity or you wanting to navigate a career path in HR will come as a result of your ability or your willingness to participate. Just a recap of somewhere in 2017, 2018, I wanted to also have a career in HR, but I mean, I've had working opportunities in other industry, and I was fortunate to be having paid working opportunities, but it did not, however, satisfy my curiosity in HR field because I wasn't doing anything related to HR. Then, fast forward, an opportunity came calling because I'd been looking around from Lene Services, and it was an unpaid internship. Though I had a paid job, this was an unpaid internship. I quit my job and joined Lene Services for the unpaid internship. Why? Because it was offering me what I actually wanted to do. I was willing to participate in the industry and learn the trends of what was happening in the market. It is the same thing with AI. If you really want to benefit from AI and be part of it, invention, then it means that you need to make deliberate effort to participate in it. And that is what Mr. said. YouTube is there for you to learn as much as you can. With YouTube, I've learned to participate in a lot of HR trends than I would have if I had not access to it. So I believe that answers a lot. Thanks.
Thank you too. Thank you. Yes. Now the gentleman in green, please make it one question for me. I don't want one I. No.
Well, I was about to speak, and I think first of all, my name is Reginald Arthur. I'm a lecturer at AUCC, and I'm tempted, if you may permit, to delve into Daniela. Is it Daniela? Daniela's big question. I think we need to do justice. She being a student and me being a lecturer in HR, I think we have to do justice to this. We need to understand what this AI is about, okay? Yes, it's good, we have to go to YouTube and all that, and these are the starting points. But AI is in to enhance our performance. It's not in to replace our jobs. So if you're going to do a presentation, Daniela, you can look for AI tools that can make you do very good presentations, not like the traditional PowerPoint ones. If you're in a company and you're in charge of marketing, and you're supposed to market to people in certain areas, you can just ask ChatGPT, this is a new product that we have. How do you think it will give you ideas? So this is how you use AI. It's just like a calculator. Or how phone, now we don't even remember people's phone numbers, right? You just store it on your phone. It has come to enhance how we keep memory. So that is how you use AI, okay? Use it to enhance capabilities. And there are the people who go into the creation of AI and all that. That one is there. But in HR, you use it to enhance capabilities. Now, I also wanted to talk about the disengagement. I'm a PhD student in HR. And one important conversation I don't see a lot is the discussion of generational cohort. Because we're talking about disengagement, right? But it appears we are losing sight of the fact that we are in a period where the job setting has different generations who have different personalities and expectations at work. In fact, if you go into generational literature, you understand that previous generations, the Gen X, baby boomers, because of their unique experiences, they have certain conviction about commitment, loyalty, right? The Gen Ys they were introduced first to technology and all that. They are the go-getters and all that. The Gen Zs are more extrinsically motivated. So if you are talking to them a lot about values and all that, and the value does not connect to extrinsic motivation, they do not connect with you. So I think this is one thing that is lost on a lot of managers, forgetting the fact that they are dealing with several generations at the workplace, and the expectations of these generations are very different. And you need to be able to understand the expectations the newer generations have of you. The newer generations understand, see, people are go out demonstrating and all that. People are unhappy at their workplaces because they are being exposed to a period where their salaries cannot take them home. Their salaries, they cannot rent from their salaries. And for someone in the middle career, the person has been exposed and is at a place in his career. If you look at the career development, the person now is able to make choices. And the person is now able to understand that the 2,500 cedis you are giving me is not able to sustain me or even my family. And therefore, the person is going to be disengaged. So managers need to be very much aware of the generations that are entering the work setting and must be able to design policies, even values. You must be able to tweak values to resonate to people who are coming in, who are the entry level, who are Gen Zs, who expect more extrinsic motivation as compared to loyalty, commitment, those times of internship. Nowadays, people are not even looking for internship. Even internship, they are saying, will you pay me something? You understand? And the final thing that I wanted to say is with the...
1 minute.
Yes, I'm just wrapping it up. As part of my research as well, I found out that we are continuously becoming highly entitled to certificates. And it is a challenge that I am throwing, not only to the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Managers or ICA. I think there is something important that these various chartered institutes need to do. And this is about making regulations, just like the Ghana Bar Association, about the minimum salary someone who is chartered must receive. Because you are a chartered accountant and you are being employed by a hotel to come and do auditing. And the hotel decides what they will pay. They'll pay you 1,500 cedis. You understand? You have your chartered certificate in HR and you go to an organization, you are the peril of that organization who is protecting you. So for us to encourage people to go in for these professional certificates beyond the academic ones, we must see these chartered institutes go to the level of making regulations. If you are an organization, if even you will not post the salary you are going to give to an individual, you can post a range of salary. Let people make the decision. Employees are constantly at the peril of organizations, and organizations are very powerful. So I'm throwing this not only to the Chartered Institute of HR. I'm an HR practitioner myself, a lecturer in HR. I think we need to go into regulations to protect the workers.
Thank you very much, Reginald.
Thank you very much.
Please, let's appreciate him. I believe we all deserve a break at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me say hello to the Managing Director of Bana Hospital, Bishop Dr. Aramasa Spio Gabra. Please pardon me if I got that name wrong. Yes. Thank you so much. Finally, here at the forum, at the open forum, we are honored to have the Deputy Chair of the National Labour Commission, who is also representing the Chair of the Labour Commission, Madam Rose Kakari, who would want to say some words in about 2 minutes, please. Yes, right there.
Thank you, and I would like to stand on the existing protocols to say that I want to thank the organizers, especially the group CEO, Ellen, who is a colleague, for the opportunity granted me to say some few words from where we sit as commissioners at the Labour Commission. Now, for us, and for me as a practitioner, I regard HR practitioners as the conscience of the organization. Because they are the operatives, they are just going up and down. But you are the one who has the oversight of the whole organization. I liked the way Barclays or ABSA now coined their HR some time ago as HR business partner. So you are a business partner to everybody in the organization. You should know the organization very well. But from where I sit, I'm talking about unfair termination. The cases that we deal with at the Labor Commission, 45% is around unfair termination. Why unfair termination? When HR practitioners are implementing the policies in the organization. You have a CA, a collective agreement. You have some other HR manual policies detailing the process of termination, grounds for termination. You should have done this, that, and committee of inquiry, and so, and the outcome. And then HR practitioners are bullied by some CEOs into firing people without reason, without recourse to your own laid down processes and policies. And then it comes to the Labor Commission, and the CEO says, I don't know about that. And the HR practitioner, HR director is sitting there. Who knows the policies and processes to really terminate somebody? Is it fair that you come to work in the morning and a letter is given to you? You are terminated with immediate effect. No reason given. And should that suffice? It shouldn't. And then it's funny that you also see HR practitioners, HR directors, ending up at the Labor Commission because they've also been terminated in the same way. Without reason. And then they let, lawyers bully them into, thinking that you can, the employer has the right to hire and fire. But the new labor law, which HR professionals should know, the Labor Act 651 of 2003, says that you should terminate with a reason. But why do you have, and sometimes they even have reasons. Maybe it has to do with performance. You have appraised the person has not performed. Why can't you use that as a reason to terminate the person? You just terminate at will. And so, Ellen, I'm really grateful that you're giving me this opportunity to really advise you. Why would you let your companies pay huge sums of compensation awards for unfair termination? When the policies are so clear, go through the policies. I also sometimes make fun of the fact that even if you put 2 goats as members of committee of inquiry, you fulfill righteousness. And then the person is terminated because you fulfill righteousness of giving the person a hearing. But you don't give anybody a hearing, you just allow somebody to push an HR professional around. And I believe that sometimes it's lack of professionalism which does not exude the boldness that you should exude, That a CEO pushes you, said, no, it cannot be done, say, let us find the reason. And if the reason is there, let us take the person through the processes. I wish I should make this known once I've got a captive audience like you. Thank you.
A huge round of applause for her, and also a huge round of applause for all of us and our involvement. This has been the end, or this is the end of the Vodafone HR Forum here at the HR Focus Conference 2023. Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, is the HR Focus Awards 2023, where we'll look at all deserving winners and celebrate them and who have been hardworking, innovative throughout the year 2022 into 2023. It has been an amazing time to be here and to be Ghanaian as well. We'll take a break, but before the break, there's a video. Let's take a look.
Here at Absa Bank, we are committed to the communities in which we live and work. It certainly gives us our license to operate. Beyond our support to individuals, businesses, institutions, we have a responsibility to the society and the environment and to the citizens of this country. Our sustainability story reflects what we do every single day to create a better society for Ghana. It definitely spells out our support to education, financial skills, and all other interventions we perform to empower Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. We have been making impact in Ghana for over a century. And during this period, we have never suppressed our desire or excitement to lend a helping hand, to make our human resource and financial resources available to support sustainable businesses, empower individuals, institutions, and transform societies. I invite you to take a reading tour of our 2022 sustainability story and learn more about the reason for our being and also what makes us excited to continue playing a shaping role in our society. Click on the link and be inspired.
Well, now that we're all here, I want to start by saying what a difficult year it has been for all of us. But then there's also a lot to be grateful for. You know, like when I bumped my car into a taxi right at our junction, and the insurance company paid my claims the very same day.
And remember the surprise cash bonus we received for our funeral finance plan? That is what sponsored our trip to the beach.
And the song we sang all the way to Pram Pram. I'm also grateful that every passing year brings me closer to enjoying the retirement benefits I have contributed so much to. And how since I started working from home after the COVID pandemic, I've been taking better care of myself. Even my doctor can attest to that.
Speaking of that, I'm very grateful to the team at Transitions for giving Grandpa a befitting send-off.
Well, on a happier note, I am grateful to have found an affordable office space to rent at Advantage Place.
Enterprise, your advantage.
HR Focus Awards is a biannual celebration of the outstanding achievements and innovative practices of human resources professionals in Ghana over the past 2 years and beyond. This year, our focus is on resilience. The past 2 years have presented unprecedented challenges for businesses and individuals alike, and the HR community has played a critical role in navigating this turbulent period. This year, out of hundreds of nominations, the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee shortlisted 34 finalists who span different industries in Ghana. The HR Focus Awards Technical Committee are a group of HR experts and consultants who have occupied top HR positions in organizations across industries for many years. These specially selected individuals were sworn into office after committing to the utmost standards of confidentiality and impartiality.
Having been appointed as a member of the Award Technical Committee, I deem this committee duly inaugurated.
There was a rigorous assessment and evaluation process that happened in several in-person and online meetings to determine who would be finalists and showed the most evidence of best HR practice to deserve an award. From the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee's deliberations, a few insights worthy of note include: while some HR teams were detailed in their presentation of evidence and justifications, others simply presented compelling justifications with no evidence of what they claim to be practiced in their organizations. This brought to light that there is a gap in meticulous documentation of their HR policies and processes within the organizations. With regards to best practice in HR teams need to take initiative and formulate policies that are not existent. Indeed, it has been a rigorous evaluation process, and doff our hats to the HR teams that opened their systems and processes to the scrutiny of the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee. The HR Focus Awards celebrates excellence in HR practices, acknowledging organizations for their outstanding HR processes and systems. However, it is important to note that receiving an award does not imply or guarantee good financial or business standing. The awards are solely based on the justifications submitted by participating organizations, which have been subject to rigorous evaluation by the awards technical committee. While these awards recognize exceptional HR achievements, they do not serve as comprehensive assessments of overall business health or legal obligations. We encourage all organizations to continue their pursuit of excellence in HR practices and consider these awards as a testament to their commitment to fostering a thriving work environment for their staff. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy the HR Focus Conference and Awards 2023.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being a part of the segment that we've just had all the way to lunchtime. For most of us, we would all be directed back into the foyer for a cocktail break. And for our VIPs as well, there are stewards who will guide us to the required place for our break. So please, let's take note of these. At this point, I would say confidently that break time is now. We'll reconvene in 45 minutes. Thank you. Finally, please also let's take note of the exhibition center. So please let's make sure that we pass through all the exhibitors we have for today. Thank you.
Information updates, requests for company policy documents, historical or even real-time data. We know it's a nightmare to manage employee data with a paper-based system, or worse, a complex automated software that sacrifices your overall efficiency. Meet Seamless HR, an easy-to-use automated HR management system that brings your fragmented HR data into one secure, centralized database. With your employee information, both old and new, in one place on the cloud, you can access them whenever you want, wherever you are. Find answers when you need them, from 5 minutes ago or 5 years ago. Empower your employees to self-serve and engage HR without fuss. Give them controlled permissions to update their information on the system. Has an employee been transferred to a new role? Manage all promotions and redeployments from your HRIS. Easily generate all the HR reports you need to stay proactive and make data-driven decisions. Record keeping and employee data management shouldn't take up all your time. Focus on the human in human resources. Use Seamless HR.
At Absa Bank, we are committed to the communities in which we live and work. It certainly gives us our license to operate. Beyond our support to individuals, businesses, institutions, we have a responsibility to the society and the environment and to the citizens of this country. Our sustainability story reflects what we do every single day to create a better society for Ghana. It definitely spells out our support to education, financial skills, and all other interventions we perform to empower Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. We have been making impact in Ghana for over a century. And during this period, we have never suppress our desire or excitement to lend a helping hand, to make our human resource and financial resources available to support sustainable businesses, empower individuals, institutions, and transform societies. I invite you to take a reading tour of our 2022 sustainability story and learn more about the reason for our being, and also what makes us excited to continue playing a shaping role in our society. Click on the link and be inspired.
need for, we'll help you get it done. Simply. That's Africanacity. That's ABSA.
A fleet of new wave in the waste management system has been rolled out. A game changer with an ever-efficient productivity. They are convenient, fast, and reliable. Zoomlion remains your dependable partner in keeping your homes and communities clean. And when our work is done, a clean, green, and healthy community is what you deserve. A fleet of new wave in the waste management system has been rolled out. A game changer with an ever-efficient productivity. They are convenient, fast, and reliable. Zoomlion remains your dependable partner in keeping your homes and communities clean. And when our work is done, a clean, green, and healthy community is what you deserve.
Attention all farmers, it is very important to take your crops to the next level. Introducing 3 effective organic fertilizers that will revolutionize your farming practices. ACAP, KCAP and IRICOP brings to you the ultimate solution for your fertilizer needs. We introduce to you the ACAP Grade A, KCAP Equiafo Ajinkwa, and the IRICOP with Cocoa Blend, Palm Blend and Mulch. Sourced from organic materials and enhanced with rich amendments such as potassium, phosphorus, and nitrogen. These are the perfect choices for sustainable farming. Boost your crop yield, improve soil health, and support sustainable farming practices. Choose ACAP, KCAP, and IRICOP organic compost for greener and bountiful harvest. For your purchase and more information, contact the numbers on your screen. This product has been endorsed by the Plant Protection and Regulatory Services Department under the Ministry of Agriculture and supplied under the Planting for Food and Jobs. Medical Waste Services Limited is a leading healthcare waste management company dedicated to providing sustainable solutions for the proper disposal and treatment of medical waste. With a vision to improve lives through environmentally friendly waste management services, Medical Waste Services Limited aims to be the premier medical waste company in Africa, setting the standard for excellence in the environmental health sector. Founded as a subsidiary of the esteemed Jospon Group of Companies, Medical Waste Services Limited has been at the forefront of the healthcare waste management industry. With a strong commitment to public health and the environment, Medical Waste Services Limited operates with the highest level of professionalism and adherence to international standards. Our mission is to protect the public health and the environment through the safe, efficient, and sustainable management of medical waste. We envision to be Africa's leading medical waste company, spearheading environmental health initiatives for a cleaner and healthier future. Medical Waste Services Limited provides comprehensive waste management training for healthcare facility staff to ensure proper waste handling and segregation. Our highly trained personnel use specialized trucks with refrigeration systems to collect medical waste safely and efficiently. Medical Waste Services Limited operates state-of-the-art medical waste treatment facilities using non-incineration technologies like steam sterilization and microwave treatment to render waste harmless. We implement strategic monitoring systems, independent assessment and evaluation meetings to ensure the highest quality of services and compliance with regulations. Our commitment to non-incineration waste treatment technologies reduces harmful emissions and contributes significantly to environmental conservation. Our approach minimizes the release of toxic substances, helping to protect both public health and the ecosystem. Medical Waste Services Limited strictly adheres to quality procedures prescribed by the Ministry of Health, the World Health Organization, and international standards. We maintain the highest level of professionalism and continuously seek ways to improve our services to meet the evolving needs of our clients and the industry. Medical Waste Services Limited collaborates with various stakeholders, including government health agencies, to foster impactful partnerships that drives innovation and sustainable waste management practices. At Medical Waste Services Limited, we are committed to creating a cleaner and healthier future for all. With a strong dedication to excellence, stewardship, and teamwork, we continue to lead the way in the medical waste management industry. Join us on our journey towards a more sustainable world. JA Plant Pool Ghana Limited has introduced to the market the all-new Jetto X70 Plus. The Jetto X70 Plus is a modern, spacious family SUV with a stylish design, advanced technology, and outstanding quality that promises you luxury with affordability. Now, take note of details of Jetto X70 Plus. The Jetto X70 Plus is powered by a 1.5-liter turbocharged engine with a maximum output of 194 HP and a 6-speed dual clutch transmission. The Jetto X70 Plus has a panoramic view monitor which collects images from the front, rear, left and right of vehicle, splicing them into a bird's eye view of vehicle surroundings through an image processing algorithm and displayed on an audio system display. Its 2,744mm long wheelbase provides ample legroom for a better cabin experience. The Jetto X70 Plus has a large cabin space that makes it one of the best family and travel cars for long journeys and trips. The rear seats can be folded to increase the storage capacity. And an automatic luggage door makes access to the luggage area convenient. The Jetto X70 Plus comes with an advanced infotainment system that is compatible with the latest generation smartphone. A touchscreen panel controls the air conditioning system, and the digital cockpit offers smart features for a safer, more intelligent, and richer driving experience. This luxurious SUV features a wide, captivating 1.2-meter square ultra-wide range panoramic sunroof that enhances your driving experience with natural lighting and soothing ventilation that you deserve on your long journeys. Stand out on the road with a unique vertically aligned see-through LED tail lights that are designed to impress with style. The Jetto X70 Plus comes with an exceptional engine warranty of 4 years or 100,000 kilometers, giving you the ultimate peace of mind for years to come. And our dedicated service center at JA Plant Pool offers you a wide range of car services and world-class customer support. So rush now, get yourself the all-new Jetto X70 Plus. Get in touch with JA Plant Pool Ghana Limited. Call 020-0000-831 or info@japlantpoolgh.com. Visit japlantpoolgh.com for more information. Globally, plastic waste disposal has been of a great threat to the environment. Its disposal has caused all sorts of problems to nature and especially to water bodies and drainages. In Ghana, waste disposal, specifically plastic disposal in general, is a huge problem which has been aggravated more with the increasing use and demand of its use in everyday lives. These improperly disposed plastics find their ways all over the places, causing several problems like floods and sanitation hazards. As these plastic wastes continue to pose serious concerns for people, the plastic recycling industry has been introduced to help mitigate its negative impact on the environment and country, whilst creating jobs and improving the lives of people. These companies see to the gathering, collection, and transportation of the waste to various sites. Others are engaged in the segregation of this waste to obtain its reusable parts, such as plastics. Universal Plastic Products and Recycling Plant, UPPR, is one of the major key players in the plastic recycling industry.
UPPR is one of the subsidiary of Joseph Group, established in 2013. We are into the manufacturing of waste bins for households, waste management companies, such as Zoomlin Ghana Limited and other environmental sanitation service providers.
The main purpose of establishing this organization is to get rid of the plastic waste in our environment. All we need to do is to segregate them and we can make use out of it. What we are converting here, what we are taking from the landfills, we are producing plastic chairs out of that, we are producing waste bins out of that, and we are producing flexible plastic, what we normally call the bin liners.
UPPR has over 100 employees. These are direct employees we pay at the end of every month. Through our buyback centers, we also create a lot of indirect employees. We have a lot of people, scavengers all over the various landfills and various communities collecting plastics, which are all brought here for us to buy. And by so doing, we are helping the government to keep our country clean. And as we pay them, we are also creating jobs and taking off this burden of joblessness from society.
We are basically into recycling. So we recycle to add value. We have the capacity to produce as much as 40,000 waste bins every month. So any quantity that you want, for either for industrial usage or for household activity, we are ever ready to sell to you. We also have wholesale outlets in Tamale, in Kumasi, in Accra, and in Takoradi, all retail plastic selling outlets. We are available there. We're currently selling to customers in Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali.
The efforts and works of UPPR has drastically reduced the impact of plastic waste materials, ensured the sustainable reuse of plastics, whilst contributing to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals.
These are how we are making use of the waste in our environment. This helps in making our gutters and our drainage more free from all plastics, because all plastics are useful.
We just want to help create sustainable communities where there are no plastic waste at all. Plastics are important, plastics are usable, if only we all come together to make sure that we separate our waste at home. Once we separate plastic waste in our various homes, it is possible to achieve this goal of creating a cleaner community and safer and more sustainable environment for us all and for our children and for tomorrow.
JA Plant Pool Ghana Limited has introduced to the market the all-new Jetto X70 Plus. Jetto X70 Plus is a modern, spacious family SUV with a stylish design, advanced technology, and outstanding quality that promises you luxury with affordability. The Jetto X70 Plus is powered by a 1.5-liter turbocharged engine with a maximum output of 194 HP and a 6-speed dual clutch transmission. The Jetto X70 Plus has a panoramic view monitor which collects images from the front, rear, left and right of vehicle, splicing them into a bird's eye view of vehicle surroundings through an image processing algorithm and displayed on an audio system display. Its 2,744 millimeters long wheelbase provides ample legroom for a better cabin experience. The Jetto X70 Plus has a large cabin space that makes it one of the best family and travel cars for long journeys and trips. The rear seats can be folded to increase the storage capacity. And an automatic luggage door makes access to the luggage area convenient. The Jetto X70 Plus comes with an advanced infotainment system that is compatible with the latest generation smartphone. A touchscreen panel controls the air conditioning system, and the digital cockpit offers smart features for a safer, more intelligent and richer driving experience. This luxurious SUV features a wide, captivating 1.2-meter square ultra-wide range panoramic sunroof that enhances your driving experience with natural lighting and soothing ventilation that you deserve on your long journeys. Stand out on the road with a unique vertically aligned see-through LED tail lights that are designed to impress with style. Jetto X70 Plus comes with an exceptional engine warranty of 4 years or 100,000 kilometers, giving you the ultimate peace of mind for years to come. And our dedicated service center at J Plant Pool offers you a wide range of car services and world-class customer support. Be exclusive and outstanding. Get yourself the all-new Jetto X70 Plus. Get in touch with J Plant Pool Ghana Limited on 020-0000-831 or info@japlantpoolgh.com. Visit japlantpoolgh.com for more information.
At Absa Bank, we are committed to the communities in which we live and work. It certainly gives us our license to operate. Beyond our support to individuals, businesses, institutions, we have a responsibility to the society and the environment and to the citizens of this country. Our sustainability story reflects what we do every single day to create a better society for Ghana. It definitely spells out our support to education, financial skills, and all other interventions we perform to empower Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. We have been making impact in Ghana for over a century. And during this period, we have never suppress our desire or excitement to lend a helping hand, to make our human resource and financial resources available to support sustainable businesses, empower individuals, institutions, and transform societies. I invite you to take a reading tour of our 2022 sustainability story and learn more about the reason for our being, and also what makes us excited to continue playing a shaping role in our society. Click on the link and be inspired.
Send a David Mao, you walk on yourself, strong yet, me. I want my dream was a share Bobby, now because I was his muscle baby. He said, Miss Adia, fair, your friend. And since he can't pay, I'm your mentee. With the brother and never brain. That's your was seen. Daliana Makayo. Cobanes and I say, she's a woman, Jan, and no. At the end,
and gentlemen, welcome back. How are we feeling? Hello? Oh, please give me a wave. Let me know if you're here. Don't make me think it was a bad idea we had a lunch break. Yeah. Welcome back. We just have 2 minutes and we'll get started. And this is the HR Focus Awards 2023. I need to let you know, as I welcome you back into the main hall of the Accra International Conference Center, that this is in itself a separate event. Typically, we would have had 2 days with 2 different events. So this is a very different event from the HR Focus Conference 2023. However, due to certain issues and preparing this place for the 66th Commonwealth meeting, we have had to cancel tomorrow and merge 2 days into 1 day. So that's just the little brief I have for you. In the next 2 minutes, we'll kickstart proceedings. Thank you for waiting while we wait for more delegates to join us in 2 minutes. Thank you. As mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to know that while these are 2 separate events, we are grateful to sponsors who decided to stay with us for the HR Focus Awards 2023. Just to mention them in no particular order, please: Jospon Group, Lene HR, Seamless HR, Volta Hotel, Goyo, Accra Business School, DVLA, EBIT, Acacia, SMT, Stanlip, and APSA. Our media partners remain City FM, Joy FM, Asasi Radio, and Graphic Communications. Please, a huge round of applause for our sponsors. We'll kickstart proceedings here with an icebreaker and some activity, and this will be done by My Health Cup, who are partners with Lene as well, for the benefit and well-being of professionals within the organizations. Pleased to do so with us would be, or to lead us, would be Mr. Ba Seche Ajekum. Please, let's put our hands together for him while he comes up the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello and good afternoon. I hope everybody is doing well. My name is Ba Seche Ajekum. I'm with My Health Corp, and we are basically a preventive health platform, but we do games also because it's great for your mental health. And after a lunch period like this, sometimes it's good to get engaged on this level. So we are going to play a little game. Everybody is going to have to be involved. I'm going to issue a series of instructions, and it's going to be preceded with HR Focus Says. Okay? And when I say HR Focus Says stand up, then everybody needs to stand up. If I don't say HR Focus Says and I issue the instruction, you simply don't do it. You remain in the previous position you were in before I gave the instruction. So I need the ushers to be my eyes. Ladies, if you could please stand at various vantage points and make sure you're watching everybody. The ushers, kindly assist, please. This way, you can come with me. So, HR Focus Says, everyone stand up. Up, please. Thank you. Great. Okay, sit down, please. Okay, so I see those who are not focused at the HR Focus. Okay. All right. HR Focus says sit down. Okay, so this is like an elimination series. If you miss out on the instruction, you're out of the game. And then we limit it till we have just a few minutes, so we might not conclude, but let's go anyway. Okay, raise your hand. Okay, so you're out. Okay, HR Focus says clap for me. Okay, stop clapping. Oh, okay, so okay, good. HR Focus says stop clapping. HR Focus says stand up. We are exercising a little bit as well. HR Focus says sit down. HR Focus says stand up. HR Focus says sit down. Okay, HR Focus says stand up. Now sit down. Okay, so I see you. Okay, HR Focus says close your eyes. I'm looking at you. HR Focus says smile. Okay, now open your eyes. Okay, those who open your eyes, you know yourselves. Okay, HR Focus says sit down. Yes, with your eyes closed. Okay, HR Focus says right hand up. Right hand, right hand. HR Focus says left hand up. Okay, both hands down. Okay, I see. Okay, HR Focus says frown. Looks serious. Okay, now smile. Okay, laugh. Okay, you're out. Okay, HR Focus says hands down. Both hands down. Okay, I need somebody to come up stage. Who would like to come up stage? One hand up. If you want to come up stage with me, one hand. Okay, so you're not listening. I didn't say HR Focus. Okay. HR Focus says shake your partner. Shake someone to your left or someone to your right. HR Focus says shake someone to your left. HR Focus says shake someone to your right. Okay. Okay, stop the handshake. Okay, HR Focus says stop the handshake. All right, HR Focus says right leg up. Right leg up. Okay, HR Focus says right leg down. The people here have not been seeing you. Okay, left leg up. Hey, almost. Okay, HR Focus says right hand up. HR Focus says use that right hand to cover your eyes. HR Focus says remove the right hand, replace with the left hand. Okay, now drop the left hand. There you go. I got you. Okay. So it's getting a little bit more interesting. I wish I could start eliminating, but you're so dispersed too. But it's fine. Okay, HR Focus says wink. Wink. You're exercising the eye. Okay, HR Focus says stop winking. Okay, HR Focus says look somebody in the eye. Anybody? Eye contact. Okay. People are really paying attention. Okay, HR Focus says you can look away now. Okay. HR Focus says stand up. HR Focus says stand up. Everybody up. Up. Okay. We need some music. Do we have some music? HR Focus would like to dance if you have some music. Okay. HR Focus says snap your finger. All of you are snapping. Let's keep snapping. Faster. Okay, stop. Hey, that's not. Okay, HR Focus says stop. The music is now coming. Okay. HR Focus says sit down. Are you getting warmer? Are you getting warmer? Okay, great. Now, HR Focus says hands on your head. Both hands. Both hands on your head. Okay. HR Focus wants you to do a dance in your seats with your hand on your head. Let's go. Let's go with the music. The chair dancers. I know you. Okay. HR Focus says stop dancing. Oh, I didn't say put your hands down. I just said stop dancing. Let's focus on the... Great. Okay, HR Focus says hands down. Okay. HR Focus says stretch like you just woke up in the morning. Stretch. There you go. Stretch. In Trimuya there they say stretch. Okay. How are we feeling? Great? Okay, perfect. So this brings our warm-up to an end. Thank you very much for participating.
I love the sound of the music. Are you here? Oh, no, I can't hear you. Are you here? Oh, put some energy into it. Are you here? Ah, fabulous. I like the sound of the music. I wish it would go on and on, but I believe that we can end the awards in 90 minutes. Oh, yeah. Turn it up just a little bit. Turn it up just a little bit. All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just a little bit disappointed. All these Instagrammers pretending they don't know the song. Anyway, to go on, ladies and gentlemen, it is still the HR Focus Awards 2023, and we have a quick video for you. And after that, we'll have the technical committee join us here. Thank you.
Awards is a biannual celebration of the outstanding achievements and innovative practices of human resources professionals in Ghana over the past 2 years and beyond. This year, our focus is on resilience. The past 2 years have presented unprecedented challenges for businesses and individuals alike, and the HR community has played a critical role in navigating this turbulent period. This year, out of hundreds of nominations, the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee shortlisted 34 finalists who span different industries in Ghana. The HR Focus Awards Technical Committee are a group of HR experts and consultants who have occupied top HR positions in organizations across industries for many years. These specially selected individuals were sworn into office after committing to the utmost standards of confidentiality and impartiality.
Having been appointed as a member of the Award Technical Committee, I deem this committee duly inaugurated.
There was a rigorous assessment and evaluation process that happened in several in-person and online meetings to determine who would be finalists and showed the most evidence of best HR practice to deserve an award. From the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee's deliberations, a few insights worthy of note include: while some HR teams were detailed in their presentation of evidence and justifications, others simply presented compelling justifications with no evidence of what they claim to be practiced in the organizations. This brought to light that there is a gap in meticulous documentation of their HR policies and processes within the organizations. With regards to best practice in HR teams need to take initiative and formulate policies that are not existent. Indeed, it has been a rigorous evaluation process, and doff our hats to the HR teams that opened their systems and processes to the scrutiny of the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee. The HR Focus Awards celebrates excellence in HR practices, acknowledging organizations for their outstanding HR processes and systems. However, It is important to note that receiving an award does not imply or guarantee good financial or business standing. The awards are solely based on the justifications submitted by participating organizations, which have been subject to rigorous evaluation by the Awards Technical Committee. While these awards recognize exceptional HR achievements, they do not serve as comprehensive assessments of overall business health or legal obligations. We encourage all organizations to continue their pursuit of excellence in HR practices and consider these awards as a testament to their commitment to fostering a thriving work environment for their staff. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy the HR Focus Conference and Awards 2023.
What a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, please allow me to invite the entire Awards Technical Committee here. And while they're already waiting, please, you may step forward. Let's appreciate them for the hard work, making sure that the results are very independent, the vetting is very independent, and these are the people who put it all together. Please celebrate them with a huge round of applause. While I invite Madam Diana Mwako, who will be speaking on behalf of the technical team. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand on all the protocols and on behalf of the chairman who is delegated to me to read this message. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and honorees, it is an honor to stand before you today as the chairman of the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee. A warm welcome to everyone who has joined us virtually and in person to celebrate excellence in the HR industry today. Every other year, the HR Focus Award is organized to celebrate best practices in HR management across industries in Ghana. To make this possible, the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee is set up. The role of the committee is not merely to bestow awards, but to assess the submissions of all nominees and determine which organizations are actively executing best practice and best fit in HR in our context, and those whose efforts have more to be desired. The processes behind these award finalists are lengthy hours of deliberation, intense meetings, and data analysis. With several years of expert HR practice under our belts, it was an arduous task that we took very seriously, and we felt it an honor given by Lene to do this as well. We take pride in the fact that there were over 100 nominations who were eventually shortlisted to 34 finalists. This is no mean feat, and every single one of these finalists will be duly acknowledged. They deserve a round of applause. For any participating organization to excel and emerge as a finalist, they would have had to send in justifications for various awards categories and submit evidence of the efforts stated in their justification. Evidence can look anything like copies of HR policies, pictorial or video evidence of policies, interventions, processes, procedures, communications, and other engagements tendered in for consideration. Video pictures and full text of documentations provided valued evidence for the technical committee. In this year's submission of evidence and justification is another area that HR teams need to improve on. Timely submission of evidence and justification is another area that HR teams need to improve on. For example, an organization sent in their justification 2 days to the event. Though their submissions were good enough to have had them shortlisted as a finalist, they were disqualified because of the late submission. In the last year's edition of the HR Focus Award, we introduced the most promising categories to fully acknowledge the HR teams who are doing amazing work, though they may not have won the substantive award. Over the years, we have observed that large organizations have stellar executions of HR policies and systems due to their multinational ties. As such, they tend to dominate at the HR Focus Awards, even when smaller organizations are also doing great work in their organizations. To allow for more inclusivity, we have introduced a form of assessment that considers the staff strength of the organization. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, organizations that had a staff strength of 250 and more were classified as large organizations, and those with less were classified as mid-sized organizations. It is worthy of note that though these awards do not reflect the overall business health of the winning organization, it is an affirmation that HR teams in these organizations have been doing amazing work in their various industries and functions. To our finalists and award recipients, we say congratulations in advance. Your hard work, innovation, and unwavering commitment of HR practice have not gone unnoticed. You are an inspiration to us all, and we are proud to recognize your achievements today. We encourage you all to continue to strive for excellence and be truly resilient in business. To our esteemed guests, thank you for joining us in celebrating the best and the brightest in our field. Your presence here this afternoon is a testament to your support for the industry and your appreciation for excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana, for that splendid delivery. I want to suggest that we include you in the winners list. If you like, please give a round of applause. Now, at this moment, I think I am the most critical, important, and sought after individual in this room. Why? Because I have something in hand, which is so important, and that is the list of results, winners for the awards. And so, on behalf of the technical and organizing committees of the HR Focus Awards 2023, I would like to hand over the list of winners to the MC for announcement. If you are happy, clap for me. Okay, so I'm giving it to him. You must do the justice to it.
With this, now it's official. He has handed over being the most sought after to me now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all the work throughout the year and for putting this together. We appreciate you, and we believe that these are valid, and we shall see the good use of them. Thank you. Or if you're doing some applause, you want to do it better. You want to do it better. I'm going to go on and open this, but Obiniem. Oh, Obiniem. Lovely. As I open this, I believe that we're all excited. I can see some award plaques to my left, and we're all excited. We'll go into what we call the Sector Awards category. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? No, I can't hear a response. Are we ready? To present that award, ladies and gentlemen, this next set of awards, please let me call on Dr. Cherboa, Chairman of the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee, who just left us and handed me over this wonderful pouch that contains all the results of award winners. Please let's appreciate him with a huge round of applause. Thank you. You stand this way for me. Yes, right there. Now please listen to me. If you win an award, kindly you would go through this way. Yes, from the right, approach here, and then you do a walk to the corner, which there'll be a steward there to guide you into the corner to take a photo with your award. I hope that is easy. Very well. Now let's start with the most promising HR management in banking and financial services. Most promising HR management in banking and financial services. And the winner, can you guess? Oh, I'm hearing some APSA. And the winner is Advance Ghana.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite.
Congratulations to Advance Ghana
You know I'm just that type. No, them not pick you.
on becoming the most promising HR management in banking and financial services.
Them not pick you. Them not pick you. My wise man said, follow the stars. Yeah, you shall find a piece of bad side. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. Cause you can never kill my vibe. Cause here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're receiving an award, I pray that you get here sooner.
Somebody that don't take my energy from your father. Let my pastor say, I be my healer, everything I desire. I go to see, I'm not everything, I flow like a river. If you get your walk, come on, go sit down.
When you go for my stuff for the love, you don't say what I don't pass, hey! I'm in love.
Oh yes, I see the sign of the cross.
Mama, you done make me fall in love.
Congratulations, Advance Ghana. Most promising HR management in banking and financial services 2023. Lovely. Thank you. Right after that, you move this way. Yes, and you be guided. Thank you. Please, you may move down this way. Now we have the best HR management in insurance. The best HR management in insurance. And the winner is Hollard Ghana. Hollard Ghana. Best HR management in insurance. Hollard Ghana. Oh, come on, cheer them. It's a cheer of victory. Again, I pray that you get here sooner. Congratulations, Hollard Ghana, for emerging best HR management in insurance. Well done. You may move this way. Congratulations one more time.
Champagne for my brain.
Now we move on to best HR management in hospitality. Best HR management in hospitality. And the winner is Labadi Beach Hotel. Labadi Beach Hotel.
Champagne for my brain.
Oh, come on, for Labadi Beach, I expect you come bouncing with some dance moves. Yeah. Very good.
Oh, baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. You know we outside.
Make sure you climb up my staircase to the stage with some dance moves. Very good. That's it.
Like a panda. The way she move it make a panda. Break it down, make it wiggle like a panda. I want to know what you meet me in the corner. Bouncy, 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 baby. Bouncy, bouncy, ma. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. If you get the woman hold on tight, me and my guys we take for bike. Now her location take for mine. If you leave a woman, she go
on tight. Set now.
Don't be lying. Because you see that back like the eyes.
Thank you. You can move this way, please. Let's approve them. While they move to the side stage. The next award is most promising
HR management in manufacturing and FMCG. Most promising HR management in manufacturing and FMCG. And the winner is Casa Preco.
Sweet vibes, yeah. Ball, me and the guys we there for one corner. I can love. From the fire, yeah. Me and the guys we there for one corner. I can love.
Are you dancing or not?
I see your face.
Oh, you're waiting to get to the stage, yeah?
Oh my days. I'm out here. Give all you for days.
Come on, do some applauding them. Keep applauding them.
My head, you different. My head, I know fit to accept. I know fit to connect.
Oh yeah, that's it right there. Congratulations one more time, Casa Preco Company Limited, for coming tops as most promising HR management in manufacturing and FMCG.
I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love.
I was hoping the last three ladies should remain on the stage to dance here. Put your hands together for her. Also, I want to say a very big thank you to the chairman of the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee, Dr. Chirebua. Thank you. Let's appreciate him while he takes his seat, as we appreciate a member of the technical committee, Mr. James Law, to join us here, please. Also, MD of Lene, please join us to present the next set of awards. And the next award is Most Promising HR Management in Healthcare. Most Promising HR Management in Healthcare. Most Promising HR Management in Healthcare. And the winner is Barna Hospital. Please. Congratulations to Barna Hospital. Oh, there they come. There's some piano with it. Let's applaud them, let's appreciate them. Put your hands together. Congratulations, Barna Hospital. Thank you. You can move to the side. Still with me, Mr. James Law, to present the next one as well. Best HR Management in HR Management. Sorry. Oh, we just did Most Promising HR Management in Healthcare. This is the Best HR Management in Healthcare. And that goes to Ridge Medical Center. Ridge Medical Center, please.
Get too much feeling for this club, and then no one let me go. Then no one let me go. Then no one let me go. I'm looking fire.
Congratulations, Ridge Medical Center.
I must to carry go.
I didn't see your dance at all.
Fine girl, do the waka. Left and right with the biggie marker. Instagram, don't finish data. Big money, I'm still knocker.
Most Promising HR Management in Oil and Gas. Well done, Ridge Medical Center. You may move to the side stage. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Most Promising HR Management in Oil and Gas goes to Petrosol Ghana.
I'm unavailable. And no they see me. I'm unavailable. And no they see me. I'm unavailable. And no they see me. I'm sorry for who won't be my mother. Sorry, I'm only human. So big nobody. I say
Petrosol Ghana. Congratulations. Also, a very big thank you to Mr. James Law. You may take your seats. We appreciate you. Let's appreciate him while he takes his seat, while I call on Mr. Festus Anagla to join us now for the next presentation and set of awards. Thank you, Mr. Anagla, for accepting to do this. We move now on to Best HR Management in Oil and Gas. Best HR Management in Oil and Gas. And this goes to Tolo Ghana. Tolo Ghana is the best in HR Management in Oil and Gas. It is not a surprise that the man leading the team is in all white. I'm still waiting to see your dance moves. Congratulations, Tolo Ghana. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Tolo Ghana. Now we move on to Most Promising HR Management in Education. Most Promising HR Management in Education. And this goes to Academic City. Academic City. When they see me, then it's where we find like this. We fresh like this. I'm a joke like you. Congratulations. Move on to the side for us. Thank you. Now, after Casa Preco won Most Promising HR Management in Manufacturing and FMCG, Best HR Management in Manufacturing and FMCG goes to Olam Cocoa Processing.
Johnny just come. Leave that boy in the drum.
All right, please smile for the cameras. Yes.
Johnny just come. Leave that boy in the drum.
Congratulations, Olam Cocoa Processing. The next award is Best HR Management in Agriculture. Best HR Management in Agriculture. And that goes to Olam Food Ingredients. Best HR Management in Agriculture. Olam Food Ingredients. GhanaMotion.com. Congratulations one more time, Olam. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Best HR Management in Mining. best HR management in mining, and this goes to Newmont, Ghana. Best HR management in mining. This goes to Newmont, Ghana.
Don't walk, you don't try. Supposed to be try.
That's halfway towards the walk.
When I love that land softly on the sofa, so far so good. On the banjo, let me see. Let me
smile for the cameras there.
Let me go.
Also, let's appreciate Mr. Festus Anagla. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And as you do that, please, with the same round of applause, let's welcome Mrs. Martha Kwashi as our next awards presenter.
I need no one like I need ya. Oh no. Loving you, girl, you get the pum pum. You can know how I want the pum.
Next award is the Best HR Management in Telecommunications and IT. Best HR Management in Telecommunications and IT. And the winner, can you guess? Vodafone Ghana.
She bringing out dirt on my head, we go see the irony. She is so funny. You know, say it to me. She gon' lie. She knows some money when you come on. She knows it's my alright, we're back again. You know what time it is?
Oh yeah.
Straight up. Alright, what's up? Listen,
what up when I don't see you?
I'm back. I never came on this man. Michelle, she been on the first. I'm doing this. I'm in my reason. I don't really do it, man. Okay, boy. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? I'm fine. You wouldn't let me. You might be my dear. Never pass it crap. I'm going to say, you know, I said, what you have for the young punk, I just am five, a few guys, one young one. But my book, mini beauty, mamma, one on the Jamaica. Hey, really, as I see that, the piano, I'm moving here, my papi, I'm saying,
the category or next award is Best HR Management in NGO. Best HR Management in NGO. And the winner is World Vision International.
Still I go maintain. I bet shoot this campaign. The grouping on the giant complain. It's the way you did, 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 the way you did.
Yeah, give it up for World Vision International. Adopting the best HR management in NGO. Please look into the cameras and smile. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is Best HR Management in Public Sector. Best HR Management in Public Sector. And the winner is Food and Drugs Authority. Food and Drugs Authority.
What time it is?
Best HR Management in the public sector.
Say we never go down. Send I him sing with the bangers. Send I him get the banku. With the milk or the crust of the ginger. For many years with the cassas. Back then that she was the cocoa. Now you got the phone with the phone. Man, just leave that sleep. Because if you do anything, you can see anything.
Well, let's put our hands together for the FDA. And that's the best in HR management in the public sector.
I want to see you shake it.
Congratulations one more time, and I want to say a very big thank you to Mrs. Martha Kwashi for presenting the awards. Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate you. You may take your seat. Thank you. Please, let's appreciate Mrs. Martha Kwashi. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the very first set of awards. We would go for some break with sponsors' messages. Thank you.
At Absa Bank, one of our focus areas of giving back to society is through our Education and Skills Development Program. We partnered IPMC to train a number of their tutors in cloud computing. These tutors have been trained and certified with cloud computing certificates, and they in turn train every student that passes through IPMC with cloud computing skills. We are here to engage these students with our flagship Ready to Work program that equips them to transition from the academia into the world of work.
What I learned was having your career path ready, knowing exactly what you want to do coming out of your program, as well as knowing what sector you want to be in. That way, when it comes to looking for job opportunities, you have a place to start from.
One unique thing that transpired in today's session was not to lie in the CV. It was an emphatic point that really engaged the whole class. Whenever I'm preparing a CV, I should never lie. It shouldn't even cross my mind, regardless of me thinking that there's competition in terms of job search, but I should be truthful to myself, because organizations are always interested in people with integrity.
We shouldn't only focus on technical skills, but then we should also learn how to work with others. So collaboration, teamwork, wait force, and soft skills. And also about networking, we should try to communicate with people when you go for programs or meet like-minded people, people whose goals align with ours.
So thank you, Absa Ghana, for this great opportunity and what you've given us the opportunity to explore what we know and as well learn from the app that they introduced to us. It's very beneficial because you're going to have the e-learning platform on the Absa app, as well as getting the access to all modules and courses that you wish and you like to enroll in.
A fleet of new wave in the waste management system has been rolled out. A game changer with an ever-efficient productivity. They are convenient, fast, and reliable. Zoomlion remains your dependable partner in keeping your homes and communities clean. And when our work is done, a clean, green, and healthy community is what you deserve.
So after my 4-year degree program, I decided to embark on a master's program. And coming to Accra, I was very skeptical about it because the 4-year degree program was very stressful. I was a Nigerian. I didn't know how it would work because normally you would pay more tuition fees. It wasn't really something that I would like to do if it wasn't that flexible. I started working already and then I needed something that was really flexible. Accra Business School has this very flexible blend, which you can combine your school, your social life, and your work life. For work, you don't need to take leaves from work for you to be able to attend schools because they've made it very flexible in terms of the timetable. Accra Business School has industry professionals who are also lecturers who are able to pass on the knowledge they have also gained in this industry to the students. It makes us able to comprehend faster, comprehend well what is being taught. And so when we go to our professional lives, we're able to apply it, even if we don't come from the background where we studied like business administration or any subjects related to business. So the flexibility in the payment have been so good that we have full-time payment, which is also reduced, a monthly payment and a quarterly payment. So for those who can't afford to pay a full payment or quarterly, you pay monthly. Affordability is one thing that made me choose the school. As an international student, it felt like it was going to be lump sum, but at the end of the day, we saw that it was something that we could afford because of its flexibility. The environment is very conducive, and their classrooms are built to be very conducive. Also, it has ACs and very spacious. They also have a library where you could go to study whilst you wait maybe for your exams, or maybe you want to study for a particular period. The staffs are very friendly. You go to meet them, they help you with your problems. They are welcoming, I would say. Also, people that you meet, people with experience who share their experience while we're being taught. You learn from each other. That's like the height or the best thing I like about the Accra Business School. Like, you meet people from different calibers, different countries, and you share ideas, you share knowledge, and you also network. So if you're looking for a place to work as well as study at the same time, you look at Accra Business School because it is the best in Ghana.
Visit www.abs.edu.gh or dial 0263-888-555. Let Accra Business School elevate your future today.
Attention all farmers, it is very important to take your crops to the next level. Introducing 3 effective organic fertilizers that will revolutionize your farming practices. ACAP, KCAP and ARICOP brings to you the ultimate solution for your fertilizer needs. We introduce to you the ACAP Grade A, KCAP Equiafo Ajinkwa, and the ARICOP with cocoa blends, palm blend and mulch. Sourced from organic materials and enhanced with rich amendments such as potassium, phosphorus and nitrogen. These are the perfect choices for sustainable farming. Boost your crop yield, improve soil health, and support sustainable farming practices. Choose ACAP, KCAP, and ARICOP organic compost for greener and bountiful harvest. For your purchase and more information, contact the numbers on your screen. This product has been endorsed by the Plant Protection and Regulatory Services Department under the Ministry of Agriculture and supplied under the Planting for Food and Jobs.
A special round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our sponsors. Quickly, here are the HR Focus Awards 2023. We'll move on to the next set of awards, which are categorized as Function Awards. To do the presentation, please, let's put our hands together for Madam Diana Amwako, who is member of the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee. And I remember rightly mentioned by the Awards Technical Committee that for the sake of size of companies this year, we had also grouped them into large size companies and mid-size companies, and you see that running through the Function Awards. Now to start with this, would have Best Large Organization in Learning and Development Practice. Best Large Organization in Learning and Development Practice. And the winner is Newmont, Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and celebrate Newmont, Ghana. I like what I see the story. Oh yes. Yes, boss. Lovely.
That's how you go do me, sugar boy. But I said me, I know the reason why. No. Say you go do me,
I need you to hear this. I need you to hear this.
All right, so please just know that we have also Newmont Ghana winning Best Large Organization in Compensation and Benefits, Best Large Organization in Recruitment and Selection, Best Large Organization in Diversity and Inclusion. That way you don't have to have this long walk again, yes. Oh, that'll be all, yes. Oliver Twist, eh? Congratulations on winning 4 items. Best Large Organization in Learning and Development Practice, Best Large Organization in Compensation and Benefits, Best Large Organization in Recruitment and Selection, Best Large Organization in Diversity and Inclusion, and that's Newmont Ghana. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Newmont Ghana. Congratulations. So I'll follow suit in this order as well, yes. Next award to be giving, or set of award, for Best Mid-Size Organization in Learning and Development Practice. Also winning Best Mid-Size Organization in Performance Management, Alliance Ghana. Yes, Alliance Ghana is Best Mid-Size Organization in Learning and Development Practice. Also, Best Mid-Size Organization in Performance Management.
Oh yes,
congratulations, Alliance Ghana. Let's put our hands together for them. Cheer them on.
If I enter your motor, I could make you to shout.
Next category of awards. We have the Best Large Organization in Employee Relations Practice. Best Large Organization in Employee Relations Practice. Also winner of Best Large Organization in Rewards Management Practice. Also Best Large Organization in Performance Management. And Best Large Organization in Employer Branding. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of all these is MTN Ghana.
I never do you like that. And baby, I know how to start. Forever I go there by your side. Congratulations, I never do you. You the only my radio. I say I'm a gaga. Jump all over you. And you put us to the juke. Baby, let's see you drive.
London. MTN, when you come here, you better be dancing.
If I follow politician, you go hear I'm for paper. You go call I'm prostitution.
Congratulations once more, MTN.
If money pay for pocket, should be not national budget. We go blow like trumpet.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, is Best Mid-Size Organization in Employee Relations Practice. Best Mid-Size Organization in Employee Relations Practice, and the winner is Cyrus Oil.
Look at my one side. Hey, let's go. Hey, go for money. Go for money. Go for
Best Mid-Size Organization in Employee Relations Practice.
One leg to the one leg to the right side. One leg to the. Listen, let me shoulder. Let me shoulder.
Cyrus Oil, congratulations. Let's appreciate them while they step on the stage.
Are you ready? Listen, one leg to the left side. One leg to the. One leg to the right side. One leg to the. Everybody go down low. Go down low. Go down low.
Next is Best Mid-Size Organization in Rewards Management Practice. Best Mid-Size Organization in Rewards Management Practice, also winning Best Mid-Size Organization in Compensation and Benefits, and Best Mid-Size Organization in Employer Branding. And the winner is Hollard Ghana.
Make that a feeling. You know the name, right?
A huge round of applause for Hollard Ghana, please.
It's my make I see your info. Pretty girl, I'm loving you tight. If I just me under the window, I never ever say you bye-bye. Never ever leave you.
Oh, come on, appreciate them better while they come on stage for the award. Appreciate them better.
It feels so simple. My baby's simple. My baby's simple. The pretty right. My make I see your info. My baby's simple.
Oh yes, they want it simple. They want it simple. Oh yeah. And now they're taking simple steps towards taking the award.
You
want to look straight into the cameras while taking the awards and take photos. And the final presentation there. Now the next award is Best Mid-Size Organization in Recruitment and Selection. Congratulations, Hollard. Best Mid-Size Organization in Recruitment and Selection. And the winner is Vivo Energy Ghana, please. Vivo Energy Ghana. Oh yes, right there. Coming with a lot of energy. Congratulations, Vivo Energy Ghana. Congratulations.
I'm not joking, all my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I'm the glory, so you don't need me alone. Music chose me, just know this and know me. I get low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, stumble right.
Alright, the next, congratulations, Vivo Energy Ghana. The next award is Best Large Organization in HR Information Systems. Best Large Organization in HR Information Systems. Also winning Best Large Organization in Organizational Culture and Best Large Organization in Employee Safety, Well-Being and Workplace Design. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Vodafone Ghana.
So me cut down on me general responsibilities in me now. Must well be the one I come and in the place in me please.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, give it up for Vodafone Ghana.
Cause you love me alone and you don't want to see I see. Beats on the close when you want to see. We don't see no other girl and them one way I wish you and me.
Congratulations, Vodafone Ghana, once again. Or should I say once again and again and again? Oh yeah. Next presentation, you want to look into the cameras and take nice photos. Great memories. Next award is the Best Mid-Size Organization in HR Information Systems. Best Mid-Size Organization in HR Information Systems. Congratulations, Vodafone. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Best Mid-Size Organization in HR Information Systems goes to Old Mutual Ghana. Old Mutual Ghana.
What else I'm gonna be pumping it?
Yes, thank you for putting your hands together for the Old Mutual team.
wanna waste my days, I want to spend them and enjoy. Spend miss you. Honey, why you everybody.
Congratulations, Old Mutual. Well done. The next award, Best Mid-Size Organization in Organizational Culture. Best Mid-Size Organization in Organizational Culture. And the winner is Amalitech Ghana. Put your hands together for Amalitech Ghana for coming out of Best Mid-Size Organization in Organizational Culture. Congratulations, congratulations. I'm not sure how the DJ is playing the songs for some people. Some people it's like, easy. The messages are subtle, Some people it's like simple. You see, they are winning the thing simple. Some people it's not easy. Let's ignore that. It's just by the way. Well, at number 10, final in this category of Function Awards, would have Best Organization in Employee Safety, Well-Being, Best Mid-Size Organization in Employee Safety, Well-Being and Workplace Design, and this goes to Academic City. Academic City. Congratulations, Academic City. I don't see your dance moves.
My baby, your love is for you. Give me loving, no good on you. You see your body carry something I never understand. I'm again be so. Can you want capture my soul?
I believe we all know this one.
So.
Don't we? I'm not hearing you in the audience. Congratulations, Academic City. Let's put our hands together for them also. A very resounding round of applause for Madam Diana Mwako for doing all 10 with us. Please, thank you. You have done what men didn't do. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still the HR Focus Awards 2023 here at the Accra International Conference Center. We'll take some sponsors' messages and we'll be right back.
A fleet of new wave in the waste management system has been rolled out. A game changer with an ever-efficient productivity. They are convenient, fast, and reliable. Zoomlion remains your dependable partner in keeping your homes and communities clean. And when our work is done, a clean, green, and healthy community is what you deserve. A fleet of new wave in the waste management system has been rolled out. A game changer with an ever-efficient productivity. They are convenient, fast, and reliable. Zoomlion remains your dependable partner in keeping your homes and communities clean. what you deserve.
A huge round of applause for our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on, we'll move to the Special Awards category. The Special Awards category. And to be presenting these awards, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite a board member of Lene HR, Mr. Gilbert Hagen, please. Please, you want to have a resounding round of applause for Mr. Hagen while he comes up on the stage to present the next set of awards. Thank you for accepting to do this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. Finalists are very crucial to this category of awards. So in as much as winning may sound important, even the process of becoming the winner is equally important. And at this stage, you hear that I'll be acknowledging a lot of finalists who did not become the ultimate winners. But it's important that it's worth mentioning or noteworthy of mentioning who they are. As we do so, we'll start with the HR Team of the Year. The HR Team of the Year. This award is without finalists, and the winner for HR Team of the Year goes to MTN Ghana. This song is a jam. This song is a jam.
She love me, in your love Sensima, why them for her Sensima? I want a dollar Sensima. This kind dance, you the dance, I'm doing this thing, you do it.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for HR Team of the Year at the HR Focus Awards 2023. Congratulations, MTN.
Oh, she's in action, having a new shining like the sun. Did you know that you're beautiful? I'm a baby, I'm a baby.
You want to look here for photos? Thank you. Now we move on to the HR Rising Star of the Year. HR Rising Star of the Year. And just by mention, the finalist would give us a wave. We'll start with Paula Fojo, Hospital Administrator and HR Manager, Bana Hospital. Give us a wave. Give us a wave, and congratulations for coming out as a finalist. Also, Maxwell Darko, Rewards and HRIS Manager, Vodafone Ghana. Maxwell Darko, right there. Congratulations to you guys. Now, the winner for HR Rising Star of the Year, Maxwell Darko of Vodafone Ghana. Some moves here. You know, oh, go down, eh? Please proceed to take your award. I believe Vodafone is so proud of you. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Maxwell Darko. Well done, well done. Thank you. Now we'll move on to HR Manager of the Year. HR Manager of the Year. And the finalists to be recognized are Mary Ejay Frimpong, Chief HR Officer, Advance Ghana. Please, a huge round of applause. Also, Judith
Apartain, Head of HR Operations, Amalitech Ghana. Solomon Owusu Bona, HR Manager, Casapreco. Jehoshaphat Abaya, Human Capital Executive, Old Mutual Ghana. David L.O. Mills, Head of HR, Petrosol Ghana. Iris Owusu Menu, HR Manager, Vodafone Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, and the winner, HR Manager of the Year, Jehoshaphat Abaya, Old Mutual Ghana. I want to see hands in the air as you come. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Congratulations, Jehoshaphat.
Yeah, so put your hands in the air. Like you really don't care. Yeah. To the left, to the right. Oh, you go there, you get. Do the dance, do the dance.
Jehoshaphat, you're not doing the dance. You're not doing the dance.
Do the dance, do the dance. Everybody, make us see you do the dance. Do the dance, do the dance.
Oh, Jennifer will do the dance.
Do the dance, do the dance, do the dance. Everybody, make us see you do the dance. Oh, that's what I say.
Congratulations, Jehoshaphat. Congratulations.
Funny from Allah. Oh yeah, sit here. Allah. Oh yeah, funny from Allah. Oh yeah, sit here. Allah.
Well done. Well done. Old Mutual and the whole team truly are proud of you. I want to say a very big thank you to Mr. Gilbert Hagan. Thank you for taking time to do this with us. Please let's appreciate him with a huge round of applause. Now we'll move on to an even more special one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready with me, let's invite Dr. Mrs. Ellen Hagan, who would be presenting the next set of awards. Let's appreciate her as she comes. Awards Technical Committee member, also president of the Lene Group, please. A fantastic superwoman. Now this category is, or the next award is the Hall of Fame, Overall Best Organization in HR Practice. Hall of Fame, Overall Best Organization in HR Practice. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner here is can you guess who? I'm hearing Vodafone, that's good. Oh, I'm hearing Vodafone. Who else? Amazing. Well, the Hall of Fame Award is conferred on an organization that has been conferred the honor of an award for multiple editions in succession. This is the winner's second induction, as they were first inducted in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please, the winner, MTN Ghana.
Jungle party is a link up. She make a moko. Check it on me at double. Check it on me, check it why.
Congratulations, MTN. Congratulations. My God. I hope this is not Occupy Julobi House coming. Congratulations, MTN Ghana. Congratulations, MTN Ghana. The next set of awards, please, guys, 1 minute. What do you say? What do you chant? What do you chant? Boya. Fabulous. Mrs. Hagan, I think we should adopt this next year. Now we move on to overall best organization in HR practice. Overall best organization in HR practice. And this goes to Newmont, Ghana.
Sing for you like Ure, give you loving Bokobi, oh baby, never find a yo, Pagoma Suayo, and Upana before me, the day, never find a yo, who can spend yo, all day, I know go so now, say, oh, darling, you give me nobody did like you, my love. You give me
I don't focus on sword of ones. Won't pay me. If you make it a scaling about them a life table, you gonna do me and women to bottle and I don't believe you can me a manco. I've been a medema come if it are women mobile. How many times I'm a born for my fro? And you may I'm a medin grand here, the bonfire me back.
Now a quick one, just a quick one. Let me read out this citation at this moment. Yes, please. Now, this citation is for overall best organization in HR practice, and this goes to Newmont, Ghana. HR practice and development has come a long way with the pace of technology and an ever-changing workforce. However, you have swum expertly with the tides and excelled in the delivery of best-in-class HR practice. The contributions and achievements of your company in the area of HR management are tremendous, making you the go-to institution for benchmarking by other organizations. You have established yourselves not just as leaders, but as pace setters. You have demonstrated exceptional service, professionalism, technical expertise, and outstanding performance in your delivery of best HR practice, and this is truly laudable. In recognition of the extraordinary contributions of your organization in ensuring good HR practice, HR Focus is honored to award you overall best organization in HR practice.
It goes to the team. It goes to the team. It goes to the team.
Congratulations. Also, a huge round of applause for Dr. and Mrs. Ellen Hagen, who will take a seat in the meantime. Yes, thank you very much, Mami. Thank you.
God no go shame us.
Come on, if you're having a round of applause, let's do that. Thank you. Now, please allow me to invite Mr. James Lau one more time to do the next set of presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. James Law.
Oh God, this one no be bobo. I know they talk waiting, I don't know. When the time go reach for you to collect your bread.
Mr. James Law will do something together, okay? Yes, these are finalists that we need to recognize. Yes, and these are finalists that will be given some recognition here. I'll just run through the names and would have representatives of each, and then they'll be here for plaques also. Yes, so we'll do that right away. We have Daddy Ash, Dunwall Insurance, Enterprise Group, Ghana Amalgamated Trust, Imperial General Insurance, Inlax Ghana, Lancaster Accra Hotel, Ministry of Finance, National Communications Authority, Nova Wellness, Silverbird Ghana, University of Ghana Medical Center, and Vamet Health. And these are finalists in overall best organization in HR practice, please. So we have representatives come on the stage.
Personally, I rock your body. I promise you go home, you won't tell daddy. I give it to you like you never had it. Screaming, judging, like speaking Chinese. Now waiting minutes, back a boom boom, now waiting next. Saga, she know I'm me. She knocks.
Kweku, that be you. Move like say you did and shaku. Other you, it's a bit too. Move like say you did kubanku. Kweku, that be you. Move like say you did and shaku. Other you, it's a bit too. Move like say you did kubanku.
Let's have all the finalists on the stage. let's all stay. Let's all hold on a minute, please. Hold on a minute. Yes, I want all the plaques to be given to the respective organizations and take one photo. Yes, all the finalists, all the plaques. So please identify with the names on them and give them to the right persons. Yes. So Mr. La, just give it to them, okay? Yes, give it to them quickly because of time, and then after that we'll all be in one photo together. Is that okay? Fabulous. Let's do that. So let me help you out. Yes, I have Dunwell Insurance here. Dunwell Insurance. Enterprise Insurance right there. Dunwell. Very good. Congratulations. Yes. Ghana Amalgamated Trust. What else do you have? Lancaster Accra Hotel, please. Yes. Silverbird Ghana, Silverbird Ghana, Silverbird, yes.
Thank you.
Last but not least there, we have Nova Wellness, Nova Wellness, Nova Wellness. Vamed Health. And this is Nova Wellness. Nova Wellness. Okay, I believe a representative is not here. Please line up nicely and show your beautiful plaques to the world for a beautiful photo. All right, let's wait for the photographers and look straight up into the lenses from above. All right, thank you, thank you. We can all move out this way. Please, a huge round of applause for all these finalists. Mr. La, thank you as well. Thank you. Now we go on to the next award, and that is the penultimate HR Practitioner of the Year. HR Practitioner of the Year. To present this award, ladies and gentlemen, please let me invite Dr. and Mrs. Ellen Hagen to join me on stage, together with the current Practitioner of the Year, Hannah Ashokai Akron of Vodafone.
I get this friend where we get from Calabar, Friday. Come to think she be my personal person, but anytime when she come around, she get this feeling where
Oh, please, a huge round of applause for these two amazing ladies. To go through the finalists, please, we have Olivia Mary Anamando, Group Head of HR Alliance Ghana. Also, Sally Owusu Ansa, Head HR and Administration, Imperial General Insurance. Then we have Emilia Na, Head of HR Lancaster Accra Hotel. Awo A. Kwesin Saki, Group Executive HR Newmont Ghana. And Francis Chirebois, Director of HR University of Ghana Medical Center. Please, a huge round of applause for all our finalists. And finalists, you can give us a wave wherever you are. Now, for this particular one, I want to leave the winner to Hannah herself to mention this one. Over to you.
The HR Practitioner of the Year 2023. The winner is Awo Kwesin Saki.
Congratulations, Awo Kwesin Saki, Newmont, Ghana. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hear this.
I didn't see the do too sweet. Gonna go Tobado, sexy lady Tobado. This kind of dance
Congratulations. Now let's hear this. Let's hear this. Citation for HR Practitioner of the Year, Newmont, Ghana, Awo Kwesin Saki, Group Executive Human Resources. You have shown excellence in the delivery of innovative human resource management practice. Your dedication to impactful change, growth, and fun in your organization space is commendable. You have built a strong and collaborative team where every member can contribute fully and achieve goals. You have been instrumental in designing and implementing invaluable HR policies, projects, and fun activities that have had positive people impact within your organization and beyond. You have championed diversity and inclusion, employee development, employee engagement, and resilience in your organization. With you, development never stops, and you have led your team to live out this mantra in the workplace and beyond. We celebrate your consistency in excellence and championing positive change. You are indeed a phenomenal HR practitioner, and for that, HR Focus is honored to award you HR Practitioner of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Awo Kwesin Saki.
So show me the dance now. I said show me the dance now. I said show me the dance now. Wow, now one leg is everywhere. Everybody's dancing one leg. If you go to the club, if you go to the church, everybody one leg. America one leg. Africa one leg. Europe one leg. Now Asia, jump to the center, move one leg like this. After election, no campaign. No campaign. After election, no campaign.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Mrs. Ellen Hagen and also Hannah Ashiokai. Thank you. Let's have the Practitioner of the Year 2023 say a few words. Share a few words with us, please.
It's always the team, isn't it? It's always the team. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the team. And I also want to just acknowledge the growth of HR Focus and the growth of HR practice in Ghana. Since I've been here in 2017, I've just seen things blossom to the point where we're able to talk about leadership today in a way that was very different 6 years ago. It's amazing to me. And I can see the HR practice just developing, to me, in the right ways, where we're actually caring about people. I can't remember who it was. Oh, just a speaker this morning who said that they call the HR function the people function. I had a boss once who said, when are you guys going to put human into human resources? And I always think about that, and I think we're doing that now. We're actually celebrating people, and we're making sure that it's people that we care about, not just the resource, but people as people. So I first of all want to thank Dr. Ellen, who without HR Focus, none of this would be happening. But my team, I can't say enough about this team. They even came color coordinated, they didn't tell me. But the team operates without me, and it's amazing. It's just amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody. I'm honored, just honored.
Congratulations one more time. Tonight we will refer to you as Your Excellency. Please, a huge round of applause. Oh, tomorrow we are not sure. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all winners and finalists together. Quickly, we'll still move on to the vote of thanks and a closing prayer that will be done by the head of HR Focus, Mrs. Irabna Nekwe. Please, let's put our hands together for her while she comes up on stage.
Hello, everyone. Vote of thanks. It's almost overwhelming because we didn't think it would be possible, but we did it. And it's all glory to God. We want to say thank you to God Almighty for giving us this vision and this mandate of impacting the lives of individuals and organizations in Ghana, Africa, and beyond. It's an ethos that starts with our services, We, HR Focus, are a subsidiary of Lene HR, if you didn't know. We provide total HR solutions, HR tech solutions, training, consulting, payrolling. But more than that, we pride ourselves in being able to add value to people and their organizations. And we are so grateful to even have the opportunity. We're grateful to the partners that believe in the things that we do and sacrifice limited resources to support us, sponsor us with cash and kind. Our MC has mentioned all the sponsors, and we just want to doff our hats to you and say thank you for believing in this vision that we tirelessly, day in and day out, work towards achieving. I want to say a huge thank you to the HR Focus team, in extension, the entire Lene team, the organizing committee of the HR Focus Conference and Awards. It has been a long journey over the past 2 years. We have hit twists and turns, but we have come out resilient, as is the theme of the day. I want to say a huge thank you to all the dignitaries that took time out of their busy day, the HR Focus Technical Committee, board members, special guests, invited guests, and to all of you sitting here in this auditorium. When we started, there were lots more sitting here, but you were resilient and you made it to the very last end. So finally, I want to say a huge thank you to you for being resilient as with the theme, and thank you for supporting us. The companies that yielded themselves to the scrutiny of the HR Focus Awards Technical Committee, I want to say a huge thank you, because there were people who had the opportunity but chose not to. And you took the bold step. I want to say a huge thank you. I want to say a huge thank you to the finalists and to the winners. And we know that when we are ready to take the next step, you would be there to walk with us as well. Thank you all, and have a wonderful day. So if we would rise, we would have a closing prayer. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we are so grateful. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for purpose. We thank you for passion. We thank you for pursuit of the things that give you glory. We ask that even as we have fulfilled the purpose that you sent us here today, that you be glorified in the lives of the individuals and the organizations that met here today. May they truly be resilient in the face of difficulties as they walk out. May the discussions and deliberations move beyond today and impact the day-to-day activities that everyone goes through. Let it not be for a vain purpose that we met today, but let it actually change lives and impact individuals, as it was your vision that you gave to us to accomplish. We thank you and we give you praise. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, have a lovely day. Be sure to network and connect with new people. Thank you so much.